Invitational.
Welcome to the UCEI Holiday Invitational presented by Xfinity.
Holding on to what I know, to everything I've learned. What is real and fabricated? What is wrong? What is my problem? What can I get out of this world that I created? Fighting the storms in my head. Don't know where I have been. I'm alone, no one to turn to. No one understands, shit's too complicated. Away, and I feel like I am someone else. Away, and I feel like I don't know myself, no. Away. drowning in my head, I'm losing my mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
Unknown Brain, Marvin Divine, and we back. Can't nobody tell me nothing. Made it through the rain, I turned nothing into something. No more dealing with their assumptions, cause I do what I gotta do and I know, can't nobody do it like me. All they do is judge me for who I might be. Maybe if they took some time to pick my mind, they see that I'm cooler than lemons and iced tea. All I wanna do is live it up with the homies. Everybody really talking as if they know me, but I guess I gotta face it. I'm so tired of being faceless.
I don't wanna keep on wasting life. I'm drowning in my head, I'm losing my mind. And if you could know, yeah, if I could show you, I don't wanna keep on living this life so faceless.
So faceless.
I got a premonition, I'm dreaming you and I. All my darkest fears are coming outside. We got a billion races, we got this melody. And you can trust me, baby, we got everything. Call me whenever you feel alone, babe. And when you need to cry, I'll be by your side. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. And when you need to escape from 1,000 fires, I'm gonna kiss you wherever you are. And I'm gonna miss you, I will never lie. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. We're running in the jungle of love. Listen to my conditions, I got you on my mind. You were stuck in my head and I don't know why. We got a billion races, we got this melody. And you can trust me, baby, we got everything. Call me whenever you feel alone, babe. And when you need to cry, I'll be by your side. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. And when you need to escape from 1,000 fires, I'm gonna kiss you wherever you are. And I'm gonna miss you, I will never lie. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. We're running in the jungle of love.
I remember the days, always at the same place, the same people every day. I will never forget this black old Corvette standing in front of my way. We were both in high school, I thought I was a fool. Oh, when I was falling so bittersweet, knowing I can leave. You taste like candy, eat you on a Sunday. I can feel the beat on my heart and beats. 'Cause you taste like candy. Sunday feels so bittersweet, knowing I can leave. You taste like candy, eat you on a Sunday. I can feel the beat on my heart and beats. 'Cause you taste like candy. Tasty. You on a Sunday feels so bittersweet, knowing I can live. You taste like candy, eat you on a Sunday. I can feel the beat of my heart increase.
You don't know what goes on behind these eyes. You don't know the loneliness hidden inside. You don't know I wanna eat you up alive. Come and get to know me, my type of wild. I'm the kind that spins you and hangs you dry. Well, I'm already on to another side. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. 'Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. 'Cause I'm a black gold for your love. Suck you, na na na, to my center of gravity. 'Cause it's true, na na na, everything they say about me. I'll love you like a supernova, burned into you like a shooting star. Always craving for you to come to me. Though this way of life, no, it ain't healthy, but ain't no other way, it's just what I need. I want all your soul, I want your body. I'm the type that licks her play clean. Don't wanna let go, wanna you can eat. If you gave me your whole life, I would still have room for more. 'Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. 'Cause I'm a black gold for your love. It's true, na na na, everything they say about me. I'll love you like a supernova, burn into you like a shooting star. If you give me your whole life, I would still have room for more. 'Cause I've got that appetite. Baby, I never feel whole. You might get me through the night, but it will never be enough. It will never be enough. 'Cause I'm a black gold for your love.
Welcome everybody to day 2 of the UC Esports Initiative Winter Invitational presented by Xfinity. I'm your play-by-play caster for Gas today, and here with me today is going to be Miles UCSD. Do you want to talk?
Nice to meet you, everyone. My name is Miles. I'm the live events director for Triton Gaming. Done a little bit of on-camera work for our podcast, but wanted to try out casting, so I'm here doing some color casting.
All right, and it's going to be proving to be an interesting day today with our first game matchup right now, which is actually going to be UCLA versus Cal in the losers bracket.
Yeah, these two schools kind of a feud, especially in like football, so curious to see how it translates into more of a league environment.
Indeed, but if you haven't already, like to check out, we would like to talk about the sponsors a little bit as draft is going on right now. We want to shout out to. We would like to just throw out shout outs to Corsair, who's our official peripheral sponsor. We've got our PC sponsor, who is MSI, and definitely check them out, especially without the giveaways. They will be hosting a bunch, like of quite a few giveaways. Please check out when you can, so that way you can have a chance to win something.
Yeah, and adding on to that, this tournament is going to feature 3 MSI MVPs, and you guys, Twitch chat, is going to vote on these. So if there are any players you think are doing an outstanding job today, keep them in mind because there will be a point, and those who do win will get prizes. So vote's important.
But honestly, I'm excited to see the action, especially coming back online after last night. If you have seen the action in that 1v1 tournament, that was absolutely amazing. What I saw that amazing run by Pure Ruination. It was crazy. Like, I'm pretty sure there was that LeBlanc play at the very end. If you have time to check it out, go check it out while we're waiting for this draft. But I think the tournament draft just finished. We are gonna get the scene in quite a bit.
Yeah, you want to start talking about some of the champions people have picked?
Yeah, we can talk about the champions. We actually see quite a bit of I did notice like it is like a very tank oriented meta, but UCLA seems to go for a more like boozer dive comp with the Jarvan as the main initiator along with Seraphine. Jarvan Seraphine is actually a pretty good combo in my opinion. You lock them up in the pain cage, and Seraphine has the ultimate to back it up along with Jarvan like leading the charge there. Victor is also a very strong pick. Sorry.
And Misfortune.
Oh yeah, Misfortune. Like you gotta love those lethality carries right now with crit being like under the bus. Definitely needs a buff for crit. Please show some love for crit so that way Jin is not contested anymore. But anyways, I'm biased. I'm a Jin main, but Victor, another strong pick overall. With now that he doesn't have to like, since he's not relegated to building his hex core, he can actually just build main items Victor, and that's made Victor like pretty powerful in the meta right now. In retaliation, we do have Cal with a more, I would say, there's a lot of dive there. There is definitely a lot of dive. You have the Galio and Leona going in, also with the Camille. They do have not much. I get they do have a lot of also protection to like help Ash kite, and Ash is usually one to go with that. What is that one new build, if I recall correctly?
Imperial Mandate and Manamune.
Yeah, you want to elaborate on that build?
Yeah, so Imperial Mandate was a support item, but basically if you like immobilize someone like with Ash's W, your support can attack them and you both get bonus damage and movement speed. And so a lot of Ash's this patch have been going like a poke sort of strategy, and it's pretty powerful, but it does kind of fall off a bit late game. We saw that in the match between, I think it was UCR and UC Davis yesterday. And so I'm curious to see how that pans out for the Ash. But either way, it's a really unique build, and I'm glad it exists.
Yeah. And speaking of that, like game yesterday, like Cal had a tremendous fall against UC San Diego. Like they were, but then here's the thing that they have the Galio on their side right now. So I think they have the go power on Cal side for this game compared to UCLA, who's more like, well, they also want to go for us too, but I feel like Cal has a stronger team fight. What do you think?
Yeah, I would
Actually,
agree with you. I think either
oh,
way, it's
wait,
going to be a pretty bloody. Oh, they both
I
have
wouldn't say
fairly.
they have the stronger team fight. I think the
Both
one thing
fairly
that
strong.
worries me, the one thing that worries me about Cal's comp is that they are a bit more single target focused, and they do lack a significant amount of AP damage.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, Camille's true damage, Olaf has true damage that might be able to supplement that, and they also have quite a bit of kiting for Ash. But I actually really like this Jarvan because like Ash is already an immobile 80 carry, so when Jarvan goes in along with the Seraphine ultimate, that's just gonna wreak havoc on Cal's side.
Yeah.
Anyways, Spectator Lay is going off right now. We're gonna be going into a game in just a moment. Chat, give me your predictions. Give me your predictions. Who do you think is going to win this game? UCLA or Cal? Please put it out in the chat. Right. Oh, Adwell. We're already in game right now though. It's the welcome back to the tournament. Sorry, a little bit of ad roll there as we had a little bit of technical difficulty. We had to have our spectator catch up to the live time, and we are finally here in game with it's going to be an interesting one for sure. So we on the blue side we have UCLA, who is have Urshi on the Renekton top lane, Straws, Jarvan jungle, Rye Dragon with the Victor mid, and I'm actually positive
what's
that we
this?
might see a little bit of late invade going on. It is going to be a 4v3 in favor of Cal, and that's a flash immediately going off, but the root manages not hit the mark with a doggo, forcing away the flash. Rex required all of these Cal members just really want blood here in the top, and they're able to just get it out. Nope, the burn damage going over in favor of Weatherman Gosu gets him off with the ignite.
Wow, that's an exciting way to start the game.
Yeah, exciting indeed. Definitely going over that late invade. Definitely paying off. They are going to be getting also lane advantage and priority here in his bot lane, so it might prove a little bit troublesome for the Doggo and Hydro Zenith. Because Leona with the early kill is able to be rushing the Mobies, which is going to prove troublesome for the squishiness of his bot lane. Seraphine is notorious for being extremely squishy.
Yeah, I think she got a minor buff to give her a bit more durability. I know that she was getting out-dueled by a lot of mages mid lane last patch, but even then, still a very squishy character.
Indeed. We have a little bit of a trade here in the top lane in favor of Unstoppable here on the Camille, but yeah, pretty good. But anyways, would you like to talk? Kenny, would you like to talk about like how this early game you think is gonna play out? Like, what are these conditions?
Yeah, definitely. Camille seems to have a tiny bit of a lead in the top lane. It's only up by 6 CS right now, but Camille continues to apply pressure. I could see that getting bigger. Other than that, bot lane is also getting a little bit of a lead. Leona got the first kill, interestingly enough, so that's going to be interesting. It looks like she hasn't actually backed yet and gotten anything with her gold. But yeah, that slight advantage, let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, had a little bit of contention there for the crab dinner up there in the top side. Eugenum was able to ward Ride Dragon and Straws away from that Settle Crab, along with Unstoppable coming down in the river. Gonna relent a little bit of that pressure up in the top lane. Isis does get caught by the root on Seraphine and takes quite a bit of damage. She is going to be chugging off that potion. She's going to be fine. Leona is going to be roaming to help secure that Scuttle Crab on the bot side for Rex required. Unstoppable actually doing quite a bit of damage onto Urshi's. Urshi should definitely respect the amount of damage that Unstoppable has.
Yeah, he definitely caught up with CS, but he's gonna have to back now, so that lead might be lost.
Yeah, but he is going to teleport back in right away to help reconvene that, so that way the wave does not get too frozen on this top side in favor of Cal. But overall, it's just a pretty slow start right now, which is understandable because, I mean, Strauss will be the one wanting to gank more, but he is a bit because of that early level 1. So, and Rex required is actually just loving this since he is Olaf. He wants to try to power farm to 6 when he can. And yeah, things are looking pretty solid. Like, Cal is already building quite a substantial gold lead, already 1k up here at 5 minutes in. Quite a bit of poke.
I mean, these games can definitely swing either way. It's way too early to tell, but definitely doesn't hurt to have an early lead.
A bright side, we do have Ride Dragon. Like, I want eyes on this mid lane. Like, Ride Dragon is a very potent mid lane for the UCLA squad here, but we do have some Ashes going on. Galio might try to go for a deep gank. He does use the scrying plant thingy to scout out the vision in that area. But
yeah, I've heard that UCLA is a very coin flip sort of team. Sometimes they pop off, sometimes they get kind of crushed. So I'm curious to see if that pattern is going to continue. It's looking like they're starting behind, but again, I don't want to make any assumptions. Maybe they're about to, you know, start destroying Cal, and we don't even know it yet.
oh no, this is actually very bad. Urchis is going to go in with a level 6 advantage, but he doesn't know that Eugenum is probably up here. Unstoppable trying to go in with the bait. Unstoppable hits level 6 as well. Gets caught in the pain cage as Urchis ults in retaliation underneath the turret, and that is a wonderful counter gank by Straws, slaying Eugenum in the top lane. Genium, my bad. When Urchis looks like to go for second, Unstoppable might be stoppable in the end, but he unfortunately gets the hookshot away. Very nice counter gank by Straws.
Yeah, if you're playing against like a bronze player or something, that's when they say baited in all chat.
But to counter that, Cal does manage to get the first dragon of the game, which is going to be an Infernal Drake. Not too bad, not the worst in the world. At least he won't have a soul. The one thing that does worry me though is I'm kind of scared if if the dragon, because like since the Ocean Dragon is next, we're either gonna have either a Mountain Drake or the Cloud Drake as the soul. And both of those souls are very actually against these teams. Like both souls are actually very tremendous in terms of like, because Cloud Soul gives you the move speed with the initiation, and then just the raw defenses from the Mountain Drake will help out tremendously, especially if UCLA does manage to get like the Mountain Soul. The lack of magic damage on Cal's side might prove to be troublesome, and Adago is unfortunately caught under the turret. There is a 3-man in that bot lane. The flash goes over the taunt as well, but look at the damage in retaliation. They might be able to get a trade kill, not quite yet. Doggo falls underneath the turret. Hydrazina forces a flash, gets stunned up by Weatherman Gosu, and they will try to juggle this turret aggro, but looks like they're taking a bit of damage. That is actually nice juggling, not quite. Weatherman goes down. Hydrazina picks up the retribution kill.
Yeah, Cal's a very interesting team. It just seems like they go in, and then they go in, and then they keep on going in. It seems like their engage basically never stops.
Rex, you might be a bit too greedy for the CS. Fortunately, he does have the move speed to get out what Doggo is going to get it with the passive Misfortune. The Strut is doing her stuff. The Doggo picks up a cheeky kill there in the bot lane.
Yikes.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, Urshi is overextended. Little does he know that Weatherman Gosu is here on the flank as the Leona with the rushed Mobies due to that early kill. And Yeah, it's like now this is a dodge or something. Like Leona has the early gold. She's gonna get the early Mobies, and she's just gonna be roaming 24/7 now. Like Ashe is the kind of champion like because of her poke, she can afford to just like wave clear as much as she can in the bot lane. So Leona is free to do whatever she pleases. As Eugenium taunts up Ride Dragon here in the mid lane with Weatherman Ghosty going in, forces the flash away.
Yeah, we're almost at the point in the game where a lot of people are going to start having their mythics, so we can see where people's builds are going to head.
Indeed. But yeah, you can definitely see this roam pressure that Cal is putting onto UCLA. We have Eugenium here with the Galio. We have Weatherman Gosu with the Mobi's Leona. It's honestly really scary. You can't just stay in lane. Whenever Galio is missing from the mid lane, you just gotta be careful. I mean, Urshis does have a substantial lead against Unstoppable despite that early deficit in the beginning of the game. But that's just Renekton doing Renekton things. He's a 1v1 machine. But actually doing pretty well though. This top lane is actually going well in favor of UCLA because of the deny potential he has, since he's now like pseudo proxying against Unstoppable. But
Cal seems like they were heading bot. Oh, they still are fighting. But
yeah, they do fighting. Yeah,
there was a ward in the bush that they had to clear, so they knew.
Yeah, they're easily gonna just ward them away from doing anything further here. Does Ford just teleport from Ride Dragon, so that's a useful summoner spell gone. Which is actually very dangerous too, because Eugenium is gonna have his teleport up fairly soon. He still does have his ultimate as well. So I squid poke damage.
Bot lane's getting a ton of chip damage on that tower.
Yeah, that's the bot lane. Cal is definitely in the right to focus on this bot lane because they know that Urshi's like a machine right now. They know the bot lane is the weak side, especially with how squishy they are. Unfortunately, that song misses the mark. No one is around to hear it. Cal doing a wonderful job just playing a tiny bit back. We do have Strauss here on the wings, ready to do something, but Rex is here in the jungle as well. Strauss is forced to EQ out of there. And they are catching Rescue Choir. Rescue Choir does not have his ult. He is forced to burn it. Unfortunately, too late in the pain case. Strauss picks up a very easy kill. And the Cal squad is just forced to back off away from that exchange. What was Rex Required doing? Strauss tries to get the flash EQ knockup, but unfortunately does not miss the mark. But nevertheless will pick up that kill. Strauss is on a killing spree now.
Oof, yeah. No,
Yeah,
Olaf doesn't have reliable escape, so he definitely got caught out there.
Yeah, like I was very questionable by Rex Required there. Like he was there alone. I'm pretty sure the bot lane on Cal was not on the same page. He didn't have flash either, so it's pretty much an easy kill, and this is going to be a lot of gold going in favor of the UCLA, bringing it back with Shelly here in the bot lane. That's first turret gold. Not quite yet. One more plate. But they are just going to dip. The dragon is up. They want to try to reset for that. I'm actually surprised that Cal isn't going for it, but then they are going to go for this mid lane. Weatherman Gosu managed to get a Zenith Blade onto Ride Dragon. That's going to be an easy kill going over to Eugenium, as well as the Ocean Drake.
Looking like UCLA opted to recall other than take drag, and so Cal might try and sneak this one in.
No. If UCLA stayed to take the dragon, that would have been insanely greedy on their part. So the trade-off is all that turret plating gold for that dragon, which is Ocean Drake. Luckily, it's not the soul, so you're not going to get that insane amount of regen for the Ola, but it is the Cloud soul that is going to be favored in this game. Nice sidestep by Strauss, actually, avoiding the Zenith Blade, or whether Ghosty forces Demacia along with the Seraphine. Now there is a combo wombo indeed. Meanwhile, Eugenium does come in to try to sway them from advancing any further, but that's going to be a very messy team fight. The doggo is easily going to kite away. Rex Required does get a retribution kill. The Sage is now caught weird position in the middle of that jungle quadrant, and Eugenium is forced to just walk around. The knockup does get blocked. His exit path is blocked away, but now UCLA are forced to retreat. As Unstoppable is here, going back in. There's a flash taunt. Unstoppable goes in with the ultimate. Ride Dragon is now caught out. Weatherman Gosu picking that up, and there is the lead going bye-bye in favor of Cal right now. Cal is now back in the game once again. It's actually really fun to see how back and forth these fights are.
Yeah, they both have very aggressive team fights. Like I said, it's a very bloody game. Yeah, it's looking like Olaf opted for Gore Drinker, wanting that sustain, and then Galio wanted the Proto Belt to see solid positioning in team fights. And then obviously Jarvan's going for the Aegis, because one of the best tank items. Tanks are very scary.
Yeah, it's actually a very nice trade in favor of it, like Unstoppable. Gonna get traded back with the Blade of the Ruin King proc. I believe that is Bork, right? That is Bork.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he is gonna get ganked here, forcing the flash already. Urshis knows what's up. They decided to just back off. I think they were just scared that they were eventually getting baited to do something there. But I don't know. I think they assumed that someone was coming up based on how Urshi was playing, but no foul, no harm, no foul there. They do have the Predator going off. Eugenia manages to get a catch the taunt onto Rajag and is once again caught here in this mid lane. Rex Acquired picks up another kill on his Victor here. Currently 1 and 2 right now. Not feeling like his best game at the moment.
Yeah, and that play right there was a perfect example of why the Galio went Proto
Oh
Belt.
my goodness, look at that burst.
It just gives him that little extra bump to get his W in place, and that's absolutely huge because someone taunted. Very easy to pick up.
This might be a dead crocodile here. Urshis does not have his ult. We do have Strauss here on the flank to intervene if they do decide to dive, but instead Cal will just pick up this Herald for free. And the second Herald going over in favor of Cal. Because you're going to be in mid lane. But, yeah.
Yeah, the gold lead is within 100 gold, so we really don't have a clear winner yet.
Yeah, it's 100 goals. So, like, if we look at the game store right now, we do have all these mythic items about to be finished on everyone right here. Though Ashe, with the Imperial Ashe does opt for that Manamune first before that mythic item because you want that tier stacking right away. But a little bit of mishap. Anyways, what can you UCLA what can they do to help like supplement their team fights? As you can start seeing, like I feel like Cal's team fight is just overwhelmingly better than UCLA right now.
Yeah, I mean if you can survive the onslaught or just prevent them from being in a position where you're getting chased just because Cal is so good at chasing with their team, that's definitely the way to get out of it. Maybe if you could start the fight on your own terms, that might give you more of an edge, but maybe even not team fighting would be the answer just because they do have a really strong team fight.
Yeah, it was hard to say too. I mean, like you saw in that team fight down in the jungle, like where they managed to get a decent wombo against Cal there, but it wasn't quite enough. And actually, it's kind of foreboding. I mean, when Cal starts to get tankier with the Galio and the Leona, like building those resistances, even the Olaf, I'm just worried if UCA will even have the damage since especially since their mid lane is actually quite like significantly behind right now. But not too behind. I mean, he is 2 kills down. He's fine on CS, but he does have the Leandries, so that's gonna definitely help against like percent health against the Cal squad who are prone to build those health and resistances. But we do have a Goon squad going over to kill Egenium. Egenium is caught out. That is going to be a dead Galio. Shut down just in time for the dragon. What are you doing there alone?
Yeah, it seems like UCLA is going to have to use Renekton a lot. He is bored.
Yeah, speaking of alone, UCLA just pays it forward, does the exact same thing, but worse. See, now they don't even get they're not going to focus the Drake because they have to focus this inhibitor turret, which is now being pressured by Shelly. There's the engage, good. The Seraphine ult is going to hit 2 to a charm. That's a wonderful misfortune ult, just womboing all the way. Cal is falling 1 by 1. Significant amount of job as Charles is on the ramp, is getting shut down by the Olive, but here's a wonderful teleport play by Eugenium as he spawns in the base, and that might be the cleanup in favor of Cal. Ride Dragon, unfortunately, does not have all the damage left. He's just bursted down. But wait a minute, he does get a nice cheeky shutdown onto his cuties. And there is a Doggo cleaning up with a double kill. Much needed gold in the pocket in favor of UCLA. One team fight for UCLA. That was a really nice teleport play. Unfortunately, there wasn't like, this is what I'm worried about with Cal's side is like, yes, they had the teleport play, but when they had their Camille and their Olaf, I mean, they had their Ashe down. They didn't have enough damage to finish him off.
Yeah, I mean, Galio is really good at setting up that engage, but he doesn't have the same damage that like Victor or another mage mid would have, so they have to play around that.
To be fair, I don't think Ashe had the Imperial Mandate quite finished yet, so maybe that might have been a factor in that.
Yeah, definitely gonna help him.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting that Misfortune is going for the, God, what's it called? Gale Force. Misfortune's opting for Gale Force, which is going to give her a bit more mobility to try to navigate around Cal's team fight. Could prove crucial.
No, I think Gale Force is very nice, especially since she has a Gale Force to dodge any sort of taunt from Galio.
Yeah.
So, like, there's a lot of hard CC on the Cal squad right here, and that's definitely something that Gale Force is really nice against, because it gives you that extra bit of mobility. She's actually just gonna 1v1 Unstoppable. Unstoppable is in trouble, forced to flash away.
Yeah, that Bork definitely doing work on Renekton's side.
Yeah, despite Renekton being 2 kills down, he is still a 1v1 machine. Currently 40 CS up against Unstoppable, and that's it. Unstoppable 40. Oh, Renekton does eat away the solo flare, but there is 3 people up here. Itzy's is caught out in the meantime in the mid lane. Goes down to Straws, who once again picks up another kill. Renekton is finally going to go down. Rex Requires picks up another kill. This is honestly a game of junglers right now. Junglers have all the kills. I feel like there's a bit disrespectful by Issy's in that mid lane. Like, you know your squad isn't there. Your squad is chasing the Renekton top lane. And that actually is going to cost them a turret here in this bot lane.
There, gotta say, that was some pretty fancy footwork from the Camille, being able to escape that. You definitely thought they were gonna die, and I definitely thought Unstoppable might die, but I guess Unstoppable lived up to the name and survived another day.
That was an interesting ult. They just wasted absolutely everything on this. You getting catched out on this Galio. But once again, no harm, no foul. They managed to get out, didn't really burn anything much. But Ride Dragon sees Unstoppable here in the jungle. They may want to be careful. All the back pings are going off as Issy's is back in the fray. But good call. Good call to just reset right here.
Leona finally has her Locket. Locket being very solid because it actually gives allies magic resistant armor compared to the old Locket. Still waiting on that Renekton mythic item though.
Renekton mythic item?
Yeah, he hasn't built one yet. He's still rocking the Bork. He might go Black Cleaver.
You know, Black Cleaver would actually be really nice against this, since Misfortune does have lethality that's going to like get countered quite a bit with plated steel caps, which is already built on 3 members. I'm actually surprised that Galio opted to go for Lucidity, but I guess they wanted to maximize the cooldowns with the ultimate, but
yeah.
Especially against like Jarvan, Renekton, and Misfortune with the raw 80 damage. Mind me, I'm getting caught out. UCLA just caught out here in the bot lane. Cal is just gonna wipe the floor with his team. That is an insanely bad place to get caught out, UCLA. That's gonna force over the Dragon and potentially the Baron. I think they're just gonna go for the Dragon to pressure Soul. They can't really go for Baron now, it's just too far away, but oh my god, that's a clean ace in favor of Cal right there.
Yeah, Cal once again showing how powerful their team fight can be, and it's going to be a free flag break.
And I actually might just go straight for Baron. Nope, they made the call to back establish vision before they do though. I'm actually glad they're playing a bit more reserved because the Baron is a very greedy call.
Yeah, Cal just clawed its way into an advantage, and if they wasted it, that would be disappointing.
Rajack and Burns teleport. I think they were assuming that they were going straight for the Baron because of that ward. Like, look, it's actually crazy because like I don't know. I guess it was just a bit maybe. I guess they were like scared or something, or just potentially for the Baron power play, but
yeah, I digress. Mean, you had Straws and Hydro Zenith walking up to check if Baron was going on.
Oh, that was close.
They clearly thought it was happening.
Dude, if Rajack got caught there, that would definitely going over. Like, they would definitely get the Baron there. So that was very nice sidestep.
Oh, barely misses.
Oh, are you? How far are you?
Oh, okay. I disconnected for a little bit. I might be a couple seconds behind you.
Yeah, you can come up to speed, and right now it's 24:58, and Cal is going to be finally getting this top turret 25 minutes in, opening that part of the map. But I don't know, what can UCLA do? What do you think UCLA can do to come back in this game?
Hard to say. They just definitely can't lose any crucial team fights, because if Cal keeps on having these amazing team fights, I think it's only a matter of time before there's one big enough to win the game. Maybe they could try to go for some picks or get a team fight with a better advantage that they have.
And it's honestly unfortunate too because of how like health oriented this Cal squad is. Aside from the Leandries, excuse me, UCLA does not really have much health percent damage. I mean, Renekton does have the Bork too, but in terms of like sustained damage, it's aside from burst, it's really hard for UCLA to get in there. See, look at that. I mean, the Leandries, it just ticks down, but it's a 2-item Victor right now. It's not gonna do much damage. I feel like maybe if he finishes his Lich Bane, I think that's what he's going for. That's gonna help a little bit, but I am a bit like quite a bit worried for UCLA right now.
Yeah, and a brief correction on the Renekton. Ended up going for Gore Drinker, getting that mythic item rather than Black Cleaver. Although we might still go Black Cleaver later.
Well, we do. I mean, Jarvan already has a Black Cleaver, so I think that's fine for them. Like, Jarvan has a Black Cleaver with the Pain Cage, and that's pretty prime for Misfortune ult and Seraphine ult. So, honestly, what Renekton just needs to do is just constantly, like, do what Renekton does, which is create split pressure. Because Renekton can easily 1v2, like, when he can. That's Renekton. So, as long as he builds that, like, towards that 1v2 potential, he's doing fine. He's doing totally fine. I am a bit worried because we do have Cloud Soul coming up in 1 minute, and Cal is already making their way towards the Dragon Pit to set up vision. You do have to respect this. So we have Unstoppable going on the Urshis. That's the combo. Galio and Camille, easy clap going over. Does get the flash, but is going to get the kill with the ultimate. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow picking up that nice kill, but here comes Straws with the Pain Cage. Meanwhile, Rajagan is caught here in the back as Rex Required is able to flank them. Starro does get a shutdown, but unfortunately will go die to Rex Required, who is able to flank them very hard here in his bot lane. This is going to be another wipe, another ace going in favor of Cal. Wait just a minute. Here's the kite ability. Unfortunately, it won't be quite enough, and that's just going to be Soul going over. And yeah, that's the dangerous potential, the global pressure of Galio along with the Camille, which is just cage after cage. I think their cages are better than Jarvan's at this point.
I mean, Galio's ult is kind of a big cage in a way.
Oh yeah, it's no. I mean, the Camille has a cage. Like Jarvan, you can flash out of that. Camille is like, no, you're sticking in with me along with the Galio ult. Like, there's no escaping that. That is an immensely powerful tool. And yes, Urshi's maybe stronger than Renekton, but you just gotta like, you can't disrespect that. It's just so much potential, especially with the Predator damage as well. But things are going bad to worse for UCLA here. They have the Cal does have the Cloud Soul. We'll be going over for this Baron now. You can see the level differential. Isis is currently level 15 up to Douglas 14. Unstoppable level 16, Urshi's 15. Rex required is level 15 over Straws is 13. This is very scary. And the worst part is I don't know if UCLA has the time to just farm it out. I mean, they do have a lot of damage if they can get the Wombo, but Ride Dragon is once again caught here in the top lane. Unfortunately, will go down fairly quickly. That's going to be Baron going over in favor of Cal. Yeah, I don't think UCLA can stop at this point. It's just wishful thinking. I mean, Olaf did burn the ult, but because of Cloud Soul, that ultimate is just going to come up fairly quickly. So they're going to have it once again. Like, let me see this cooldown. His ultimate is on a 45-second cooldown. I don't know if it's plus or minus Cloud Soul, but it's still fairly short.
Yeah, another interesting item in the Ashe build, the Ravenous Hydra. Definitely going for more wave clear and lifesteal from that.
There's the Cloud, they got the Arrow. Arrow is actually gonna hit Hydra Zenith there. They do pop things, they aren't decided to pull the trigger. I think they just wanna they really don't have to pull the trigger anymore. They have a substantial lead, only 5k. They have the Soul, they have the Baron. Honestly, just play it slow, play it with the waves, and close it out.
Curious to see what Cal ends up doing with the Baron. They definitely have a lot more pressure because of it. It looks like they have 3 going down mid with the Leona joining them and the Camille split pushing down bot.
Ooh, we actually have a nice catch on the Isis. Isis is caught out. Does have to pop the stopwatch. It's still gonna go down regardless, but here comes the Goon Squad. Cal is here to intervene. Camille is in the back line along with the Galio. Here is the slam. Rex Acquired is just cleaning up this crew. That's 1 kill. That's 2. Urshi is gonna get caught with the axe as well. The Undertow is gonna quicken up. Meanwhile, the flash goes over, and Rubberman is able to catch Ride Dragon. That's actually going to go down. Urshi's actually surviving this. Look at all the sustain that Urshi's has, able to turn this around. UCLA, this might be the team fight they need to actually come back into this game. They need to get that shutdown on Rex. But Rex has an insane amount of lifesteal since there is no grievous wounds on UCLA's side. That's a double, and that's soon to be a triple. Fortunately, Urshi does manage to get away. No, the Undertow does hit him, going to slow him. Urshi is unfortunately going to go down. That is another clean ace going in favor of Cal. Rex Required is a monster on his Olaf.
Oh my god.
Can't be stopped with the Spirit Visage. And like the Gore Drinker, Gate, there's an immense amount of sustain. And UCLA does not have any previous wounds aside from the Thornmail. We do have Misfortune picking up the Executioner's Calling, but yeah, it's a beast.
Definitely in response to what happened that team fight. Yeah, did you see how fast that Galio was?
Oh yeah, the Predator Galio is really fun to watch, isn't it?
Eugenium just like, boom, speeding bullet right into the middle of the enemy team.
Speedy speed boy. Get my initial D on. I don't want to say no. I digress. But anyways, we do have Elder coming up in 145. Red team, Cal definitely wants to go for that to close it out. But Straws is starting to get relatively tanky. Rex is level 17 right now, the highest in the team. But Enchanted Crystal Arrow does miss the mark, so there is not going to be a sort of engage going over. Hershey's is under the turret. Kind of try to push Unstoppable away. He might be biting off a bit more than Chew here. We have total Cal control here in this bot jungle. Very scary, very well played by Cal to just establish pressure in this jungle quadrant, as the dragon's going to be coming up in roughly a minute. Look at that! We just saw an arrow whiff. We see another one whiff, but it doesn't matter. Like, it's just like that arrow is on a 25-second cooldown. He can just shoot them out whenever. Like, it's honestly ridiculous.
I mean, one of them will hit eventually.
Yeah, that's how you play it. I mean, that's how you play Ashe. It's just one of them hits eventually, and then you go. They have all the gold power. They have like, because especially since no one on UCLA has Merc Treads. Well, aside from Seraphine, whoever gets caught, they're gonna be stunned for a good 3 seconds, and that is easily enough time for Unstoppable to jump on them as a Camille. And there's another arrow. Woo! Let's go, whiff.
Or for Galio to zoom in.
All right, so far we have 3 wide arrows. Let's see if we can go for the 4th. The Predator is caught. Hydra Zenith is forced to flash away, gets tagged by the Ashe Slow, and Genium here in the team fight managed to get 2 on a stun. There's a Demacia going out, the wonderful misfortune. Unfortunately, that's actually quite a lot of damage. Doggo is going to pick up that kill. Meanwhile, Rex Pride is legendary in the back line. Hydra Zenith is caught out second, and unfortunately, this is going to be a fall. This will be potentially the final fall for UCLA as Cal picks up one more ace. No? Okay, that's not an ace. So Doggo manages to slip away. But and they are gonna be getting this inhib, and
Elder's up.
yeah, but I don't think they need Elder. The death time is way too long. There's currently 23 till Ride Dragon is up. The only one to stop is the Doggo, who can easily be jumped on by the Camille. There's the ultimate. The ultimate. That's the 4th wide arrow. Nevertheless,
Yeah.
Cal does pick up the A's. It is going to be the base as turret 1, turret 2 goes down. And yep, that's going to be it. GG to Cal. Straws has left the game.
Cool. Galio sells all his items at the very end and grabs a tier. Nice.
Yeah, and that was an amazing display, like, by Cal to take out UCLA in this tournament. A very nice use of those globals with the catch potential of Galio and Camille right there. What do you think UCLA could have done better in this situation?
I mean, it was tough with Cal going in so much. I think they could have picked up Grievous Wounds earlier to try to counter that Olaf, just because, well, I mean, they have 2 other Ravenous Hydras, so not just the Olaf, but either way, the Olaf, you know, gets a ton of life steal from that. The Grievous Wounds would have helped. And then other than that, again, it's hard to say just because Cal has strong engage comp, just playing around that better.
Yeah, and that early level 1 definitely played a factor in that victory. Like the fact that Leona was able to get that early kill, she was able to get like Moby's a lot earlier, just able to roam around the map along with Eugenium on the Galio. There's an insane amount of catch potential with that squad. And that led to like a lot of bouts in the mid lane with Ride Dragon just getting ganked multiple times. So good job to Cal. Moving on, and we're gonna be taking a quick ad break, and we'll catch up to you for the next game.
is Stephanie Hawkins, and I took the UCEI Esports Management Program. I am a Partnerships Account Exec at Immortals LLC. I enrolled in UCEI's Esports Management Program because I wanted to learn a little bit more about the business side of esports. I wasn't sure what kind of business experience I could use in my own background to get a job in esports, and I also just wanted something to add to my resume that might hype it up a little bit. I think that this is a really good way to kind of set yourself up, figure out where you belong in the industry, and create a network of either friends or potential colleagues or potential opportunities. So I would definitely recommend the UCEI Esports program to help you do that.
Greg, you still with me?
Yes.
Great. What's the equation of the slope?
Y equals mx plus b.
Sea that borders Europe and Africa.
Mediterranean.
Darren Froth, Dance of Spring, line 4.
For to be more alive is to live out of line.
Incredible. Okay, that's enough for the day. Let's
Yes! Oh, so freaking good!
Craig?
Oh, sorry. I'm not. We're friends. You're my teacher. I'm happy. Just excited to learn. Really love learning.
Oh no, that is what they all say when they see me pouring some more. Oh, think it's empty again. Better fill it up before I go. Cause I'm loving it, feeling it, touch me and being it. See what I see in it, untypical. Messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, let it all go. Oh Lord, think you know what I'm like, but you don't fall, you lose control. Bittersweet melody when I dance on your floor. Cause I know what you don't, it is me you adore. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They've never seen you out of your bed. Cut to the bone, it's broken, I bet. How's that? Oh boy, got so hot I forgot what I should have thought of. Sure ain't for you to let off the rules, cause that's so much fun. Are you loving the feeling it? Touch me, are you in it? Don't see what you're seeing, but typical. Messing around with it, mix it up, go with it, fuck with it, flow with it, please let it go. Oh no, think I did it again. I said a few things that I shouldn't have done. Well, bittersweet melody when I dance on your floor. Cause I know what you don't, it is me at the grave, and I know you're bored. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They've never seen you out of your head. Cut to the bone, it's broken up, but how sad. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They've never seen you out of your head. Cut to the bone, it's broken up. How does it feel to breathe when you're dead? They've never seen you out of your head. Cut to the bone, it's broken up, but how sad.
Oh, darling, if I had bought you flowers, would you still be here by my side? Yeah, I thought this moment could be ours, while I'm walking only through the night. You can break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart. You should fucking stay with him. You should fucking stay with him. Darling, if I had bought you flowers, what if you stayed at home the night? Yeah, I've been lonely counting hours while I'm getting blinded by the light. You can break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart. You should fucking stay with him. You should fucking stay with him. Break my bones, break all the promises, but leave me alone. Don't break my heart.
Craig? Craig, you still with me?
Yes.
Great. What's the equation of the slope?
Y equals mx plus b.
Sea that borders Europe and Africa.
Mediterranean.
Darren Froth, Dance of Spring, line 4.
For to be more alive is to live out of line.
Correct. Okay, that's enough for today. Let's
Oh, so freaking good!
Craig?
Oh, sorry, I'm not. We're friends. You're my teacher. I'm happy. Just excited to learn. Really love learning.
Craig?
When I'm up through the night, I can't turn down the noise. Tear all the worries out of my mind about who I'm supposed to be. I start to believe I can't get it right. Remember the days I let slip away. They were simpler times. Mama told me before you leave, if there's only one thing you remember from me, child, when you're out on your own, a million miles from home, feeling the weight of the world on your shoulders. Child, don't forget who you are. Don't lose your head or your heart. I'll bet my life on your stars. You'll be dancing, dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life you'll be dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life you'll be dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life you'll be dancing on the moon. Dancing on the moon. Dancing on the moon. Maybe my compass was wrong, and I'm still on my way closer each day to where I belong. I'm still rolling the dice, praying sometimes it don't last that long. I'm losing my faith, I'm walking away from what you knew all along. Mama told me before you leave, if there's only one thing you remember from me, child, when you're out on your own, a million miles from home, feeling the weight of the world on your shoulders. Child, don't forget who you are. Don't lose your head or your heart. I'll bet my life on your stars. You'll be dancing, dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life you'll be dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life you'll be dancing on the moon. I'll bet my life you'll be dancing on the moon. Dancing on the moon. Child, when you're out on your own, a million miles from home, feeling the weight of the world on your shoulders. Child, don't forget who you are. Don't lose your head or your heart. I'll bet my life on your stars. You'll be dancing, dancing on the moon.
Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. And I end up alone, I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect.
call my own. Feels like I'm better off alone. So sad inside and hopeless. These Hollywood hoes never notice. Can't get back on. Girl, I miss you. Can't get back on. Girl, I miss you. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon, and I end up alone. I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Hollywood perfect. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. How'd I end up alone? I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. How'd I end up alone? I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you're Hollywood perfect. Yeah, I'm on my way home. I'm no good for you, so I drive around Manhattan. The roughing, oh, I'm tragic. Yeah, I'm driving in my car and seeing open, but I can't go down that road again. I'll smoke a cigarette, but will that help me forget you? Will that help me forget you? I just need to forget you. Oh, you. I need to treat you better than that and make you feel like I did in the past. Oh, I will treat you better than that. I don't need to forget you. I need to treat you better than that and make like I did in the
how this gets so complicated. You lose your mind just to change it, and tomorrow you'll regret it. But until the morning, dance with me, baby, take away the pain. Dance with me, baby, you can lead the way. Dance with me, baby, a cure for the heartbreak. Dance with me and let this old record play. Let it play, baby. Let it play, baby. Dance with me and let this old record play.
Without you here, can't sleep, can't breathe. I need you here, right next to me. Thoughts in my head, racing. We can't go on like this anymore. I'm done with the games we're playing. I'm over it. Yeah, I gotta let you go. Oh, yeah, I gotta let you go. Yeah, I gotta let you go. Yeah, I gotta let you go. Yeah, I gotta let you. Shawty, summer fine, summer fine. I saw you right up in the summertime, summertime. I tried to make you mine, it wouldn't work. Put in work, I had to push you first. I lost my mind, went berserk. I feel like Uzi Vert. Vivian Westwood chain hanging right around my neck. Balenciaga kicks 44 when I step. Summer fine, summer fine. I saw you right up in the summertime, summertime. But now I stay inside all the time, wasting away waiting for you to call one more time. Without you here, can't sleep, can't breathe. I need you here, right next to me. Thoughts in my head, racing. We can't go on like this anymore. I'm done with the games we're playing. I'm over it. So I had to let you go. Yeah, I gotta let you go. Yeah, I gotta let you go. Hey, yeah, I gotta let you go. Yeah, I gotta let you go. Yeah, I gotta let you go.
I've been up for 3 nights. My eyes are bloodshot red. Damn, I wanna see the sunshine. It's getting to my head. One look in the mirror, don't like what I find. I know that somewhere in there there's a good guy, but he runs away at midnight. I'm sorry that I stole your car. Ain't got those tattoos on my arms that don't mean shit to me. Maybe you should pull the alarm, so I don't take it way too far. Die before I'm 23. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Mom. My siblings are perfect and I wish I were the same. Making bad decisions, it should be my middle name. I love playing with fire, it's my favorite. Watch a bow house down, not feel a thing. One look in the mirror, don't like what I find. I know that somewhere in there there's a good guy, but he runs away at midnight. I'm sorry that I stole your car. Ain't got those tattoos on my arms that don't mean shit to me. Maybe you
This is what happens when I'm out of my medicine. There's collateral damage, I gotta go.
I'm sorry that I stole your car. Ain't got those tattoos on my arms that don't mean shit to me. Maybe you should pull the alarm, so I don't take it way too far. Die before I'm 23. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Mom. Sitting at the same old workplace. What's the point of this chase? To just bite our old tail.
Welcome back to the UCEI Holiday Invitational. My bad. It's presented by Xfinity. Once again, and here with me is my friend Miles.
Yeah.
How you doing right now, Miles? All right, we are going to get into game 2 today. This is going to be against Cal versus the winner of the other side of the bracket, which is UCSC All Black. See that whole thing. I say UC Santa Cruz, anyways. We are who once again defeated UCLA in quite a strong fashion, and then we have UC Santa Cruz is going to be on the red side. Right now, we are in the pick and ban phase. They already had the pro draft stuff, so right now it's just pretty much just picking their picks one after another. We do have Unstoppable, who is on the Unstoppable rock, by the way. But yeah, it's definitely rock solid picking up that Malphite Beans Route Hero on UC Santa Cruz over the Ornn. Ornn is honestly a very powerful pick overall, very strong tank, along with the CC and whatnot. Shyvana is picked up in the jungle for Tokidoki, and I actually haven't seen Shyvana in the meta yet. How is she right now?
They're probably solid. I'll take a look at what op.gg is saying, but I'd imagine this is more of a tanky build. I play a lot of ARAM games, and so when I see a Shyvana in ARAM, I know it's full AP. I'd imagine that isn't as good in a Summoner's Rift game, but who knows?
AP Shyvana has been the rage all last season in Summoner's Rift. She is honestly really dumb with the runic echoes, and you get Nashor's Tooth for like the 40% CDR. It just whenever you ultas up, you just go gank someone and just do massive tons of damage along with Dark Harvest. So I wonder if it's the same build for this meta in season 11. But would you see Talia Pantheon? You see Cal is opting once again to going for that global team comp with ISIS. I'm not gonna say ISIS. Isus. I can't English. ISIS. Ash. Issies. There we go. Issies cutie. But anyways, you see Santa Cruz does offer the Jhin and Thresh there in the bot lane. Very powerful and potent bot lane. I am personally biased for Jhin, so I'm probably gonna focus that more. But they do have Zyra. Cal does have Zyra to counter that, which is actually very strong against Jhin and Thresh, because since Zyra's plants is gonna prevent Painmaker from initiating 2-ham in that bot lane. So that's gonna be a fun game to watch. And what are your thoughts on the team comps that we see right now?
So I looked up Shyvana, and they currently aren't terribly strong in the current meta, not compared to champions like Pantheon or Talia that have huge advantages coming into this patch. Shyvana's pick and win rate have been kind of mediocre the last couple matches, but maybe Tokidoki will surprise us. Hopefully, I'd love to see that. But I don't know. I don't see a clear indicator in terms of team comp right now. We see the Ashe coming out again. I actually saved the results from the last game, and Ash did 20k damage compared to the enemy Misfortune's 30k. But you really can't understate the amount of like annoyance getting wave after wave of arrows. So looking forward to seeing that pick again. And I'm seeing the Pantheon coming out mid, I believe, with Eugenium.
Yeah, it definitely didn't help. It definitely didn't help UCLA's case, the fact that the Cloud Soul was the name of the game in that game. So hopefully, like, we don't get another Cloud Soul to see more 25-second Ash ults where you can just throw them out. I mean, let's play a hydrating game. Just like every time Ash throws out an Ash ult. That's funny. But I digress on that. It is like we once again see Cal going for this global centric comp. We have the Pantheon as the main engage, along with the Talia to follow up. Actually, Malphite, like, they have a significant amount of gauge, like, to follow up on Ash, which is very nice. And Panther's very strong, stronger. You don't need Dingalio. You don't need to wait for, like, whatchamacallit, Camille to go in. But they do have Camille banned against them and Galio against them. I'm pretty sure UC Santa Cruz did their homework against Cal based on that last game. But yeah, they do not want to face what UCLA had to face again. But either way, one thing I am a bit worried though is like if Pantheon doesn't like, I mean, Victor can hold his own fairly well against Pantheon once he gets enough power to wave clear completely with his laser. But he might struggle a bit in the early game because Pantheon is notorious for being a lane bully. Yeah. I feel like I'm just actually kind of hoping to see another cheesy level 1. That's always fun to watch. But as we wait for the spectator delay to finish up, let's talk once again about our sponsors. Thank you once again to Corsair, who is our official peripheral sponsor. We also have MSI, who is the official PC sponsor. Once again, if you haven't had a chance to check out our giveaways, please check them out in the link tree. We have amazing giveaways we're giving away. One of the giveaways is a MSI laptop. One of them is Switch. I mean, even AirPods or a gift card, like $25 gift card. So definitely check those out, courtesy of our sponsors.
Yeah, Pantheon recently got changed this patch. Kind of interesting because they made him more of a selfish character. He was a really solid support in the last patch, but they made it so that his E tower shots, his E, when it's empowered, it no longer has a longer duration. It just gives you a speed boost. And his Q doesn't slow. His ult now does some damage, and I think it has some armor pen on it. And so very selfish. I mean, selfish in the fact that like all the damage himself and not setting someone else up. But he can definitely be a player with his ult, obviously.
Indeed. No, Pantheon is a team champion. Like, he's basically engaged along with, like, look at this engaged. Okay, so imagine like Ash sending out the arrow hits a target, Malphite is there to flank, just ult the target after the 3 seconds is up to further CCM for Pantheon to just jump in with his ultimate, along to Leah to just ride in with a wave. I mean, there's an insane potential once again on this Cal squad. They're definitely loving the catch game and the global game, so it's going to be very exciting to see that once again here in this game. We're loading right here onto the Rift, and yeah, it's currently not game 2, but the second game of the day. There it is. Second game for the day. So I'm just gonna spitball these names right now. Second game of the day of day 2 of the UCEI Holiday Invitational presented by Xfinity. I do want to say these, but I know Cal is probably going to try to do an early invade. Easily spotted out by Painmaker, who drops a courtesy ward, to prevent them from doing any more cheese. Tokidoki, gonna give him a little love tap in the bush. Showed him, nope, we've been listening. We're learning. We know you guys level 1.
To clarify, this is loser semifinals, and whoever wins this will go on to fight the winner. Oh no, the loser of UC versus UCSD in the winners bracket. So this is going to see who gets the opportunity to climb out and who's going to be eliminated from the tournament.
God, UC. Damn, crowd just loves going for this level 1 cheese. Unfortunately, they won't get anything out of it this time. Easy Santa Cruz definitely doing their homework, but it seems to be just standard starts for everyone. It's actually going to be top oriented. Rex Required is actually opting to go for the blue buff start along with Tokidoki's red buff start. I think they're looking maybe to do a level 3 gank possibly in the bot lane. They do have a lot of kill pressure on both sides. You have the Jhin and Thresh, insane amount of kill potential with a gank, as well with the Ashe and Zyra against 2 immobile champions there in the bot lane.
Yeah. Are we gonna expect the Shyvana to? Oh.
Yeah. We have a bit of this difficult technical difficulties. 5-man Ward currently is having some connection problems. The game has been paused, and based on the team comps, how do you feel this early game is going to go, Miles?
Well, I'm definitely expecting that Shyvana to try to reach 6 as quickly as possible, and I think it could easily go in favor of UC Santa Cruz if Shyvana does pull some crazy stuff off. But I think Cal has a lot more of a consistent plan going into this game. AD Shyvana is definitely, I mean, not AP Shyvana is definitely a glass cannon.
It is AP Shyvana going up in an insanely squishy Cal team here. I mean, really, Unstoppable is probably going to go tank, but Malphite isn't really one to prioritize magic resistance over, like, armor. So, that's a really nice dragon. If Tokidoki does manage to get his footing on the Shyvana, that's going to be a very scary Skyrim character there. But, yes. Pretty standard start, both sides. A little bit trade going on.
Top lane is just 2 tanks kind of smacking minions and smacking each other funny.
Yeah, but the thing about Ornn is like one of those tanks that are deceptively like I forgot when the tank meta was, like season 6, season 7, when you had like a Maokai, despite building full tank, just does tons of damage. That's basically Ornn. So Ornn does a sound of damage with the brittle passive. Like, he does have a bit of 2 damage in there, but it's a beefy dude. Ooh, Isis is actually caught out. Takes a significant amount of damage. Painmaker flashes forward to get the flay and the death sentence. Unfortunately, won't be quite enough. First blood actually goes over in favor of Cal. Painmaker gets the retribution kill, and Weatherman Ghost is going to pick up an easy double soon. Rex Required flashing to potentially KS that. Maybe, I mean, I'm pretty sure that is a secure, but because Painmaker did not have flash, I don't think Rex needed to flash there, but I guess he just wanted the kill. I mean, early kill on Talia is actually pretty good, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah, kill on a support Zyra isn't the worst thing in the world. Obviously, it's good if the Zyra does damage, but if it's on the jungler, even better.
No, kills on Zyras are actually very scary. Like, getting early AP damage on the Zyra is gonna prove very troublesome for the UC Santa Cruz squad. You have Tokidoki here, trying to ward them away from getting some crab dinner. The wave is pushing against Last Tempest here, so that is going to give priority over to Cal here for that top crab dinner. GM's gonna slide back into the lane.
Yeah, top lane's just kind of funny. Oh.
Yeah, we see a gank here. Rex Required is going to have, he does have the red buff to slow. Beansprout here is going to go down slowly but surely. Not much you can do here. That's going to be an easy kill going in favor of Unstoppable.
I just love Malphite's auto animation. He just like slaps the other person.
Yeah, just rock slap, just slap all day. Slap, slap, slap.
And then Ornn is like his hammer and he's like bop, bop.
Bop, bop, bop. Alright. Yeah, Eugenium does have a little health deficit. Going to harass a bit of damage onto Last Tempest. Eugenium should not really have any problems here in the mid lane. Once again, Pantheon is a known lane bully, and Last Tempest can't really do much until he gets enough power for wave clear. But yeah, things are looking pretty solid Cal has an early lead. Tokidoki looking to do something here in the mid lane. Junium is going to be potentially caught. There is no CC, however, but they should have the move speed to finish him off. But wait a minute, Last Tempest
Oh, not quite.
forces the flash away, but does get the kill against Eugenium. A little bit of dicey there. Well played by UC Santa Cruz, knowing their limits.
Yeah, my eyes are definitely on Rex Required after that last game on the Olaf. He really popped off, especially near the end. So he's had some pretty good macro play. I'm curious to see where he can take his team.
Yeah. Right, this is actually pretty dicey. Unstoppable does hit level 6 first over Beansprout Hero.
No, decides against. Oh, no. Oh.
Oh. Mountain wants some food. He's definitely showing his presence of level 6. Beansprout Hero has to play a bit wary, but I feel like Unstoppable needs to be worried too, because if Beansprout Hero hits level 6, he should be able to all-in Malphite fairly easily. Oh, here comes Malphite in with the Unstoppable force. Here comes the gank. The Eugenium here with the global. Once again, Beansprout Hero does not quite hit 6 quite yet. Is going to try to get killed under the turret. Sidesteps Eugenium, forces away the flash. Unfortunately, it won't be enough. Beansprout Hero is actually going to escape from this gank. How in the world is he going to survive this? Beansprout Hero, he does have the flash. Eugenium does manage to kill him at the end. I do know why he decided to hold on the flash here, while Fireman Marty is going to pick up an easy kill. Tokidoki, wonderful gank on the Shyvana here in this bot lane. Why? I don't know why. I feel like Beansprout's Hero was a bit greedy there to just hold on to that flash. I mean, Last Tempest did burn his, I'm not Bash Tempest, Eugenium did burn his flash earlier on. Beansprout Hero flashed away. He could have easily gotten away from that Pantheon there, but because of his greed, does manage to give over that kill.
The Rocks TPing back top lane.
Up Beansprout Hero. He does have 6 now. He does have the Ornhorn, should he decide to use it. Gonna do a little trade.
Maybe he'll use his flash to try to pick up a kill later.
Yeah, double crab. But yeah.
Yeah, Malphite having that Balmy Cinder, huge advantage clearing the wave compared to the Ornn.
Yeah, not only that, he does have the level advantage as well as CS advantage. So Unstoppable is going to prove to be a presence here in this top lane. I think. Goes for a second. Okay. Feeling a bit.
Shyvana is 2-0, which is scary. Maybe we will be seeing the explosiveness of AP Shyvana in this game.
Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna see it. Like, with the 2-kill lead and Tokidoki is level 6, he's going to try to ult and gank whenever he can. We are gonna see red buff being contested. Meanwhile, in the bot lane though, 5-man ward instantly cleanses the arrow, rightfully so. He goes to is level 6. If he does not respect that enchanted crystal arrow, he's going to go down fairly quickly.
Yeah, right now.
That's fired. Does manage to hit the knockup. Last Tempest is slow. The Dark Harvest goes over, and that's an easy kill going over to Cal right there. And that's a wonderful Zyra ultimate. Oh my god, the Thorns are definitely ripping into UC Santa Cruz's side. But here comes the curtain call. That's 1, that's 2, going over. Fortunately, Rex Required here's in the backline, just cleans them up, gets an easy double kill.
Yeah, Cal is starting to get a pretty commanding lead early on against UC Santa Cruz.
Yeah, they're definitely making use of this roam potential with Talia and Eugenium on the Pantheon. So far, no dragons have been taken quite yet. Unstoppable is just gonna poke him out. This is dangerous. Beansprout Hero is in kill range should Unstoppable decide to pull the trigger with his... Tokidoki is here in the place, just gonna farm up a little bit. Here it is. Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it?
Wow.
Oh. No. Not quite.
I mean, those are some powerful mind games from Unstoppable, but very funny to watch.
Yeah, you can afford it. Cal is going to pick up that first dragon of the game. Unstoppable. Chang is like basically doing his damn, like trying, like denying Beansprout Hero pretty hard in the CS department. He is gonna have to pay a bit more reserve now that Tokidoki is roaming around in the top side. The ward does spot him out, so that's gonna allow Unstoppable to just away. Here comes the ultimate. That's it. There's no cleanse on that side. Painmaker looks is taking a significant amount of damage. Here comes the slow. That's 2 more autos away. 1 more auto. And we do have Talia once again here on his bot side. Rex Required gonna pick up another donated kill. Rex Required is on a killing spree here on the opposite side of the map once again. I don't know what more this UC Santa Cruz squad can do here in the bot lane. This bot lane is just being decimated by the Cal. Oh man.
Yeah, especially with Rex coming in and like preventing him from escaping from the back. There's just nowhere the bot lane can go.
Honestly, at this point, I feel like what UC Santa Cruz should do is just forfeit that turret, so that way you get the early push in, allows a 5-man more to farm around secondary turrets. Here comes Tokidoki with the Skyrim going here. Rest Required looks like he may have bitten more than 2. He is now unstoppable. Gonna walk away as Eugenium protects his carry. Weatherman Gosu does not manage to hit the flash snare, but Eugenium is going to get the stun to secure that kill. Rex Required once again dominating this early game with his jungler. Oh man.
Yeah, Talia's a weird champion because you can put a lot of pressure on champions under tower without actually going under tower, and that's really tough for the UC Santa Cruz bot lane to deal with.
Yeah, this is not looking like a fun game to watch. Currently 12-4 right now at the 12-minute mark. So roughly 7k. I can't math. 6.5k gold lead, 6.5k gold lead at 12 minutes in. I think I mapped correctly. Wait, 7 plus 6 is 13. Okay,
yeah. Gold lead. We don't know the number.
Oh my gosh. I am not a math major. That shows.
Zero gold lead.
Yeah, this is like, I don't know. How can UC, I don't know how UC Santa Cruz can come back into this. I mean, they do have Shyvana, who has a few damage, and if they do have the ability to scale as well with Ornn on the top side, but they can't afford to keep getting caught out here in this bot lane. But it's really hard, honestly. I mean, you have the snare from Weatherman Gosu, you have the enchanted crystal arrow by Isis, you have Tokidoki potentially here to see that he can counter anything. Once again, you have Rex Required in the enemy jungle just taking command of his bot side jungle. There's the enchanted Citronello instantly cleansed by Last Tempest, but here it comes! The things that Kel are not expecting. That's a significant amount of Fuso damage. Tokidoki is going in. Meanwhile, we have Eugene going in to counter this engage, and here comes the stun, and now unfortunately, UC Santa Cruz is in a rough spot, just in that chokehold on the wrong side. This is not even the jungle anymore. This is completely Cal dominance. An easy triple kill. 9 kill to Leah. 13 minutes in. What is this game?
Yeah, said my eyes were going to be on Rex, and here he is, 9-0. Really getting map control for the Cal team.
Yeah, I was not expecting it to be this bad, but oh boy, we are in for a ride. Hopefully, but not for too long. Hopefully, maybe 20 minutes, but this is one of those solo queue games where you're just FF at 15, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it is a tournament, so you can always just play it out, but if UC Santa Cruz is going to win, it might be something where the game goes on for another 40 minutes until gold leads don't matter, but that's just kind of a miserable experience.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very hard next 10 minutes for UC Santa Cruz. All across the board, the entire team is down in CS. Talia is 9-0. They don't own a jungle anymore, so because of UC Santa Cruz not owning a jungle, that's just gonna lead to even more XP loss. There goes the jungler. Tokidoki is not very oki. Going down. This is the kind of game where the jungler is just like I can't play. I honestly can't play. I can't farm. I can't get into my jungle. What am I gonna do? I'm just gonna go sit in base.
Yeah, and especially since Shyvana relies on that damage as a champion, and she's not getting the gold to use it, it's very rough.
This is a rough game. Eugenium confidently in the middle of 2 turrets. No carry in the world. Here comes a curtain call, hopefully to get a kill in retaliation. Tokidoki here come with a Sky. I'm gonna pick up 1 juicy shutdown. This could be the second. He does have the E up in about 4 seconds. We'll see if he can get another. He should be able to. There's another shutdown. Tokidoki getting some much needed gold in his pocket. 4 kills now. Hopefully that should be enough. I think if there's one saving grace for this UC Santa Cruz squad, it is going to be Tokidoki with like AP Shyvana just doing significant amount of damage to the insanely squishy Cal squad.
Yeah, you just absolutely can't leave your ADCs open to Shyvana. And I mean, Cal didn't really have a choice in that last fight because they were escaping the tower, but just you get chunked by like 400, 500 damage if there's no one there to block it.
And I mean, to give UC Santa Cruz hope, I've seen these solo queue games where Shyvana is down, but because of the sheer burst Shyvana has, you can easily come back into the game. Especially with Ornn. Like, Ornn is a pretty solid tank, should be able to protect your back line very confidently with the Ornn Horn and the knockups. But look at that. Just a little... Just top lane. That's just top lane things. You just farm up, emote. I mean, there's not much you can do against 2 tanks. There's no all-in potential there. Right. Might see a little bit engaged going in. Rex Acquired is now here on the bot side jungle. Once again, showing his dominance in the jungle. It's not Santa Cruz's jungle anymore. The whole map is just basically belongs to Cal right now. And it's hard. I mean, it's really hard. I mean, Painmaker is caught. We'll be able to escape from that. Luckily for UC Santa Cruz, they do have a bit of wave clear with the Victor and the Jhin, so that can potentially stall out the game. It's just the amount of gauge tools that wait, Tokidoki? They don't have a ward, but they sniff it out because they know that there's no vision there and they know it's pretty quiet, so mid lane is pinged out. They're not going to pull the trigger. I don't think they can pull the trigger. Tokidoki is now going to be potentially caught out. Here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Going to hit the mark. That's a legendary Rex required.
Doesn't even get the opportunity to ult out. They're just dead.
Yeah. I don't know. That was a very, like, potentially nice engage, but I think they were just hesitated too much there. I mean, it was smelled out. It was smelled out by Cal. Like, he saw the question mark pings on the minimap, so they knew something was up. But, I mean, honestly, at this point, if you're UC Santa Cruz, you just gotta press the go button. You can't really look for a perfect... I would say you can't really look for a perfect engage. You just have to try to, like, get some kills whenever you can because you need that scrap money. That's really the only way you're going to get back into this game. Otherwise, if you don't do that, it's just going to be a slow burn.
Yeah, and that's not exactly a pretty game plan, but it's not. Santa Cruz is in a pretty situation right now. It's going to be a rags to riches sort of story. These guys want to bring it back.
Yeah, it's just like, hopefully you want to try to force things. Hopefully the shutdowns go into the carries. They are going to force. This is actually going to be very nice for Cal. There's a shutdown. Unfortunately, going over to the Thresh is going to pick up that. Doesn't really need it. And now UC Santa Cruz is overstepped. There is the massive global pressure by Cal. Rex Acquired legendary double pull going over in favor of Isses. And 5 My Ward will fall. Clean ace in favor of Cal. Towards a 7, 20 minutes. This is sub 20 minutes, and the gold lead is blossomed to, my goodness.
Numbers.
Oh man,
It's blossomed to a certain number.
Yeah, I can't math. It's 13k and it's 20 minutes down. That's 1 turret. That's probably going to be the inhib turret going off. Issis is trying his damnedest to farm these jungle creeps. Oh wait, yeah.
Yeah. Shyvana got a ton of damage, but then died pretty much instantly, and that's
Yeah, Painmaker is gonna feel the pain. Rex acquired his legendary once again, picking up the kill. Tokidoki is here on the bot side, trying to do his damage to dissuade him. Eugenia is gonna survive just a bit with that shield. The nullifying orb is allowing him to survive. Shutdown will be going over to thing, but that's a massive, unstoppable triple kill. Malphite just slapping the entire back line, and I think this should spell the end for UC Santa Cruz. Fairly quick game, 20-minute victory. First turret going. Yikes.
Yeah, Thresh standing under tower and Salong, I guess.
Oh, not even gonna die to that.
Longer than I expected.
You see, if we go look at the bot side, you just see, you see Weatherman Gosu chasing around Tokidoki so he can't back. But we have Beansprout here going in with the Ornhorn, gonna try to get any kill. The damage is blocked with the shield. And yeah, oh. Does have the move speed to chase. Weatherman Gosu is gonna try to stop him to protect his carry. There is a way he goes, and that's another Drake going over to Cal. I think at this point, Cal is just like trolling around. It's just having fun. I mean, they can afford to. Tokioki is going to pick up a stack and a kill. Teleport going into the bot lane. Unstoppable, by the way. Going to find a dragon in the pit.
Ouch. Get clapped.
Just get clapped. Oh my god. This game. Just put them out of their misery already. 16k gold lead. 17k gold lead. 21 minutes in. Just end it. Stop. Please.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Galio is banned, so we don't get to see Speed Galio again.
Malphite just solos. He just solos 5-man ward. He is unstoppable aim and in kills. Last Tempest is gonna try to poke him. He's just here, standing in the base. Oh my goodness. Little sad face. Tokidoki is definitely out for the count, tilted, just walking by. Little dance party going on. This is just BM to the max. I don't know what else to say other than just laugh at this hilarity and sadness of this team. I'm so sorry. Oh, Crystal Arrow going off. Tokidoki is caught. Legendary once again. KDAs are being padded. The Ornhorn manages to get the back line. Rex is actually might go down here. This might be a shutdown. Rex required is gonna kill his KDA. Shut down, going over in favor of Last Tempest. If they can get a win, that will be it. They managed to get rid of the perfect KDA, and now they can
Kill and spawn.
yeah, they can satisfyly, like, they can satisfyly just dance around in base. There's a curtain call. Shutdown going one. There's two. Third shot. Fourth shot gonna kill. That's a triple kill. This is gonna be a quad in favor of 5-man ward. I love to see the quad and Jin. Flash that mastery. It's winnable. Winnable. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
Surrender vote failed. Some people know in this game.
It's totally winnable. They got juicy shutdowns. Let's be optimistic about this. UC Santa Cruz is going to come back in the next 10-20 minutes. Let's see it. I'm here for it.
6-item power spike.
They got the Quadra power spike. Jin. It's all in the Jin. He managed to get the collector. He's gonna be collecting them kills from now on. So, yeah, let's see it. It's totally like, uh-oh.
Oh, been spotted?
I think there's a spy among us there in the bot lane. Rex acquired, trying to do some mind games.
Shyvana,
I think he did. I think just straight up ignoring him at this point, but yeah, I mean that's a free Baron going over. There's the Scrying Orb, gonna see it out. Not much I can do about that.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Shyvana had her eyes on the Baron.
Yeah, they're just ulting for it.
Oh
they're just ulting for it. Not really much they can do there. There's some things going on. The Talia all just blocked off the enemy team. But wait a minute, Rex is caught once again. again, stun. That's going to be another shutdown going over in favor of 1,000 juicy gold. There's a Shyvana in the backline. Eugenium is going in, but look at the back line on UC Santa Cruz. 5-man ward has no protection. Unstoppable is just going to dive him here in the base. 5-man ward is going to pick that up. Weatherman Ghost is going to try to end the Nexus along with Eugenium. That's a significant amount of damage in return. That's a double kill going over. Trying to finish, trying to get some kills to pad his KDA. The screen just froze for me for some reason, but I'm just going to continue casting anyways. But
there's frozen screen.
It's
yeah.
Frozen? Is it frozen for you too?
Yeah. Okay.
I guess we'll never know.
Gotta say, Rex getting caught out twice. Novice move.
That's the funny part is, like, I don't know if they ended here. Did they end here or because?
Assuming.
I
mean, Orin said end in all caps, so maybe that stopped him. I don't know.
Can we get some technical stuff? Like, it's completely frozen right now. Like, this isn't even our fault. This is straight up on Riot's client.
It's saying victory, so someone won.
Wait, it said victory for you?
Yeah, I closed out. It said victory.
Oh, okay. So I guess we're done. All right. So okay.
Good job.
To all the odds, UC Santa Cruz managed to hold off and lose to Cal. And GG. That was an unfortunate display for UC Santa Cruz. It definitely hurt. But props to Cal, who just turned it around completely after day one. Just looking very. Oh.
Yeah, Cal's been kind of on a hot spree right now.
But yeah, Rex Acquired showing his dominance on these junglers. Can't wait to see the next game. But we are going to be taking a break real soon, and real soon we are going to be going over to what I believe is the winners finals between UCI and UC San Diego. Is that correct?
Yeah, the first round of winners. Okay, yeah. So there's the winners final, and then we play the losers final, and then the grand final, the which are tomorrow.
Yeah. So we are going to be casting over the winners final, which is coming up next right after the break. And yeah, it's going to be a best of 3. So it's going to be UC Irvine, once again, the favorite of the tournaments against UC San Diego. The Tritons are definitely not any pushovers whatsoever. So definitely tune into that, and we'll catch you in a bit.
name is Stephanie Hawkins, and I took the UCEI Esports Management Program. I am a Partnerships Account Exec at Immortals LLC. I enrolled in UCEI's Esports Management Program because I wanted to learn a little bit more about the business side of esports. I wasn't sure what kind of business experience I could use in my own background to get a job in esports, and I also just wanted something to add to my resume that might hype it up a little bit. I think that this is a really good way to kind of set yourself up, figure out where you belong in the industry, and create a network of either friends or potential colleagues or potential opportunities. So I would definitely recommend the UCEI Esports program to help you do that.
Craig, you still with me?
Yes.
Great. What's the equation of the slope?
Y equals mx plus b.
Sea that borders Europe and Africa.
Mediterranean.
Darren Froth, Dance of Spring, line 4.
For to be more alive is to live out of line.
Incredible. Okay, that's enough for today. Let's
Yes! Oh! So freaking good!
Craig?
Oh, sorry. I'm not. We're friends. You're my teacher. I'm happy. Just excited to learn. Really love learning.
Wishing that something would change, that we could turn back the page and live like our favorite fairy tales. So a love so free in a world of our fantasy, flying on dragons through sky-high cities. These are childhood dreams, it's how we used to be when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Oh, 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 our childhood dreams. Feeling, I feel so lightweight when I think back to those days, but then we went our own ways. I'm thinking about what needs to change, that we could turn back the page and live like our favorite fairy tales. So a love so free in a world of our fantasies, digging up treasures and sailing across the sea. These are childhood dreams, it's how we used to be when we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams. Oh, 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 our childhood dreams. Our childhood dreams, it's how it used to be
Well, we were kings and queens in our childhood dreams.
Every weekend is the same. I'm the one you try to claim. Yeah, I already know about your game, but I'm not the one to sit around and be played. Call me up with no shame. All your words sound the same. Yeah, I already know about your game, but I'm not the one to sit around and be played. If you come around just to play me, don't bother, cause you ain't overdue. Don't even try to convince me. Don't bother, cause now I see you through. If you come around just to play me, don't bother, cause you ain't overdue. Don't even try to convince me. Don't bother, cause now I see you through. Every now and then I think what we had was something real. Don't know why, cause I've been hurt like this, but never thought that I would fight for you this much. Don't know why, and tonight I'm not the one to be blamed, cause I ain't the one who insane. Yeah, I already know about your stupid games. Come around, come around. If you come around just to play me, don't bother, cause you ain't overdue. Don't even try to convince me. Don't bother, cause now I see you through. If you come around just to play me, don't bother, cause you ain't overdue. Don't even try to convince me. Don't bother, cause now I see you through. I want you to come over. I wish that you would come and give me something to prove. Won't you pull me closer? I think that I'm obsessed with everything that you do. I'm waiting, trying to be patient. You look like a painting. It's so frustrating. I hate it, yeah. I probably shouldn't say this. I probably should erase it. I probably shouldn't say this. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do, call me a fan. I'm living, give me your hand. I'm in it, yeah. I wanna be with you. If that's the last thing that I could do.
Who alive can't put me in a box. I redefine any definition you got. I am the tiger, I'm making steps to the top. The flames, I whip it up, you just gotta hand me the rock. Take a seat, you cannot stand it. All I know, the flow harder than a Scotch bunny. Don't try studying me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Yeah, you better listen. I'm bringing heat. You'll be a fan when I start rapping. Way I'll have your fucking head spinning. I'm known as spit vicious. Release bombs and go tick tick. Boom, you blow me that head missing. I'm a phenomenon. Stacking cheese like it's Parmesan. 8 different flows, call me Octomom. I'm moving fast like the Autobahn. And I'm independent, so I'm not your fucking starving like it's Ramadan. Sick, twisted, gifted. Can't copy, printed. Can't hold me down. I shape shift, I'm liquid. I killed this beat, I might get convicted. They know how I move, it was predicted. Persistent, spoken into existence, so consistent, no assistance. Hear me once, become addicted. If I rap it, then I live it. There's no cap when I be spitting this.
This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, fathom to see the horizon. Turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number. Fueled by them to see the horizon. Turn us to thousands, and on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Welcome back to the UCEI. I'm keep messing up. Welcome back to the UCEI Holiday Invitational presented by Xfinity. Once again, I am Forecast, and here with me today is Miles. What is going on, Miles? How are you enjoying today so far?
It's honestly been really fun. We had a really solid game between UCLA and Cal, and then we had a very entertaining game between UC Santa Cruz and Cal. And unfortunately, UC Santa Cruz lost, but it was a brutal game. But now we're going into the winners finals, UC Irvine versus UC San Diego. I'm from UC San Diego, so I'm a little bit biased. You guys know who I'm going to root for. But I'm hoping it's best of 3.
Yeah, indeed. Like, yes, they are going to. It is going to be the first of 3 best of 3s, I believe. This is going to be the winners finals right now, and then tomorrow we are going to be having the losers finals, which is whoever's going to lose this game is going to drop down to there again. You see, well, I believe, yeah, Cal. Whoever loses this game is going to play against Cal tomorrow, and then whoever wins that is going to face off in the grand finals, which I believe is on Monday. So pretty hype stuff. And Tuesday, it's going to be a Tuesday, and the Tuesday is actually going to be a best of 5. So it's going to be. I thought today was Saturday. Today's Sunday. I am losing track of time.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's
finals ended. Like my sense of time is just completely distorted.
pretty much. But yeah, congratulations for all of you UC peeps who have finished your finals. Let's hope you get the grade that you deserve and want. But yeah, and pretty excited to look into this game. UCI is once again the favorites in this tournament. They're pretty well known, especially in esports in general. They're known as the pioneers in the collegiate esport. But once again, UC San Diego, if you can go ahead and talk about, they're not really slouches either. So
They got second place at the SoCal Fall Festival. I think only Arizona State University ended up beating them. And overall, like just a very solid team. Been having a good showing so far, and obviously, I hope because UC San Diego. So.
Oh yeah, and just a friendly reminder that this tournament does feature 3 MSI MVPs, 1 for each game: League of Legends, Overwatch, and Valorant. So we will be having voting enabled during the grand finals. So if you keep in touch with your favorite player, and if you do enjoy their gameplay for the MVP, come to the grand finals on Tuesday and vote for them during the. Yeah, just vote for the MVP, because the winner of who wins the MSI MVP will win a brand new MSI GE75 Raider laptop. Definitely want to show them that love, and then yeah, that's a pretty spicy laptop. So right, but we're gonna start looking at this champion select. They are picking their picks. We have the Wukong. Yeah, Galio is once again picked. Victor is once again picked. So we have some different picks here on both sides. We got Wukong in the top lane for. Is that San Diego's on the blue side, right?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, we got the Monkey Man at top lane. We have Graves in the jungle for UC San Diego, and I actually haven't seen Graves too much in season 11 yet. Could be wrong, but
I think he's.
I'm looking at this. Yeah, I'm looking at this Kha'Zix though, especially Aatrox with the Gore Drinker and Kha'Zix with Eclipse. Or is it not Eclipse? Duskblade. Kha'Zix with Duskblade is like really disgusting. I'm sorry. Like I know you can say that, but you can agree with that, Miles, from being an ARAM main, but Kha'Zix with Duskblade is just Lawrence. If he's hearing this, he's probably like foaming in the mouth right now with Kha'Zix. Like he's an avid Kha'Zix player. He loves the interaction with Duskblade, give extra stealth, which is utterly broken in my opinion. Especially this is just no oracles anymore. But yeah, look at UC San Diego squad is looking pretty darn beefy in the team body department. Lacking in the AP though. They don't have too much AP, but they have a significant amount of Wombo with the Galio ultimate, the Leona ultimate, Wukong with the Cyclone. Just a tremendous amount of Wombo potential there. On the on UCI side, it's a more traditional comp. You have Aatrox is just going to be the usual split trip pusher. Kaz is going to try to like jump onto the back line, hopefully on Jin or Graves. Actually, Jin, yeah, just Kaz's job is just to assassinate that Jin. Should easily be doing that. Victor is pretty strong mid lane overall, especially during this patch where he doesn't have the Hex Core build anymore. And Caitlyn and Thresh. Caitlyn is actually, I feel like, is on the weaker side this patch, but it is like he should safely be able to poke out the Jin in the early game. So yeah, that's looking very spicy.
Yeah, we've seen Victor in the past 3 games, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Victor is just overall a very strong pick, but we haven't really seen it show up yet today. Like all the Victor picks so far have been on the losing side, so maybe UCI will turn around that narrative of Victor not being very good. But yeah, let's see. Definitely a lot more global pressure on the Triton side, the UC San Diego. And we're probably going to see Leona roaming. Well, Leona and Galio is just a powerful roam combo, especially if they coordinate with King Clueless on the Grave. They can easily pick up kills off of that. Especially around Victor, who is pretty immobile in the mid lane.
Yeah, Graves definitely benefited from all the lethality changes from the new items. In particular, Caitlyn and Wukong aren't like broken this patch or anything, but that doesn't mean that they won't have a strong showing or anything like that.
As Spectator is going in, I just want to once again shout out to our sponsors. Thank you, Corsair, for being our official peripheral sponsor. We have MSI as our official PC sponsor. Once again, MSI is giving away a laptop to the MVP of the end of this tournament. They are both also giving away some stuff in our link tree. Go check it out in the giveaways tab below if you're in the stream. And we also have a few giveaways in the chat. Please be sure to watch out for that. They are very nice giveaways. I think our last giveaway, someone won a $25 gift card. Congratulations to them. And very exciting stuff. This is going to be for the long haul. Hopefully we go to I want to see it go all the way. Like I want to see the 3 games. How about you? Miles? Hey, dude.
Oh, what was the question? Sorry, I disconnected for a second.
Oh, are you excited for this? Are you excited for this matchup? I know you, as like a UC San Diego, a fellow proud Triton. I know you have your bias, but you have to be pretty excited with this.
Yeah, well, we're at the cream of the tournament right now. These people have not dropped a single game yet, so yeah, I'm definitely excited.
Yeah, it's gonna be spicy. You can't wait to see it all. Yeah, we can as we wait for the Spectator Lily to finish, we can go for a quick ad break. Thank you for that ad break. We are finally in the game. We had a little bit of poke damage in the bot lane, but minions are going to respawn. Nothing too major going on here in the early game. They're pretty respected on both sides, but yeah, on the blue side, once again, we do have UC San Diego, Dyson Sphere on the Wukong top lane, King Clueless with the Graves Jungle, Sharif on the Galio, Frenzy on the AD carry, Jin, and Unless on Leona support.
Yeah, there was, I think, an auto attack and a missed Q exchange between the bot lane, but other than that, we haven't had any action.
And on the red side, we have UCI, we have Clone Sheep with Aatrox in the top lane, Duong Pro on the Kha'Zix jungle, Super Frankie with the Victor. Again, an interesting pick is based on today's tournament so far. Young Bin on the AD carry, Borba Pro player, and Deecho 18 as a Thresh support. Speaking of support, we have a little support battle going out to Les, trying to do a little bit of damage, taking advantage of the Aftershock passive. Pretty even trade on both ways.
A little bit of a scuffle on top.
Scuffle indeed, just a little scuffle. UCI does manage to get the level 2 advantage here in the bot lane. The Death Sentence does not manage to hit the mark. They will be able to start pushing this in, and honestly, this is honestly very favorable for Caitlyn. Caitlyn in general just loves just pushing it in, and Caitlyn can afford to do that against Jhin and Leona, because if Leona's engaged is entirely on her Zenith blade, as long as Youngbin sidesteps the Zenith blade, they can continue to harass his bot lane, provided that the jungler is not.
Yeah, looks like the junglers are busy farming their own camps at the moment, so we're not going to see any of that action yet. Caitlyn can just continue to push in.
Little bit of damage going over Deecho, definitely knowing his limits underneath the turret. Unless it's taking a significant amount of damage. Frenzy as well. Less forced to burn the potion. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, King Clueless and Duangpo are here to fight for some crab. Dema Duangpo is going to get the advantage because of that bot lane priority. But unless wants begs to differ, King Clueless wants to go in. Here comes the flash, forcing the flash. Cyrif going to go in, and it looks like the Thresh is caught. Deecho is going to go out. Unfortunately, I don't think a kill will come out of this. But look at this insane TP by Clone Sheep, going to bring the fight wide open. First blood going over to Super Frankie with Dyson Spear to come get a kill back. Does get the stun off. Duangpo a little bit of caught. Fortunately, the crab dinner does go in favor of UC San Diego, and UCI are forced to go back.
Yeah, King Clueless just kind of like autoed and smited while the fight was going on to secure it.
Yeah, both TPs on both top lanes go down, but a little bit favorable. It's UCI who did get that first blood, if I recall correctly. But
yep.
I mean, UC San Diego did the Scuttle Crab, so yeah, Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, the Victor on UCI is starting out with a kill is pretty nice, but also Monkey Boy in the top lane having the kill as well. Dyson's be able to capitalize on that.
Yeah. I think Clone Sheep should be fine. I mean, Aatrox has an DNA sustain and is very well adept at doing 1v1s. Provided he's 6. But yeah, he is going to be at a little bit of deficit here in the top lane. I mean, he does have a CS advantage. He did get to lane first, and the lane is actually pushing in to Dyson Spheres. So it's going to give Clone Sheep some breathing room to just ward up the area.
Yeah, and despite getting poked out in the bot lane, we still have UCSD's bot lane having roughly even CS. However, it looks like UCI is going to get a little bit of pushing away of all their recalls.
Yeah, I feel like this is to be expected by UCI. I feel like they're because of the raw player skill that they have, they're naturally just going to have a better CS advantage on all fronts. Clone Sheep is going to be a bit down though, once again, because of Dyson's early kill and getting the favorable end in that teleport play. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Dyson Sphere able to pick up both a Dorn Shield and a Dorn's Blade.
Definitely want to try to capitalize on that early kill.
Yeah.
Want to get that early sustain as well, especially since Wukong does not really have as much a sustain as Clone Sheep on the Aatrox. So Isn't really much to do in this top lane. I can't imagine Dyson getting a solo kill onto Aatrox because Aatrox... But Aatrox can do, like, well back. But Dyson does have a lot of poke potential with the clone, like the Nimbus strike and stuff like that. But wait a minute, there's a death sentence landing on unless goes in, is flayed away wonderfully by Detro, but King Clueless is here, stepping on a ward. It is pinked. They did not have any vision there, and King Clueless is going to pick up a kill. The fourth shot is going to do a significant amount of damage onto that, along with the deadly flourish on the Young Bin. Young Bin is going to be out. What is John Pro doing? Potentially getting caught out, giving over a Dark Harvest stack for free. Frenzy's going to be enjoying that one fairly quickly.
Oh, this might be a kill.
Yeah, this might be a kill. There goes Xenoblade underneath the turret. That's an easy kill. Unfortunately, Jin has a refractory period. Youngbin's gonna get that kill underneath the turret unless Xenoblade a little bit too forward underneath the turret, allowing Youngbin to pick up that retribution kill. King Clueless may be bitten off what he can chew. Here comes the Galio ultimate going in. Here comes the grand entrance as they can pit. King Clueless is gonna slay Dwang Pro while Detro's here in the backline to intervene the Dragon Pit. Unfortunately, King Clueless is going to pick up the kill as well as Frenzy pick up another kill on Super Frankie. Detro is here to fall to close second. There's a knock-up. There's a deadly finish. Double kill. This Jin is be very spicy here in this upcoming mid-game.
Yeah, King Clueless had some very fancy footwork, sliding out of the Dragon Pit and then hopping right back in to secure drag.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we have a pause.
Jungle lag. Maybe that might have played a role into it, I think. But I don't know if they're lagging. There's the pause, and then I don't know if they're going to restart his client. But nonetheless, maybe they're just trying to ride out the ping wave.
I mean, they might be playing on ResNet, in which case, yeah, makes sense.
It's nice to just wait. It's not. Imagine you could do this in solo queue where you have a ping spike and then you just pause it to wait it out. I think that would be really nice.
People would abuse that so hard.
I mean, Dota 2 has it and people don't abuse it, so...
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
I don't know. Like, if you give people that choice, I feel like they're just gonna... They're gonna make up excuses. It might even be a strategy for getting, like, the other team to, like, surrender or get annoyed or something.
Yeah, but let's talk Gold Pride for a second. We see UC San Diego is on the favorable side of the game at the moment. What more can you say about that?
I mean, happy. Obviously, I want UC San Diego to win. Again, this is still very early on. I don't know what UC has planned, so I have no idea how this is going to go. But it's definitely reassuring that we have a lead.
Yeah, but I mean, like, yes, it is early on, but they do have Graves. They do have Jin, who have the majority of the kills right now. Those two champions are notorious for snowballing, especially with Jin on Dark Harvest and the lethality build. That's going to be very scary to play against, especially considering that UCI do not really have a tank.
Yeah, they have Aatrox, but not quite.
Yeah, Aatrox is not really going to be... Aatrox is one of those booster types where, like, he has to, like, go in, otherwise he's pretty much, like... There's not much he can do, because he has to, like, sustain his way through the fight.
Mm-hmm.
So Jin's long-ranged, along with the protection of Galio and Leona, is going to prove troublesome for UCI if UCI does not get their footing.
Yeah, Clone Sheep winning a couple of its top lane, getting Dyson Spear, a couple hundred health down.
Yeah, look at that trade. Clone Sheep was level 7, Dyson's level 6. Dyson's taking a significant damage, does pop the Conqueror, and Clone Sheep is actually smart to just wait that Conqueror proc out. Now, since Dyson does not have his Conqueror proc anymore, it's going to give Clone Sheep the ability to just zone him out on the CS, which is very unfortunate. That's going to give UCI a little bit of footing here in the top lane, which is actually pretty nice for them. Did he build a... Oh, I see. Dyson? I like this build from Dyson. The fact that Dyson straight up went for Executioner's Calling is actually pretty nice. Because that's just going to make ganks on the top side very easy, should King Clueless decide to come up there.
Yeah, currently we have Kha'Zix, Dwang Pro, in the middle of CSD's jungle. He gets a few camps and then walks out. Going for Rift now.
Yeah, things are definitely slowing down a bit as the objectives are not up on the map. The Dragon was taken by UC San Diego. Next objective isn't up until 3 minutes. Herald is not going to be contested either. They're just looking for engage potential. Ooh, almost up there. Yeah, the Clone Chief was able to get back from that. They are going to start getting some vision control for the Herald. It is pinged out by UCI. They know something is going on in that area. Do you have Kazakhs here to face check? Super Frankie is going to push Seraph away. It is caught out. King Clueless is found out, trying to sneak the Rift Herald. And that's an insane amount of damage. Force a flash away from Zhuang Pro's Kazakhs. Will be able to safely get out, but this gets lasered. I don't know why King Clueless went back in there, but he should have just backed off. I don't know. But yeah, that's an easy kill going over to Super Frankie. Much needed gold in his pocket. So far, this Victor is actually looking very, very nice in comparison to the past 2 games we have seen today.
Yeah, Rift Herald being started for the 3rd time in a row, this time by...
Yeah, I think UCI thought they could sneak it there. Not UCI, UC San Diego thought they could sneak it there. And ultimately, they just got caught out. Like, you saw the raw amount of damage that Kazakhs does when a target is isolated. But for saving Graves, Graves did manage to pick up the plated shield cap, so that's gonna mitigate Kazakhs' damage a little bit. But still, the isolation damage just hurts, especially when Kazakhs finishes the display to Jakthar. Speaking of finishing, Dyson might be in trouble. Is gonna have to cyclone them out. That's gonna easily push away them gank, but they can always just return. Clone Chief has his ultimate. Zhuang Pro has the Herald. They're probably gonna get this first turret free. You might want the bot lane. We have the bot lane of UCSD just going in ham, pushing them away from the turret, and ultimately, there's a party in the top lane. Bangpo's gonna kill. It's a very messy team fight. Sorry if it's gonna get Trey kill in return. And the Herald is actually gonna go down. They're not quite gonna finish that turret. They should be able to finish this turret off. No, they do not have the body since all the action is in the bot lane. Jin flashes out, Deadly Fury out as well to avoid getting caught in that box. But pretty spicy bot lane. A little bit overextended and dicey from UC San Diego's side. But have a few summoners off. Jin still has his heal. They definitely need to be wary. They don't have to worry too much about the jungle since they know that the action was on the top side, but Youngbin does have the damage unless decide to overstep. There's a one almost gets that 90 caliber net. If she hit that, that would have definitely been a dead Leona there.
UCSD's lead no longer, it's actually even in gold pretty much. Looking more like a 50-50 game.
Indeed. But this dragon is up once again. It is being pinged out. Dongpo is going on his way there, as well as King Clueless, trying to put some warding up here in the bot lane side. Gonna push it out for the bot lane priority so they aren't scuffed out for the dragon fight, which is gonna come up right now. You already have these targets going out. King Clueless almost getting hit by the death sentence. Luckily for him, this death sentence was too far out. No need for fancy footwork. He was already too far out from the rage, but priority is currently in control in favor of UCI, unless it's here. She does have the solar flare. Caitlyn does gonna push priority bot lane. Now it looks like I might be in trouble here. This is a 4v3. A little bit of miscommunication here, but nevertheless, Kazakhs does have the hop out. Super Frank is in the fight. Here comes the 2 teleports. Aatrox and Wukong coming into the fight. And this fight might be favorable. UC, I think it might be... The Hellfire is actually blowing it up. This team fight is very sporadic, all over the place. Shutdown number 1 going over to the Kazakh. Clone Chief is just going to wipe up the fight. Here comes the resets. And that's a big ace going over in favor of UCI.
Yikes.
That's a big yikes.
Yeah, all of UCSD there, and they only managed to get the Aatrox. That's huge for UCI.
Yeah, and that was very unfortunate because, like, here's the thing. UC San Diego's comps is centered around, like, the team fight. I did a very good job of just splitting up the team. Like, the team fight was everywhere. So, they couldn't, like, UC San Diego could not overlap their CC whatsoever. It was just all, like, they were all basically fighting their own fights, and that ultimately led to UC San Diego's demise there in the Dragon Pit. Away with you.
Both top and bot tower on UCSD side pretty close to breaking, but they've managed to hold on to both for now.
Two. Just funneling out the kills. I'll get a start to establish some vision. UC San Diego, you can't count UC San Diego out just yet. Once again, they still have the kills on their carries. The bot lane is starting to become clearly outclassed in favor of UCI with Youngbin on the Caitlyn. And yeah, I just want to see, I want to see UC San Diego make use of his Galio. Like, they have a Galio and Leona to roam. I want to see them make use of that. But it's interesting enough, it's interesting that Leona opted to go for the boots of swiftness out of no abilities. That Frenzy is just straight up caught. Youngbin is now on a killing spree. That's an easy kill going over. That's a lot of resources going over to kill. Get a shutdown on the Victor. Going in favor of clean 2 flashes. I don't know if that's worth. I think that was a bit overkill. Could lead to more, but
yeah. Interesting Hex flash from the Thresh coming earlier.
Oh, there we go. Youngbin is definitely respecting it. Here comes the Galio, the grand entrance. Not gonna hit much, but King Clue should be able to finish this off. Actually, shutdown going over to Star Galio.
Still looking like pretty even game. Again, UCEI has a slight edge. Caitlyn opting for the Gale Force so that they can better navigate around the team fight. Same thing with the Jhin, actually, opting for Gale Force instead of a more damaging item like Eclipse or Duskblade.
I mean, I like the Gale Force because he needs to be able to, like, kite away from the Aatrox and the Kha'Zix. So that's gonna help much in ability, considering Jhin is also... I don't agree with Jhin being immobile, but because of how nerfed Crit is, I would say he's currently immobile in the meta right now. But I miss going fast. I want to see him go fast again, but I digress from that.
He does have...
Yeah, he has Swifties. But this is what I want to continue to... This is what I want to continue to see UCSD do, is make use of that Galio ult. They should have no fear in initiating things, especially against how squishy UCI is.
Yeah, Graves also going for Gale Force. Everyone wanting the mobility that you get from the extra dash.
Yeah, also the execute damage as well. Like, what Graves is all about is getting in your face and just, like, blowing his load. But we might call here in the bot lane. That's 1, 2, 3. Unfortunately, Youngbin is a pro at sidestepping these things. Does get the thing. For some reason, Youngbin just disrespects him by going off the ace in the hole right in his face. Is going to lead to a free kill for Frenzy. Does burn that flash, but I mean, that's a kill. A kill is a kill, and I'll take that.
Yeah, UC San Diego trying to secure a rift, and down in the bot lane, Frenzy being able to farm a little bit without being interrupted, which is nice.
Yeah, and because of that exchange, UC San Diego will pick up the second Rift Hero. That's going to be much in the gold in their pocket. Yeah, I feel like this game is going to rely on Frenzy right here. He's doing a pretty decent as Jhin right now. But yeah, like, again, let's talk about the catch potential. Like, not only can you initiate with Leona and the Galio needs to wait for Leona to go in, but Jhin can catch people out with just Curtain Call. I mean, it's a pretty common procedure for Jhin players to be the initiator on the team by, like, if they ping out like a lone target, Jhin is gonna initiate with the Curtain Call first, which slows down the target. Strongpo is gonna try to take away this this chicken dinner. It's still gonna go over in favor back to UCSD.
I mean, the chickens are just little dragons if you think about it.
Yeah, that's true. They're cousins, aren't they? No, wait, chickens are cousins of dinosaurs, I think.
Yeah, a lot of dinosaurs have feathers rather than scales.
Yeah. The Rift Herald is popped relatively early to get that mid pressure to try to get some dragon control, but I mean, it does damage to the turret. I don't know if that's gonna do much. Youngbin pops the ace in the hole to get Frenzy to pop his potion right away. Les taking some nice poke damage. That is an unfortunate caught, and Les is now on the team. But King Lewis is gonna decimate Young Bin. They're in the back line. Meanwhile, the teleport goes in. Clone Sheep is in the fight. He does not pop the ultimate quite yet. Here comes the Wukong with the Galio to protect his carries. That's a shutdown. That's one. That's two. Dyson Spear is going to pick up another kill, and that's going to be a nice team fight going in favor of UC San Diego. But Close, you look at the regen of that Aatrox. No grievous wounds. That's one triple. That's triple kill. This is potentially a penta if they decide to go for it. Dicho does have flash. He does have the flash and play. He has the flash play death sentence. He can do it if he wants to. They go for the death sentence. He knows that Jin does not have flash right now, and that's going to be the healing. Clone Chief is on the ravage. That is an unofficial penta if I have not seen one. That is a Clone Chief going massive for UCI. The Anteaters are in the game, and they will be able to take the Drake as well. Massive play.
Yeah, was that the gore drink on the Aatrox that just got him like a couple hundred health?
I mean, it's Gore Drinker and the ultimate. His ultimate gives him an insane amount of lifesteal as well as the raw AD damage. So
yeah, the man was on the brink of death, and suddenly, oh, he's killing everyone.
Yep. So yeah, UC Irvine has definitely just blown this game wide open. They've got their second Drake of the game, and this is going to be an Infernal Soul, which is going to be scary for UC San Diego. Or if Kha'Zix gets his hand on like the two more Infernal Drakes. That's gonna be a spicy pick. Like, he's just gonna jump in. Frenzy's not gonna know what hit him until Frenzy gets his Phantom Dancer or Guardian Angel, which I don't think he's prioritizing right now. He wants to go for I would assume it's the Collector. Is that from Serrated Dirk and Pickaxe? Could be wrong. Yeah, he wants to make use of it because Collector synergizes super well with the Dark Harvest on Jin. But as of right now, it's not much safety going off. Young Bin almost caught out by Unless's Hex Flash. Yeah, things are gonna slow down a little bit. Young Bin going off aggressive with the Gale Force. That's a single bit of damage. That's just greedy by Young Bin. The Curtain Call is here to retaliate. Clueless wants some blood. Dicho is going to try to dissuade him from pursuing any further. Dyson also teleport. No, Sarver is going to teleport, mind me. Clone Sheep is now caught out. If they can get a CC, there is a taunt, but Victor is here to intervene. Look at the amount of lifesteal going off. Unfortunately, he has not quite enough. Jin is going to pick up that shutdown. Dicho is going to try to save his carry, but the carries on UCSD are low. They can easily die risk. They can just look how low they are. They have all the burst potential. Super Frankie is going to pick up the kill on the side, and ultimately another lost fight for going in favor of UC Irvine. I feel like UC San Diego is just staying way too long. They should have just dip set, knowing that they're low against this Kha'Zix and Victor. But
I'm not sure if I agree with the Leona play going back in. I think that might have been a little bit too ham.
Yeah, they managed to get a shutdown on they managed to get the shutdown on the Aatrox Clone Chief, and right now Jin does finish his Collector as well as Graves, so they both have a significant amount of damage. Yeah, just bubble pop. Not gonna do anything. But I actually really like this Edge of Night pickup, but Frenzy might have found a target. Significant amount of damage going over. That is a very fed Jin, 5 and 3 right now. Clean Clueless wants to go in. Super Frankie, that is the power of Gale Force. Just put him in your face. But King Clueless is clueless indeed. What was that?
Yeah, we were talking about how the Collector pops people, and then Victor goes around and pops him right in retaliation.
Yeah, I'm biased. I like seeing Frenzy kite well. Here comes the Curtain Call to stop Clone Chiefs from escaping. Clone Chiefs' ultimate is down. Dyson's Spear, the fourth shot does not manage to hit the mark, but here comes the Goon Squad going to pick up the kill. Dyson's Spear is going to pick up the kill, but look at in the top lane to retaliate. UC Irvine is the Baron. It is uncontested completely. This should be an easy Baron. Very nice macro play by UC Irvine here, as the Anteaters will pick up the purple buff. And yes, it does taste purple.
Yeah, not exactly a worthy trade on UCSD's part, sending everyone to catch out the Aatrox, but at least you got something out of it.
Yeah. I guess. You have Dragon coming up in 1 minute 20. These both teams are gonna start, excuse me, prioritizing that right now. But oh man, I like the way that King Clueless plays in terms of his burst, because he wants to play with Graves like unexpected burst, especially with the Gale Force. But definitely have to be careful about that. Like, don't bite off and chew, especially with Victor, who is Victor does the kiting thing pretty well with the move speed he gets from his Q, as well as the slow from his gravity field.
Yeah, and if you place down the gravity field in a team fight, it's just this massive zone that you can't really stay too long in, which can add a lot of pressure in a team fight.
Ooh, here's a catch. D-throw is caught out by Unless, and there is a very nice soul flare in the middle of the team, but Dwang Po is currently stealth, trying to get King Clueless. There is no protection for his back line. Dwang Po is gonna just slice and dice his back line, but here comes Frenzy, and now here comes the cavalry from UCI going to just decimate the team. Dyson Spear was not in the fight at all. This is gonna be an easy double kill. Eventually, there's 3 kill going over in favor of Colin Steve. Nope, that's going over to Super Frankie, and that was very uncoordinated by UC San Diego.
Yeah, looks like UCI is to exploit the cracks in UCSD's game plan, and I think this is like an 8k gold lead at this point.
Yeah. It's like, that was very questionable because Dyson did not have a teleport up. He was not in a fight, and Clone Sheep was able to like chase him down before he got there. And this is just gonna lead to the 3rd dragon for UC Irvine. And they're gonna be threatening Soul. They're just gonna get even more powerful with this percent damage buff from the Infernal Drake. Looking really scary. It's also scary too. Like, I kind of want to see more healing reduction. I mean, we do have the Oblivion Orb and the Executioner's Calling picked up. I mean, Wukong already has the Executioner's Calling from early game. We do have the Oblivion Orb on the Galio, which is going to help a little bit. It's just insane amount of damage that UC Irvine has in the tool belt. I'm not sure if UC San Diego has the power to just soak it up. I mean, Galio's not nowhere near tanky enough. And yep, okay. Yeah, this is what I talked about. Yeah, this is what I talked about. Where like he tries his damnness to burst, but it's just, yeah, I know you're Graves, but
I mean, it would have worked if he landed the ult, but because the Caitlyn was so close to him, it was a really narrow skill shot.
Yeah, I feel that. But UCI is going to start sieging this turret. Youngbin gonna take a turret shot. It's currently lower than half health, but they don't need to worry too much. They're just straight up tanking. They don't care about minions until they realize that reinforced turrets hurt like a... Yeah.
Yeah, the Aatrox have Death Dance, and considering that UC San Diego is the AD, that Death Dance is absolutely huge.
And that's the reason why Frenzy opted to go for Gale Force. He needs to escape from that route. But Dyson Sphere may caught a Clone Sheep. A Deadly Flourish does not manage to land. And so Clone Sheep will be able to get out of that a little bit. D-Throw wants to do some cheesy stuff here as they establish more vision. For UC San Diego, they have a significant amount of wave clear to help prevent the push from happening. And here comes the ultimate. Look at that damage. Frenzy is just going to melt underneath Dong Pro. It's gonna set up like that. Clone Sheep gonna sustain it all up with the Death Stance. Unfortunately, will go down. Eventually, shutdown going over in favor of Graves. Youngben is here to intervene along with Dicho. It's currently a 3v3. Victor's just on the top lane, so King Clueless going to end unless gets caught by the death sentence. King Clueless cannot do much of that. 1, 2, 3! Double kill. Nicely played by Youngbin over there to pick up that final kill. But I think this should be the end of game 1 here. It's way too long.
Yeah, Leona once again trying super hard to go in, but isn't enough damage or support to back her up. She just kind of dies in the middle of the enemy team.
Okay, I guess they're not ending now, but they will take 2 inhibs. They have, I mean, they really aren't in a rush to end. They have a significant advantage everywhere across the map. And UC San Diego, I mean, they do have scaling on Jhin, but In terms of the other champions, there's not much scaling there anymore. Wukong is meant to be a mid-game powerhouse. Wukong falls off significantly in the late game, along with Graves. So, UC Irvine are definitely not in a rush to just end this game. They can just close it out as slowly as possible.
Yeah, Caitlyn pinged Baron Nashor, which is coming up very soon. Seems like UCI has its eyes set on that.
This game has definitely gone longer than our other games today. Gonna approach the 30-minute arc. Definitely don't count the Tritons out yet. We have seen magic happen from them. Just hope for it. See, Young Po does have Edge of Night. The early damage going out, getting the vision. That's what I really like seeing about Pro Caitlyn's. They use the ult just for vision, not necessarily for damage. Fortunately, unless is caught, unless this might be a engage, but here comes the engage from Wukong. Fortunately, it is way too late. The amount of damage of UC Irvine is unrelenting as they clean up this potentially final theme type. Yeah. That's pretty much it.
They might not need Baron at this point. They're just running.
Yeah, they don't need Baron. They're just gonna run it down, and yeah, this should be the end of game one. Game one is gonna be going over in favor of UC Irvine as they clear out these final minions. They're just gonna take their time and again a little bit.
Yeah, UCI living up to their #1 spot. They really did deliver in this game, and hopefully UCSD can bring it together for the next one.
I'm assuming the game ended already.
I think so.
Because it froze. Did it froze for you?
Yeah.
All right. I'm just gonna
check the damage graph.
Again, client is being interesting. But yes, UCI did manage to win against San Diego. Bat Eaters are up 1-0 right now. They just need to win one more game to advance to the grand finals on Tuesday. And honestly, I want to see UC San Diego come back. I want to see the Tritons put some power in there. I want to see a game. I want to see a game 3. So there were definitely some good stuff on UC San Diego's part. Frenzy had an early lead. King Clueless did have an early lead, but just rough game decisions, I think, like made him throw it away.
Yeah, looking at the damage graphs from that game, Aatrox was in the lead with 22.5k, and considering how ham he went in team fights, being able to lifesteal and not dying a whole lot in those team fights, racked up the most damage. And then also the Caitlyn and the Kha'Zix from UCI sides getting a lot of damage as well, all above 20k.
All right, and as we start preparing for game 2, we will be rolling a little bit of an ad break. So just be right back in a bit.
My name is Stephanie Hawkins, and I took the UCEI Esports Management Program. I am a Partnerships Account Exec at Immortals LLC. I enrolled in UCEI's Esports Management Program because I wanted to learn a little bit more about the business side of esports. I wasn't sure what kind of business experience I could use in my own background to get a job in esports, and I also just wanted something to add to my resume that might hype it up a little bit. I think that this is a really good way to kind of set yourself up, figure out where you belong in the industry, and create a network of either friends or potential colleagues or potential opportunities. So I would definitely recommend the UCI Esports program to help you do that.
Craig, you still with me?
Yes.
Great. What's the equation of the slope?
Y equals mx plus b.
Sea that borders Europe and Africa.
Mediterranean.
Darren Froth, Dance of Screen, line 4.
For to be more alive is to live out of line.
Incredible. Okay, that's enough for today. Let's
Oh, so freaking good!
Craig?
Oh, sorry, I'm not. We're friends. You're my teacher. I'm happy. Just excited to learn. Really love learning.
invincible.
Welcome back to the UCEI Holiday Invitational presented by Xfinity. I said it right this time without stumbling. Nice. Anyways. Yeah, once again, we're here. We're going to be going into game 2 of UCI versus UC San Diego. And Miles, can you refresh us on what happened during game 1?
Game UCSD even having a small lead at the beginning, getting kills on their Graves and their Jin. But unfortunately, they couldn't keep that lead, and eventually UCI kept gaining ground until eventually they claimed game 1 of winners final.
Yeah, ultimately it went down to UCI's superior team fight prowess. That one split fight in Dragon Pit was the catalyst for UC Irvine to just snowball their lead. So we'll see what happens going into this game too. We have similar comps going out on both sides of front and sense. We have, for example, for UC San Diego, they once again decided to go for blue side. They popped for the Shen, which is another global, and a Rumble mid, which is actually very interesting. But on the on UC Irvine side, we do once again see that we do see the Kazakhs. We have a set in the top lane, putting some much needed Macho Nest there in the top lane. Oriana, which is a pretty generic mid laner, decided to go for Oriana instead of the Victor, decided not being banned. But we'll see what happens. I think they're looking to do the ball delivery service comp with where like either Set or Kazakhs decides to jump in with the Oriana. Lucian is actually picked up. Lucian is actually fairly doing well in this meta. I mean, with this meta of all lethalities, Lucian isn't like mechanically he's very nice. He can easily bully out Misfortune if he gets the upper hand, especially with that juicy Braum pickup. That's going to be very nice to see.
Yeah, looking forward to see what Super Frankie can do with the Oriana ult. Could easily be a game changer in team fights.
Yeah. So UC San Diego is going to opt for sticking with the lethality. You have the Misfortune picked up by Frenzy, and the Thresh is going to Unless once again on that engaged support. Lucian Braun is actually a very scary bot lane. Like Lucian has so much all-in potential just at level 2, especially with press the attack, and Braum with the concussive blow. No, that's not concussive. That's a Vice passive. Like Braum with the snow blows is going to I'm just gonna call them snow blows. I don't know what yeah, whatever. Braum with the snow blows, like his passive is gonna Lucian can proc his passive very easily, so Bradstreet and Unless definitely need to watch their footing in that bot lane exchange.
Yeah.
How do you feel? How do you feel like these are gonna go?
Misfortune and Thresh is also a pretty big threat, honestly. So I think bot lane could go either way. I actually haven't seen a lot of Rumbles mid, so curious to see how that goes. But UCSD opting to take a lot of magic damage this fight. I feel like we haven't seen a lot of magic damage in these games, with the exception of like Victor mid lane and that one Shyvana we saw earlier.
Yeah. And I feel like yes, they're going with the global comp. Like UC San Diego's going with the global comp somewhat again, but they do have a bit more jungle damage with the Shyvana and probably going AP Shyvana. I just want to see them. Like I feel like if they hold on, they could potentially scale long enough. But the problem I see at UC San Diego's comp is that they don't really have much protection for like their carries. Like Rumble and Misfortune are very easy to jump on. And I mean, Thresh alone, I don't know if he's going to be enough to kite, because I know Shen is probably going to try to go initiate with Shyvana unless Shen decides to play the kiting game. Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, Shen's nope zone is like very nice counter against Kazakhs because it does mitigate the damage from Kazakhs' the sharpened claws. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because Shen definitely gonna try to ult in to protect probably either the Rumble or the Misfortune, but until the Shen does arrive, you don't really have a tank. You kind of have Thresh, but Thresh trying to protect your entire team, pretty difficult.
What I do like the idea of though is seeing Rumble go aggressive, Rumble ults in, goes aggressive with the Flame Spitter, and then Zanya's for Shen to ult. Like that's a very powerful combo in its own right, and a powerful initiation too. Because you have the
Yeah.
flame spitter and the entire enemy team along with the fire, and then Shen is just gonna go in and taunt the back line. That should be really nice to see. I hope I see that. I want to see UC San Diego play with these globals properly, and yeah, I hope UC Irvine definitely have a lot of snowball potential too with Lotion and Kha'Zix. But
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Rumble ult into just Shyvana chunk. We saw like damage upwards to like 700 just from a single Shyvana QE in the last one. Looking forward to seeing that again. And I think UC San Diego could get some really ludicrous damage if they stack everything on top of each other.
And as the spectator delay finishes up as we move into game 2 of UC San Diego versus UCI in the winners finals, we're gonna send it off to a short word from our sponsors. Yeah, once again, thank you for sponsors for sponsoring this tournament with potential prizing. Once again, if you haven't had a chance, please go check out the link tree in the giveaway tab below to win potential prizing from Corsair, MSI, and others. So,
yeah, let's be honest. If you're watching this, you're probably a college student. You could use the free stuff. Go enter the giveaways.
Yeah, I mean, one of the giveaways is a laptop. Like, come on, you can't don't skip out on that. Just get that chance, get that laptop, and use it for college stuff.
Gaming. We're gamers,
College.
right? Any gamers in chat? Let's go.
But yeah, it was pretty standard starts on both sides. Nothing too cheeky. We did have Detro and Youngbin try to do something aggressive at level 1. Because Braum and Lucian are notorious for level 1 all-ins because of that, the passive from Braum. It's really easy to catch people out. But they're going to be taking a little bit of poke damage, a little bit of punish from Frenzy. Look at the damage on the Flame Spitter. The empowered Flame Spitter onto Super Frankie. But level 2 advantage is going to be going over in favor of UC San Diego's bot lane. They're going to be able to get priority, and especially since Braum is melee as a support, he has to definitely watch out the little auto attack harass from Thresh. But at the same time, you need to be able to respect Braum's stand by me, because that can allow him to cover the gap when a minion is there. Double tap. Ooh, that was a very nice play. Quite a bit of damage going over. I don't think that trade was necessarily worth it. Does manage to pop the potion on the Lucian, but here's an early exchange. Juan going to find King Clueless in a jungle. This should be an easy first blood. Going over. Wait just a minute. Both sides barely living with a sliver of health. Clone Chief has the flash, decides to go over. Fortunately, King Clue is able to get out. Zhuang Pro is here in the wings. That should be an easy kill, but what is this Bonobo play? First blood going over. Just enough health from the Haymaker passive is going to allow Clone Chief to live, but Sarf is going to pick up 2 easy kills. I don't think that was worth it at all for UC Irvine. A very greedy play. Oh man.
A quick update, Shyvana's actually going press the attack and opting for a more bruiser build rather than the AP we saw earlier.
Yeah, maybe UC Irvine wasn't taking that into account, the press the attack proc. So, but yeah, that was very well played by UC San Diego to play around that early invade. But yeah, Decho is gonna be caught out picking it up. But I want to see more of this. I want to see more of this from San Diego. Rally the call, fight the good fight.
Yeah, still hoping for the reverse sweep from UC San Diego. Ouch, Dyson getting out-traded for almost half his health.
Yeah, it does have the nope zone to mitigate some of that damage. Clone Cheap, as said, doesn't really have too much sustain. I mean, he does a little bit from the Haymaker that has a shield. That's actually going to be an all-in. Clone Cheap just decimating Dyson's Fear with a solo kill.
Yikes, Dyson's having a tough time in top lane. Set already double CS, 2 more kills. That's rough.
Yeah, and that's actually going to be going even longer. Like, Clone Cheap rushing the Vampiric Scepter from the early kill is able to just sustain everything against Shen's, like, safe harass. Frenzy is going to be caught. Gonna get flayed away so it doesn't pop the blows, but it will get stunned. Now, there's maybe an overextension by UCI. Youngbin is going to be overextended. Very wonderful teleport on both sides, unless it's going to be get the kill on UC San Diego side. Not the person you want the kill to go over, but it is a kill nevertheless.
Yeah, fortunately it seems like the Fresh Ignite took it. Misfortune was about to auto, but didn't quite get it in.
Yeah, we have Clone Chip here in the bot lane. Take advantage of his early lead. We do have Shyvana sneaking away the Drake, as Shyvana usually does. Shyvanas are notorious for getting those early Drakes solo. So the amount of DPS she has, especially against the dragon.
This is a bit of a tangent, but up until recently, Shyvana's passive where she gets bonus armor and magic resist from dragons was kind of like useless in ARAM, but in the most recent patch, you actually get armor and magic resist bonuses as the game goes on. So it's nice to see Shyvana getting a little bit of love in ARAM.
The more you know. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know what I was doing, but anyways, we do have UC San Diego actually has an early lead. Well, an early kill lead. They still are down in gold because of the CS advantage, but they are pressuring Youngbin quite a bit. Currently, Frenzy does have 20 CS up on Youngbin. So hopefully that bot lane may be a saving grace for UC San Diego this time around.
Yeah, Dyson Spear still stuck at 20 CS, having a really rough time as Set ends up picking up a recurve bow to get even more offensive power against this Shen.
Yeah, that's a problem. Oh, here comes the Facebreaker. Haymaker is held on as Clone Cheap gives a little bit of harass damage. Dyson has to be careful. With half health, Clone Cheap can actually just all in here with the suplex. She decides to go for it. Yeah, very dangerous game being played here on the top lane. Uh-oh, looks like unless maybe caught out. Here comes a door. Able to catch it out. Here comes King Clueless with the gank. Detro's forced to flash over. Frenzy flashes over too. Gets the kill. Well, actually, King Clueless is actually going to pick up the kill with the Skyrim shuffle, but Clone Cheap tries to all-in Dyson Sphere on the top lane. Dyson Sphere is able to get out without losing much. It's going to be zoned out significantly with the amount of CF. Oh, this is really bad. The wave is actually pushing against Dyson towards Clone Cheap. So Clone Cheap is going to get a really nice freeze up here.
Yeah, I mean, Shen's always going to be useful because of his ult, but he's not going to do nearly as much damage or tank as much when it comes to fighting.
Dude, like, he has 20 CS 8 minutes in. You hate to see it. And he can't really do much about it. Look, Shen, he's not even going to top lane right now because he knows he can't really farm because of how zoned out he is. But wait, he does catch Zhuangpo. Chesty taking stuff in the jungle. He has him on his sides. Here comes the cavalry for UC San Diego trying to cut out Zhuangpo, but he is going to be able to get out with the blast kill. And Super Frankie is now caught out. Sarf does not have the ult to finish her off, so no harm, no foul. Strong Pro is able to get a free blue buff off of that.
Yeah, UCI having a slight lead, especially in the top lane.
Mm-hmm.
Bot lane
Oh, I
is
see it.
even now.
But yeah, this is really rough. Like, I honestly, like, I have to commend Dyson Sphere for playing this out, because as a, like, I'm not a top laner, but I used to play top lane. Like, I'd honestly be super tilted about this right now. Uh-oh, King Clueless tries to go for a dragging thing. Strong Pro forces a flash. Here comes the ultimate combo with the Shen. The flash taunt is going to pick up the kill, and Dyson Sphere gets some much needed gold in his pockets. King Clueless is going to be under. The Haymaker is actually going to take him down along with the shield. Should be survive long enough, but the cavalry from San Diego is here. Not after a double kill. Set is a monster up in this top lane. Shen is not having a good time. Sarif is going to be getting the retribution kill for UCEI San Diego there. Overall a 2 for 2, but UC Irvine is coming out on top of all of this.
Yeah, at least Dyson gets a little bit of gold from that kill, but he's still level 6, still very much behind.
He has sub 30 CS in 10 minutes. I feel so sorry for him. Like,
Yeah,
like,
Set is standing intimidatingly in the lane, and Shen just has to.
It's like,
really careful.
yeah. Like, usually when against a Set, we should have like a stando fight, but I don't think Shen has a stando to stand on. So, oh boy, he's gonna hit 30 CS soon. But, yep. So the top side is very weak from UC San Diego, which is going to prove problematic as the second Drake of the game is going to come up. Shen doesn't have Shen is going to have teleport. He does not have his ultimate, however. Some back pings as they scope around. What do you think UC San Diego has to do to get back into this game, Miles?
I think Rumble is a really solid 3-0 right now. And so if Rumble were able to land a really good ult, I think UC San Diego could play off of that. Even though they're misfortunate to have kills yet, they still have a lot of gold. So
that was a little bit of exchange there in the bot lane, like potentially catching Nitro out is able to ult away, as the top lane is the top side of the jungle is just completely dominated by UCI right now. Shen really can't do anything there. Here comes the flash play as King Clueless comes in with the surprise dragon. Dicho is going to be the Dragon Slayer. The Dragon Slayer is going to fall to the dragon. Not a very good Dragon Slayer, but
irony is a cruel mistress.
Yeah, in the top lane, Dyson, he really can't do much. He is basically a second support, but not actually a support right now.
Set's just walking down top. No one can stop him.
I think his worth is
He's
I
going.
don't know.
Okay, no, he's leaving.
He's just a cannon minion, a glorified cannon minion right now. I'm so sorry, but
Oh, yeah,
31 CS.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Shen's always good for, like, there's some stuff that doesn't scale. I mean, his ult kind of scales, but like his taunt and his no space, those are always going to be valuable. But again, he's just not going to be as tanky.
Yeah, I mean, on the bright side, the other side of the map is doing fairly decently for UC San Diego. I mean, like you said, Rumble is up ahead in kills, and Frenzy and Les definitely are holding their own against Youngbin and Ditro in the bot lane, forcing them back. So can't really count them out. I'm just very worried of like the top lane presence. I mean, it is Shen. They do have the powerful shield, which is actually up right now, should they decide to force something. But yeah. I just
Both Set and Shyvana opting for a Bork, really wanting to shred through the tankier members of the enemy team.
Yeah, Bork is just really strong on Shyvana too, along with the Presti attack. Just insane amount of % health damage straight up.
Yeah.
The eye is sniffed out here on the top side jungle. The blue buff is currently contested. It is a 3v3 right now. I think this should be fine going over. Clone Chief wants to go in. Here comes the Flame Spitter going out. And that is actually very interesting. The weakness on UC San Diego is not enough. Easy double kill going over in favor of UCI, but...
Yeah, Rumble had some solid damage, but then he ended up overheating, and at that point he couldn't cast any more spells to damage people. He just died.
Yeah. It's just also the level differential too. I feel like if Shen had a bit more gold, that would have been a team fight. Nice death sentence. Really punishing the weakness of his bot lane. There comes a Shen ult actually being useful. The double kill going over. Not a double kill. They split the kill 1-1, but UC San Diego, their bot side is doing very well against the UCI's bot side. And honestly, I think it's up to them to carry this game along with the Rumble. Dyson is just ultimately going to be a shield, like an ultimate bot in a way. But I mean, isn't that normally how you play Shen? You just farm and then AFK farm and then ult when you need to.
Yeah, but would be nice if you were tankier.
I mean, eventually he's gonna get tanky. I mean, he's probably gonna get plated steel caps next, which will be a significant amount of damage reduction against 3 of their members. But
yeah, another AD heavy comp coming from UCI.
Here comes the Skyrim in the bot lane. Fusro done. King Clueless gives a surprise kill on the Clone Sheep. Clone Sheep definitely did not respect any of that.
Now Shen's sticking to bottom, and Rumble, who actually has kills in top right now.
Yeah, that's fine. Fortunately, the Shyvana E damage isn't quite much as AB Shyvana, but wait just a minute. Look at the damage with the Gale Force along with the double up. Ooh. Spicy amount of damage. Youngbin definitely needs to be careful. He's been caught out by the death sentence quite a bit. King Clueless finds Dunko in the jungle. Dunko's in trouble, has to W out. This is actually very prime for UC San Diego. The dragon is going to be coming up in 10 seconds. They have control in this jungle quadrant right now. Seth does not have a teleport. I think he actually burned the teleport to be there in time for the dragon. Oh my goodness. The double shot. Youngbin not respecting it. This Orianna shockwave only lands on 1 target. That's 2 crucial ultimates down on both sides. And this is going to be ultimately controlled, but Ivan UC San Diego may be going. That's a massive showstopper going over in favor of UCI. That's ultimately going to be very nice, but UC San Diego is doing a decent job kiting out, but unfortunately is not going to be quite enough as UC Irvine is able to just clean this fight up. A clean ace, a triple kill for Dio Brando. But yeah.
Yeah, that set ult on Clone Sheep, absolutely huge for setting up that team fight.
Yeah, that was immense. Like, that was a 1v5 showstopper, and that was amazing to see, setting that up for his entire team. Even without the Orianna ult, even without the Lucian ult, like, that's just the amount of damage I have. And imagine how more decimating that would be if Super Frankie and Youngbin had the ults for that fight.
Oh.
That just proves to be a very bad omen for UC San Diego. I'm scared for them right now.
Yeah, Ciarth was able to get Rumble ult out with their dying breath, but at that point, I think that team fight was a bit of a lost cause.
We have Donko going to be taking over this jungle as they usually do. Unless decides to do something, maybe. Gonna dissuade him from getting that red buff. Saving it. Yep, he's just gonna peace out. Saving his buff for his carry. That's very nice. We have Set here in the bot lane. Potentially overextended. Maybe, unless sees him. He smells him. He has him. He has him in his sights. See if he can land some skills. There goes the Skyrim going over as the showstopper is gonna put him on top of Frenzy. The Haymaker almost taking him down, but Shen's ultimate stand aside is going to allow Frenzy to survive that and exchange. And yeah, good job capitalizing on Clone Sheep's greediness. He's actually, yes, he's 9-5, but he's starting to get very greedy, I feel. He thinks he's given over some fairly easy kills.
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly disagree with that, but at the same time, he almost killed the Misfortune, and the Shen needed to ult in order to save her. So it wasn't exactly... It was almost a one-for-one trade, including getting all of UCSD onto the bottom side of the map.
That is true. That will give UCI the Rift Herald. And yeah, Clone Sheep is just massive on this set right now. On the bright side, they do have a bit of scaling on UC San Diego's side. Shen is starting to get a bit more tanky. He is going for the Sunfire Cape, I believe. Or... that, yeah.
So they have Sunfire Aegis, but unfortunately Sunfire Cape, as it is now dead.
Ah, I see. Going for the Aegis. They do have people in the jungle. Oh, Dicho might be caught out. Here comes the goat, and the Kiklus immediately jumps onto the Dragon Slayer, but this might be more of the two, but it's actually very favorable for UCSD. The slow manages to attack Dwampo and Sarf picks up the kill. Sloan Ship is in the middle of 4 people. He does have the suplex going in, unfortunately won't be enough. Look at the amount of damage, unfortunately won't be quite enough. And Super Frankie does have the ultimate, gets a 3-man shockwave, but that is an amount of damage he can do as they do not have the carry in the fight. UC San Diego finds a very nice kill and should get them some juicy gold with all that shutdown, especially bringing them back in the game. This is actually very good timing. Baron is pinked out. Baron is up. They do have 28, 27 on the Orianna, so they can actually choose to force this Baron.
Let's go UCSD.
Yeah, the forcing the Baron. Set does not have the teleport. The Kazakhs is nowhere near. They should be able to melt this, especially with Shyvana. Like, there's a lot of DPS going over for UC San Diego. This should potentially, yeah, this is free. This is totally free Baron. Very well played by UC San Diego to come back into this game.
They were getting a little bit close in UCI to Baron, but UCSD manages to... Oh,
just... no, back there! Run!
Kazakh's just being a bit of a nuisance and preventing him from recalling. Oh wait, no, maybe it's bigger.
It's good. Oh, wait. Okay, he's got the vision. He's got the thumbs up. Gonna delay the backs even further. But oh no, here it comes. Here it comes. That's actually a very nice Unfortunate going over the counter, but this is an overextension. 1 for 1. At least they got rid of 1 buff on the Thresh, but it's okay, but... yeah, Clone Sheep used to be carry. He's currently 9 kills, but now he has 7 deaths. He has the most he has the most deaths on his... he has half the deaths of UCI right now, so...
I mean, I can respect it.
I can respect that. Like, I know you're set, you want to go all in, but... But...
Set is one of those characters I wish you could use Mark from ARAM, because it's so satisfying to Mark and then smash and suplex.
Oh, yeah. Suplex, but UC San Diego is gonna have initiative for this dragon coming up in 8 seconds. Clone Chief does have the teleport should they decide to force the fight. Shen has his stand united in retaliation in case they do that. So far UCI does have the upper hand, has vision in the area. Definitely need to be careful. UCI definitely need to respect the Rumble ult. Rumble ult is doing a tremendous amount of damage, and definitely giving UCI giving UCI a run for its money. Dyson Spear gonna tank 2 turret shots for some reason. Ref team does slant the Rift Herald to try to distract them. They will get the dragon out of that. That's 2 Ocean Drakes. Unless it's caught out. Youngbin going off. And here is the squad, and UCI is just gonna once again clean up his team fight. But King Clueless here is gonna maybe get a kill on the Dragon Slayer. Dito actually survives this. Youngbin is now in trouble. Dyson Spear hopefully can land a CC needed, but they will blast cone over, and Clone Ship here is to retaliate. Now UCSD is on the wrong side of the fence. Dyson Spear and King Clueless don't know what to do. They will try to get a cheeky kill on the Youngbin and Dicho. There is the flash on. There's a shutdown actually going. Very nice flash on by Dyson Spear. Gonna get at least 1 kill before they ultimately kick the bucket here. But Dyson Spear actually might. Yep, nope. The Facebreaker is gonna put him back into the fight, and interesting display. I mean, it first went into UCSD's favor, but UCI ultimately just got the kills back. But
yeah, Shyvana did a lot that team fight, but unfortunately their rage ran out and they couldn't finish off those last couple of people.
Yeah.
Set's walking around in topside jungle. Might encounter Rumble, actually.
Yeah, Rumble in the jungle indeed. They do just see each other. They're just gonna give them up. They're just casually pinging them out. Oh, Set's teleporting out. There's no CC. Unfortunately, there is no hard CC to stop his teleport. But there was an imposter among them. It's like you just casually walk by and it's like, wait, what?
Oh, why does the Set have a red health bar?
But that is actually a crucial teleport burn. So Set has a TP disadvantage while Shen's teleport is going to come up along with his Stand United. So this is going to be an advantage in macro play for UC San Diego. Set is going to be forced to follow his team right here while Shen and Rumble can continue to split push. Rumble is very strong. 6 and 2 right now. Look at that burn damage. That's just damage from the Comet and 1 tick of the E and the missile. Yeah, can't wait to see it.
UCEI is planning on collapsing on the Rumble, although he should be able to recall in time.
Yeah, I should be able to go. Actually, Super Frankie's gonna sped it up. Actually, he manages to stop the back from Sire. Sire is forced to just all in because he knows what's coming for him. He does have the ultimate holding on to him. Meanwhile, the bot lane, Clone Chief is once again 1v2ing against Skyrim and Dyson Sphere, who will once again go down. Frenzy's gonna pick up the kill. Shut down. Juicy going over to Sire. Sire just gonna be having trouble in the top lane. He does still have the ultimate. Should he decide to use it, that is on a fairly low cooldown, so maybe he'll bait them into the bush and he's gonna use it right here. Nope, he's gonna hold on to it.
I mean, he wasted a little bit of their time. That's probably the best you can do in that situation.
Yeah. Just time and time again, Clone Chief is falling solo again and again. And this is giving UCSD like the small advantages they need to come back into this game.
Yeah, Youngbin on Lucian going to stop the push, but I feel like Shyvana and Shen could kill him if he got in range.
Yeah, we do have the Dragon coming up in 1 minute 30 seconds. Currently, UC San Diego does have priority in Dragon Pit. We do have Orianna, Super Frankie just pushing in the top lane, hoping to get that turret. Not really much you can do. Baron is pinged out. That is coming up in 30 seconds, so it's coming up before the Dragon does. They do have vision control already near the Baron pit. So that's very nice, well prepared by Super Frankie and his side. But I want to see. I have yet to see a glorious flame spitter, like a glorious flame spitter yet. I want to see. I'm just waiting for that. Not the flame spitter. The
Rumble.
The fire. Rumble. That was called. My bad. Good to see maybe a little action here in the mid lane. King Clueless is on the flanks, potentially ready for the go button. They are face checking a dangerous place. There's a culling just gonna do a lot of tick damage onto Unless, basically killing off the tank's health before the fight even starts. We do have Set here, gonna give the showstopper here, but look at that. Oh my god, the Rumble ult is insane on the back line, just chunking that, forcing UCI out. Super Frankie is potentially gone. That is a very nice flash Genset, and Frenzy is gonna pick up that kill. Youngbin is gonna try to kite out. Dito's low. This whole UCI squad is very low for this Dragon. I don't think they should be sticking around here. But Clone Sheep still has full health, so if UCSD decides to overextend, they could prove to be the time. Donko is definitely playing with fire here, forced to W out. And that's gonna be Ocean Drake going over, putting UC San Diego into Soul Point. But oh man, CRFs. Oh, that was very nice ultimate.
Yeah, Youngbin just pushing the mid tower, not quite getting inhib, but still getting that important tower while UCSD is occupied with Dragon.
Yeah, the equalizer, there it is. Equalizer indeed, equalizing the kills on the board. UC Irvine is definitely still up inside, I mean in gold, because of the insurmountable CS leads across the board, but UC San Diego, the Tritons are definitely putting up a fight here.
I mean, it's not everyone. The Thresh has a CS lead on the Braum.
Braum.
Stand behind Braum.
Stand behind Braum. I can't do that. I'm like, oh my voice is gonna be shot at the end of his day. closing into the 30-minute mark. Baron is still up. UCI does have vision on it. The bubble popped. It's popped. Thank you, Unless, for doing that. That's actually gonna make contesting this Baron side area a bit easier for the next 30 seconds. But we have Dicho is actually gonna be here in the wings first. Unless does not have his trinket, I believe. No, he does have his red trinket up available. He's gonna try to look for some sweeping wards here. We do have a Dwangpo in a peculiar spot, ready to flank. Dicho is potentially caught out, not quite. Shen is still on the bot side, split pushing, and Kha'Zix is spotted out. He's sitting on a ward, and not sitting on a ward. He's seen, so they know he's there. Question mark pings are going out. Kha'Zix may be in trouble. He does have the bubble to protect him. Little BM mastery flash as he drops away. Oh, Youngbin may be a little bit caught though.
Yeah, UC San Diego holding the center of the map right now while UCI is recalling, but it seems like we have a going to ping for Baron, so they might be starting that.
Yeah, this is actually good Baron. Like, they're actually just gonna start the Baron here. UCI has no complete darkness for UC Irvine here. They have no idea if it's happening. They smell it. They're not even gonna look at the pit. They're not even gonna put the scrying on the pit. Why aren't you gonna walk around a pit when you have the red trinket? You can see the bodies. You just totally dismiss that. But that's a free Baron going over, but Frenzy is actually gonna Gale Force away from the culling as Dyson Pierce is looking to do a jerky bot. Here's is actually the team fight that UC San Diego needs. The Shockwave manages to hit 2 people. The Equalizer is actually a bit behind. The Equalizer is not gonna do much damage. It actually might be problematic for UC San Diego because they did burn a lot of their damage. The Misfortune Out is going to do a significant amount of damage to fill away the bot lane, and UC San Diego actually comes out on top, forcing UCI away. UC San Diego is coming back in this game.
Yeah, that was one of the first really convincing team fights I've seen recently from UC San Diego, and if they can keep doing that, they might be able to close out this game and make it 1-1.
Yep, UC San Diego is scaling. I mean, Shen, we almost counted Shen out in the early game, but look what he's doing now. Just the sheer amount of utility that Shen brings to his team, despite being completely behind, is immeasurable right now. And I honestly don't know. I don't know if UCI has the damage to back it up. I mean, Super Frankie did have whatchamacallit, a decent shockwave, but it wasn't really on the priority targets. And God, Frenzy does. I think Frenzy is doing a wonderful job of just saving that Misfortune ult for when like he actually needs it. That really just decimated the entire team.
Yeah, this is really close game. Some of the other games, the gold lead has kind of spiraled out of control. Here, it's back within 700.
Yeah, but even so, it's still, yes, UC San Diego is just still scaling. You still cannot count UC Irvine out. They are well versed into doing this. Here comes the Skyrim Shuffle. Skyrim Shuffle with the flame from Cyrif is going to force Super Frankie out of the fight. Meanwhile, Dwangpo is now going to be the second one couch forced to hop out. King Clueless just does not care. He just wants to go in, and they have every right to with the amount of power and tankiness that they have. Look at these health bars. Like,
Anna going for the chase, slowly making progress on the Brawl.
And now here's the downside of UC Irvine's comp is they don't really, aside from Set, they really don't have any tank busting capabilities. I mean,
Lucian.
Yeah, Dyson. Well, Lucian is not really tank busting. Wait, does he have a Giant Slayer? He does have a Kraken Slayer, so yeah. The Kraken Slayer does help out a bit, but I mean, that's off of the auto attacks, right? But the problem is he doesn't really have much room to auto attack back because the amount of gap closers that UC San Diego has with the Shyvana ult, you have the Thresh, Death Sentence, and then you also have the Shen ult. Just, it's really hard to play, honestly, as the carry. But
yeah, if Lucian were left alone, then he could definitely shred with percent health damage, but UCSD as a comp where it's kind of hard for him to do that.
Yeah, and UCSD are finally closing the gold lead. Youngbin is potentially caught out. Actually, no, Youngbin is actually going to solo out Dyson Spear here. Look at the amount of damage Kraken Sailor does. He goes to eat in. Dicesphere should have the taunt up. Dicesphere is just gonna face tank him with the flash on, and Young Bin is going to go down.
Wow. Dyson popping off now.
Solo kill going over in favor. Here comes the equalizer into the back line, blocking off his clone seep. Manages to suplex King Clueless out. Actually, this might be an overextension on UC San Diego. UC San Diego forces Zanya. Cyrus is now in trouble. The ground passive, but as a massive misfortune going over. Oh my goodness, Frenzy with a massive bullet time. In that chokehold, just gonna cement UC San Diego's potential victory here. The death timers are way too long. 38 seconds on Super Frankie. 10 seconds on Young Bin, so maybe I think they could at least just get this in hip and go. I think that's the best option, yeah. They're gonna follow that.
Yeah, unless trying for a cheeky hook doesn't quite land.
Yeah, UC Irvine are definitely in trouble. They might need to rethink their strategy for game 3. Here comes the hook, the death sentence on Clone Sheep once again going down. That's actually a lot of damage soaked up. Clone Sheep gonna take 1 for 1. Shut down, but Frenzy is once again dominating. This could actually be troublesome for East San Diego. They need to escape right now, as Baron is going to come up in 1 minute. They do not want to give priority over. Youngbin stepping way too forward. King Clueless
that hurt.
gonna chomp him down. I love the ambition, but you hate to see it.
Cloud Soul able to just keep going and going because of that regeneration.
Yeah, the Ocean Soul regeneration is gonna be there. It's just gonna live on. That shockwave is gonna do negligible damage on the dragon. It just tickles. It's like boop. It's like give you the small suck. Not big enough, but yeah. Baron is gonna come up in 20 seconds. You see Irvine is like, I don't know what they can do here.
Yeah, I mean, Shyvana gets a little bit of magic resist from the Sunfire Aegis, but other than that, like, it's just innate from her passive.
Also, Guardian. Well, oh wait, Guardian Angel doesn't give magic resist. My bad. I thought it used to, didn't it? Or I don't know. Oh, what's this? They changed it. I don't know. I'm just thinking things.
Maybe at some point. Not recently though.
But yeah, Baron is pinged out here. They are gonna be melting this Baron down, and unless can just walk around. They do spot Kha'Zix here in the wings. The bubble is popped. Dyson Spear misses the taunt. Just gonna walk away with itself. Yeah, that's the power of invisibility. But Kha'Zix steals Baron Nashor!
Oh no!
That is actually huge for UCI if they can get it outside a little bit. Unfortunately, the Shen Stan United is gonna catch him out. Duanpo is the first to fall, followed by Detros with Frenzy being godlike with the bullet time. They do have 3 people still on Baron, so they can potentially stall out even further. No, they're actually going to teleport in to usher in the super minion wave from the bot side of the map. And I think this should spell the end for UCI here. Turret 1 is going to go down. The suplex is going in. Not very effective on the super tanky card. They were just regenning everything with the Ocean Soul. And that is all she wrote. We are going to a game 3 between UC Irvine and UC Sancti. Good job, Tritons.
Well done.
Full work by the Tritons to come back into the series. We are going to be going into a game 3. Any more to say about that, Miles?
Yeah, I'm just glad that UCSD showed that they really are capable of fighting against UCI. And I think, you know, both them and Cal have a chance to beat UCI, but it's definitely not going to be easy. And UCI has shown that they're definitely willing to defend their reputation.
Yeah, but you can definitely see some points of UCI where I feel like they may have gotten a bit overconfident at times. Like Clone Sheep giving away unnecessary kills, Young Bin getting caught out after Gale forcing forward, and that early invade by Dong Pro just did not help their case at all. So exciting stuff. But
yeah, I guess in that case, we're going to get ready for the next match, and I think we're ready for an ad break.
Yeah, well, see you guys then.
my name is Stephanie Hawkins, and I took the UCEI Esports Management Program. I am a Partnerships Account Exec at Immortals LLC. I enrolled in UCEI's Esports Management Program because I wanted to learn a little bit more about the business side of esports. I wasn't sure what kind of business experience I could use in my own background to get a job in esports, and I also just wanted something to add to my resume that might hype it up a little bit. I think that this is a really good way to kind of set yourself up, figure out where you belong in the industry, and create a network of either friends or potential colleagues or potential opportunities. So I would definitely recommend the UCEI Esports program to help you do that.
Craig, you still with me?
Yes.
Great. What's the equation of the slope?
Y equals mx plus b.
Sea that borders Europe and Africa.
Mediterranean.
Darren Froth, Dance of Spring, line 4.
For to be more alive is to live out of line.
Incredible. Okay, that's enough
For the day, let's
Yes! Oh, so freaking good!
Craig?
Oh, sorry, I'm not. We're friends. You're my teacher. I'm happy. Just excited to learn. Really love learning.
silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Welcome back to the UCEI Holiday Invitational presented by Xfinity. Once again, for the last time, this is me, Forecast, along with Miles here. We're going to be casting Game 3, which is the final League of Legends game today against UCI and UC San Diego.
In the Irelia, they've been doing a lot of work with Aatrox and in the last game set. But this time, Dyson is picking the Aatrox. So curious to see how that one goes.
Yeah. Last champion stuff is going by. I just want to mention, like, yes, this is the last League of Legends game for today, but up next we should have our Overwatch journey continuing on after League is over. So go show them some love and check them out at 5 p.m. I think the first game is actually going to be, I think, UCLA versus
Is it UCB?
Italian? Oh no, UCLA and UC Santa Barbara. They're gonna be playing first for Overwatch. So definitely check them out after this League of Legends is over. But let's jump back into the game once again. Let's check out these picks so far. Once again, we see the Rumble mid again for UC San Diego. I mean, well deserved. That Rumble was a showstopper last game. No one.
Yeah, we have Frenzy picking up the Caitlyn. We've seen it recently, and it worked pretty well. So we'll see if Caitlyn's able to push in another time.
Yeah. We are seeing different comps. This time UCI is going to be on blue side. So we are seeing a little bit more different comps. There is no global pressure on UC San Diego squad this time around. They do have a lot of tick damage with Lilia and Rumble. So they have long range damage as well, like some general annoyance. Aatrox, as we've seen beforehand in this tournament, Aatrox has just been a powerhouse. So I can't wait to see that again. It is going to be on UC, whatchamacallit, UC San Diego's side.
Yeah, interesting how there's just not really any global ults this game. There have been so many in the past few games. I think there's been like a Shen or a Galio or a Pantheon and pretty much any of the other ones. But this one, no, we're just playing in the moment.
And I actually really do like this Syndra pickup on Super Flanky for UCI because Rumble is going to struggle a bit against Syndra. Since Rumble does have melee auto attacks, Syndra can easily capitalize on that with her Dark Spheres. And pretty easy to harass. For the mid lane is going to be favoring Syndra, I believe. At least until Leah might be an annoyance in the jungle with the ganks, but gonna be interesting. Aurelia against Aatrox. Are you aware of that matchup as a top laner, Miles?
Man, I play ARAM, not top lane. No, it seems like mostly a skill matchup to me. If Irelia can navigate around Aatrox's skill shots, then I think this might be good for Irelia.
Yeah. Excuse me for a second. All right, as the spectator is going out, we want to once again shout out to our sponsors. If you haven't already, once again, please click below for our giveaway tab. We do have a link tree to all of our giveaways. We have Corsair, who is our peripheral sponsor, and MSI as our PC sponsor. We have some juicy stuff giving away this weekend, so please go down and enter that giveaway. A lot of stuff. I hope I win. I personally want to win something. Do you guys want to win Sunday? I want to win the headset. I need a headset. Wait, what's in the gamer bundle? Let me see. The gamer bundle looks nice too. I need a new mouse. I digress from that. Just like give them some love once again. Like show them, follow them on Twitter as well. Follow their social medias, and yeah. Good luck to you all.
Yeah, we can't put on these tournaments if not for our sponsors, so that's why we thank them so often.
All right, and then once again, we do have 3 MSI MVPs throughout at the end of the tournament, which will be voted on during the grand finals on Tuesday. So if you have your favorite in mind, please show the support because the winner of the MVP award will, all 3 of them will each receive a a brand new MSI GE75 Raider laptop, which is definitely no slouch when it comes to gaming powerhouse. Yeah, as a spectator delay is ticking down, we are gonna, as we get into the final game, we can throw it over to one last short ad break, and we'll see you then. Right. Thanks once again to our sponsors for sponsoring this tournament. We wouldn't have run this without them. So please show them some love on their social medias and support them by buying their gear. We are in the final game, game 3. As minions have spawned, we might see a cheeky late invade here. UCI once again is on the blue side. UC San Diego definitely has a weaker side. Lilia is notoriously weak at level 1. They are going to just pull this blue buff away. It's a nice bit of action going out, but I feel like UCI may have bit off more than they can chew. Cyref is here on the first. There is the flash play on the left. Immediately action going over, and nothing more is going to come out of that. We have 2 flashes actually burned on UC's SD side, but the blue buff actually goes over to Zhuangpro. Gonna get the level 2 advantage. Gonna burst him down. First blood going over to Young Bin. Very nice, level 1 going over in favor of UCI. Zhuangpro able to get that. King Lewis will smite away the creep in order to get a little bit of health back, but uh-oh.
That's a rough start for UCSD.
Yep. Not only is it a rough start, Young Bin and Dicho should be able to get level 2 advantage because of that first blood kill. And no summoners on the Thresh. Thresh is just gonna die here, not respecting it. Young Bin reloading. 1. Young Bin gets another kill. Early 2 kills on this Jhin. It's gonna be very scary, but that's what happens when you blow the flash. But look at that, Frenzy is gonna be not hooked. Genji's gonna get hooked, and yeah, that's all. The summoners are down on the bot side now, but very scary stuff early on for UC San Diego.
Yeah, this game's looking real good for Young Bin. He's already 2 kills, and it's less than 3 minutes into the game. Like, he's gonna have a field day.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Young Bin went back just to go for the early Swifty Boots rush. Actually, no, yeah, there it is. I called it because I'm a Jhin main, but yeah. Early Swifties, especially against Thresh, is going to be very nice. Just gonna be dancing around all the skill shots and furthering your lead by poking and harassing the enemy Caitlyn with the dancing grenade and the auto attacks.
Interestingly enough, Dwong Pro opting to go for Graves rather than the Kha'Zix he's picked in the last 2 matches.
Was Kha'Zix banned?
I'm not sure.
Anyways, unless we'll see Dicho here in the jungle. Dicho is caught out. Will he be able to hook away to safety? Not much more can be done out of that other than a little bit of harass. It's actually going to give Jin some solo lane XP. So Jin is going to be furthering his lead here on the bot lane. He's probably going to be... He's definitely going to hit level 6 earlier than Frenzy and the Less are, since he is getting a bit of solo lane XP. And watch out, UCSD. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Dyson Sphere does have a level advantage against Clone Sheep. The wave is pushing away. Dyson does need to be a bit wary. We do have Duong Po here on the top lane. There is no ward to catch him out. Dyson is in trouble. Dashes away, forces the flash.
Yeah, Irelia can be really scary around minion waves because if she dashes all over the place with her Q, she can get a bunch of health back and stack her Ionian Fervor.
Yeah, and this actually feels really bad for the top lane. Dicho tries to get a hook, does not manage to hit the fire. Dicho is now far forward, gets crit by the beep, bop, eep, something. I think that's the name. I don't know, Lilia's skill was so uwu and it just breaks me, so I'm sorry about that, but pretty easy kill. Just Dicho not respecting the damage from the UC San Diego squad. Youngbin is gonna still get a little bit of solo XP as well. Does not have the dancing grenade, but look at the move speed he gets just from having the boots of swiftness by himself. There's one. Fourth shot should be able to harass. Not gonna quite hit that. But yeah. One more. Benji out.
Ooh, Irelia getting a commanding CS lead over Dyson Sphere.
Yeah. It's not too bad. It's just 39-21. It's actually really bad for Dyson though, because Irelia is freezing the wave in a position where, especially since Dyson does not have flash, and he knows that he's probably going to be camped since Graves was just up there, and Graves knows that Dyson does not have flash, so he's going to be wanting to fight that lane. It's really smart for that. It's really smart for Duongpo to be playing on the top side because he knows that Youngbin and Dicho are pretty much set in the bot lane, so he doesn't need to worry too much about that. Syndra is also pretty set in the mid lane since she usually has a harass upper hand with the harassing against Sheriff. So top lane is really the most logical lane to continue ganking. Honchi does here. There it goes. Here it comes. Remember the Placidium. Easy kill. 1, 2, 3. Clone Chip peeks up another one. Not another one. Clone Chip picks up the first one. What am I saying? But Clueless is here to catch the wave. Pretty methodical in UCI's gameplay right now, and yeah.
Yeah, Dyson again having a rough time, although that isn't necessarily his fault because Duongpo is spending so much of his time up there.
Even so, I am worried because unlike last game where Dyson was able to sandbag on a Shen, you can't really afford to sandbag on Aatrox. Aatrox is one of those champions where if you're behind, I mean, he does get a kill. That's pretty nice, but Aatrox is one of those champions where if you're behind, you're basically useless.
Yeah.
So.
Oh,
bit worried. Oh, flash hook onto Aatrox. Dyson Sphere is now in trouble. He is level 6. Does not have the ultimate anymore, however. Sheriff is forced to flash over the wall as pretty crucial flashes burned. I think that was a win for UCI right there, and that's going to show, especially since Dragon is up. So they want to start making that priority right now, as Caitlyn does manage because of the roam from UCI. Caitlyn will get a bit of solo XP in the bot lane to catch up, but here's another hook. Caught out, not respecting, and Sheriff is actually gonna fall. That's one kill going over to UCI, unless Flash is the deadly first to get away from that. The Scatter the Weak does not manage to get the stun off, and King Clueless is going to be getting a little bit of the minions, but that should be Dragon Control over for UCI, and they're definitely gonna be, yeah, they're hitting the Scryer's Bloom to find a ward. They know that the blue buff is up because they have the blue buff timer from the level 1 invade. That's the whole reason why they're invading right now, because they have that priority as well as the death.
Yeah,
that's mine away.
That was a really great hook from Detroit.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Okay. Changes some of the spells. Trade flash for a heal. Not too bad. Collateral damage not going to finish it off because of that. But Youngbin go with the flash 4th shot. You love to see it. I am biased at all. Double kill going over.
But yeah, Ciarif was barely poking out of that minion wave and then was able to connect the hook.
Uh-oh, we got the stun going up in the top lane. Dyson's gonna get caught up in like Dicho with the Hex Flash gonna go over back to help his carry Youngbin, and Frenzy seemingly a 1v1, but Dicho does have the hook. Will not decide to go for it, but the curtain call is off. First shot misses, second shot hits, third shot. Nope, not quite. Nice try. Meanwhile, because of that early lead, Dwangpo is going to get the dragon. That's the first dragon of the game going over in favor of UC Irvine.
Yeah, well, like I said, Jin was going to have a lot of fun, and 4-0 now, 74 CS. He is getting very fed right about now.
Team for move speed build, I guess. Clone Cheat is caught in the trouble tunnel with Dyson. Going to trade back. Clone Cheat is trying to trade back. Misses the stun though, so she's not going to be able to pursue that any further.
Yeah, Irelia once again doubled the CS of Dyson Sphere in a very rough situation trying to get out of it, but there's only so much Aatrox can do.
Wait, this is actually, well, she may have overextended. Dyson Sphere is maybe gonna get a solo kill. Do not walk into the wall. Okay, good, do not walk into the wall, but oh no. Dyson Sphere was not able to finish him off. He tried to play around it. Unfortunately, Unless is going to go down as a second. Double kill going over. Almost. Close, but no cigar.
Yeah, almost had that. It started out really well, and then it kind of slipped out of Dyson Sphere's grasp right near the end.
Yeah. I really liked how he tried to play around the ultimate from the Vanguard's edge, because like if you touch the sides of that thing, that's just gonna allow Aurelia to reset on you. And you could see how he was trying to avoid walking there. Uh-oh, here comes the sleep. Good night, Moon, as King, clueless, finds Super Frankie, forces the flash away to scatter the weak, is going to prevent any more engage. Oh, she... Nice, that is so satisfying to watch.
Yeah.
But yeah, this jungle is going to belong to UCSD for now, but currently a 5k gold lead in favor of UCI right now. Things are looking like last game, but worse. For the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably prefer Malphite's slapping animation to Irelia, but hey, we don't choose the characters the players play.
Okay. Got it. Oh, so what can UC San Diego do? What can they do to come back from this?
It's kind of a tough question. They don't really have anyone on the map who has an advantage right now. They just have to play a careful game, try not to let UCI get any unnecessary kills and snowball their lead even further. I mean, it's already a precarious situation for UCSD, but it could spiral completely out of control.
Yeah, I mean, look at Jin, like, Youngbin has a Gale Force, and it's only 12 minutes in, so that's gonna be very scary to play against, especially with the all-in potential, with the execute damage and the fourth shot damage.
Yeah,
I see something here.
Down.
They do not have it watered. Wait, the Deadly Flourish is gonna mark Frenzy, not respecting the Dancing Grenade, but they aren't going to pull the trigger quite yet. They do have bodies in the area. They're looking to potentially dive unless sniffs it out because of that pink ward that was placed in there beforehand. Very nice defense mechanism, but uh-oh, sleepy time. Lilia's in trouble. Dongpo just gets decimated. I know, Dongpo just decimates King Clueless. My bad, but yeah, the deer is not having a fun time.
Did Lilia get rid of her jungle item? She did.
No, the jungle items are consumable now.
It is?
Yeah. After you smite a number of times, it consumes and upgrades the smite.
Wow, I've been playing too much Nexus Blitz.
But yeah, so Lilia didn't get rid of it. It's just in the game how it is. But it's a very unfortunate display of events. Young Vin is having a field day in his bot lane. Graves is over here to intervene. There is going to be a dive here, no matter what. Here comes the ultimate. Here it goes. 1, unstoppable. 3, 4, double kill. Easily going over to Young Vin. And this is an unfortunate game to watch compared to last game.
Yeah, it just seems like UCSD doesn't have any legs to stand on here. And I don't really know what their saving grace is going to be. They somehow have to shut down that 6-0 Jin. UCI is not making that easy.
It's honestly hard because they have a lot of champions that they're prone to bleeding out when behind. Like they can't really. It's hard for them to come back. And like Aatrox, it's hard for him to come back when he's super behind. Rumble is just like, especially since he's just going for. What is Leeching Lear going to? But
it goes into Riftmaker, I think.
yeah, they're gonna be lacking quite a bit of damage, and it's not really gonna help their case. Irelia, Clone Chief is just straight up ignoring and just bursting him down.
Oh.
Jesus.
Dyson Spear pings the Irelia R, but I can tell he's not happy about that one.
Yeah. King Clueless, it's not his jungle anymore, it's our jungle. Look at that burst, forces you to sleep. Clone Chief is unstoppable, by the way. Does give up a Dark Harvest that pops the Equalizer. Clone Chief gets the Flash E. That's probably going to give him a shutdown. Nice juicy shutdown going over to CRF. Maybe he will be able to carry this game like last game.
Yeah, it's possible. He is, I mean, he's still behind, but it's not the end of the world for him.
But look at this, tier 2 is already going down. It's not even 20 minutes yet. Big yikes. Scatter the weakest caught. That's a dead Caitlyn. Not quite. Heal is going to allow him to live, but Donko does have the collateral damage. Flashes away from overextending. Getting caught in unless it's death sentence. Little bit too ambitious. Let's not repeat what happened last game.
UCI is very far ahead, so they can afford to do a couple dumb plays like that, but obviously you don't want to do too many of those because then you might give your opponent a chance.
Yeah. But even so, it's actually harder to give the opponent a chance because Caitlyn like doesn't really scale, especially like mid game is known to be Caitlyn's weakness, so it's hard for her to really come back. Here comes the ace in the hole to give vision. Thumbs up going off to Crow, just gonna escape his life with the blast cone. And does get the Scuttle dinner. Picks it up. Will try to cheeky. Clueless trying to cheekily get it away. Does get a Dark Harvest sack as a constellation prize. But
Caitlyn finally getting her Gale Force.
huh. That's good. But Jin, second item already completed. He has Gale Force and a Collector. He's gonna do a significant down of damage. Luckily, he does not have Dark Harvest, so that's gonna limit his snowball potential a bit, but honestly, it doesn't matter as Irelia is gonna be the one caught out. The Placidium comes out, and that's one. Oh my goodness, the turn is immeasurable. Double kill. But Gale Force is going to finish her off as Young Vin, well, not. Yeah, Gale Force, the Frenzy is gonna finish her off, but
Great toss, Irelia.
Wait.
What?
Caitlyn didn't get the kill on there, right? No, that's unfortunate. Sucks. Lilia passive got the kill. There we go. But it's actually really unfortunate. Like Lilia is like one of those champions where like I don't know. Like it's okay for Lilia to get fed, but the gold efficiency, like the amount of value you get from Lilia getting all the kills, is not very much because of how her damage works. It's very DOT oriented. So that's kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, meanwhile, a lot of UCI's team is just able to, like, obliterate people very quickly.
Irelia 7-2 with the Trinity Force completed along with the Blade Rune King and the Executioner's Calling. Dyson is not gonna... Dyson cannot stand in on zone right now against Clone Chief right now. And you try to get the chicken. The chicken blocked death sentence. That's very foreboding, very scary. Anyways, we'll see. Youngben's gonna get that. Oh, the dancing grenade very high. Flashes away to go avoid the burst from Dwangpo and the deadly flourish. But Dragon is gonna be up in 37. Crucial time to not have flash.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult for UCI to just pick it up and get their third Drake.
Uh-oh, Sheriff. Oh. Trying to do something cheeky there. Gets spotted out by Super Frankie. The sleep goes off. Syndra is sleeping. They can't really... Nothing's gonna happen there. They don't have people to follow up. And the Scatter Weak stuns off Sheriff. Here comes the Equalizer trying to do his damage, do some amount of damage. But there's gonna be a fight under the turret. That's one. That's two. Where's the second one? He misses the fourth shot as the hammer pans to the top side, unfortunately. But... yeah. Not much UCSD can do here.
Yeah, unless it's gonna be one of those very variants, but the way UCI is just barreling forward, I don't see that happening.
Oh, Frenzy's in the frenzy.
Ooh.
The heal actually manages to live along with the Dark Passage. Jyson trying to survive against this Aurelia. Aurelia just does not care about the turret anymore, and for good reason.
Yeah, he tries to pop R and tries to turn the fight, but Irelia is just doing so much at this point.
So third Drake in the game. We're gonna have a 25-minute soul. Not the earliest one, but it's fairly early. Especially when it's a soul that involves resistances, which is actually gonna be very beneficial. Like the Mountain Drake being the choice, since UCI's comp is not very... it's not the tankiest. I mean, Graves does have his True Grit, but actually True Grit is going to be amplified by Mountain Soul, so it could be nice. It's just nice resistances to have, especially against UC San Diego's comp, who is more damage oriented. There's not much tank there either, so I don't know. It's just a slow burn. Caught? Yeah? No? Maybe? Clueless? Trying to get some chicken dinner. Fortunately, Dicho is here in the wings. Catches deer. Bye-bye. Legendary. 8 and 2. The comeback breaker is not gonna do much. Dicho is very low. Dwangpo is here in the wings. There is a pink ward there in case they overextend. But no one can match Clone Sheep right now. He's just gonna be getting this turret. He can easily just solo down Frenzy. Frenzy needs to watch his step. Clone Sheep, actually Dwangpo may have overextended a bit. The box is down, as well as the World Ender by Aatrox. Here comes the curtain call, potentially trying to get a fourth. Nope. Honestly, it's just a mindset of whatever at this point.
Yeah, if UCI does keep going at the pace they're going and they win the game, then UCSD will be sent down to the losers bracket to fight against Cal, and then they could climb their way back up.
Oh my goodness! Here comes the Placidium. Flashy flash with the Guardian Angel. Youngben is now legendary. Here comes the double. Super Frankie is gonna kill, and that's pretty much a team wipe, almost a team wipe in the enemy base. They're just gonna walk out. They don't even have minions. They don't even care to have minions. They can just hang around here. They have Dicho the tank. I don't think he has enough health. Oh, Super Frankie is in a tough spot now. He's just gonna ultimate him, try to bait. Here comes the initiate Dicho. Youngben once again picking up another kill, but Dicho is gonna go down as a result. Clone Sheep is gonna pick up a kill and another kill, and Dongpo is going to kill. What am I saying? I honestly, my mouth is all over the place right now, but they get the inhib, 23 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm sure UCSD's team morale is pretty low right now, and again, it'll be a miracle if they can pull this back.
Yeah, miracle indeed. I wonder how. I mean, if they get a good equalizer sleep combo, I think that's just about like the Hail Mary that they can pull off. But because they only have Aatrox and Thresh as a hard CC, and they're way too squishy right now. They do not have any sort of tankiness. I mean, Thresh right now has well, he gets natural armor, so that helps out a bit, but
Yeah, it's just really hard for UCSD to get all their variables in place to have a good team fight. Because for one, Irelia is so slippery that it's hard to actually hit her in the skill shots, and then Graves also has a decent amount of mobility along with the shield bow as well, and some Mirth treads. And then also the Nautilus just being able to pick people out so that you can't even have an even team fight. UCI is just preventing UCSD from having that perfect team fight they need.
we do have a Baron Plague happening right now. It is smelled out. 2 pink wards are going down in the pit to prevent that from happening. I'm not sure if they have the levels to contest, however, though. Dwangpo is Clone Cheap is 15, Dwangpo is 14. I mean, once again, the saving grace is that UCI's team is fairly squishy, so if they get a miracle team, like if they get a miracle equalizer into the sleep combo, I think that's it. Detroit actually gonna go into CRF. CRF is caught out. Dyson Spear is gonna dissuade him from pursuing any further. Here comes the flash hook play over. This may be the final curtain call for the game. Here comes the Placidium going down. That's 1. Clone Chief gets 2. Potentially a Penta. This is nope. She goes down way too quickly, but shut down by Dyson Spear. But this should honestly just be the end of the series. That's an ace. 11-0 on this Jin. Young Bin. It's crazy. We have 2 perfect KDAs. Super Frankie with 1-0. Young Bin 1-0. And that's it. That's going to call it for the series. And UCI is moving on to the grand finals on Tuesday. GG, well played. Golden.
Yeah, really great show. Great showing from pretty much everyone on UCI, but definitely Irelia and Jin leading the charge and just being ridiculous with their damage output.
Yeah, I feel like a big part of a big piece that played into UCSD's loss is honestly that top gap. It's yes, Dyson Sphere did manage to come back in the game last game, but that's just because he was on a more supportive top laner like Shen, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then the fact that he was on Aatrox now, there's no way he's coming back. And then Aurelia just ultimately snowballed off of that. Bot lane was pretty easy in the favor of UCI with that early invade. Dwangpo was able to get the level 2, heads up by smiting away the buff to deny Lilia, who's also kind of mana reliant in the early game because you're basically spamming Q all the time to wave clear the jungle creeps. But yeah, congratulations. So tomorrow we will be going over to the losers finals, if I recall correctly. The losers finals between UC San Diego and UC Berkeley. There we go.
Cal.
Yeah. So check in tomorrow at noon for you that matchup. It is once again going to be a best of 3. Before we sign off to go to Overwatch, we once again want to thank our sponsors. Once again, this is the UCEI Holiday Invitational presented by Xfinity. Thank you to Corsair and MSI for sponsoring us in terms of peripherals and PC respectively. And once again, join those giveaways, and yeah, I'll hope to see you on the Overwatch side. And see you guys.
Yeah, it was really fun.
My voice is dead. I'm really sad. I'm really sad that the last game ended up like that. It was like so disappointing after game 2. And the hardest, I think Pub Stomps are the hardest games to cast because it's hard to hype that up. But I can't.
feel it wrapped around your soul with no control. You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time.
Good evening, everybody. What is up? And welcome to the UCEI Holiday Invitational presented by Xfinity. We got some amazing Overwatch games coming for you today, and it will be presented by me, Po'okela Dekaimwana, and my co-caster, Spencer, Ultravox cameraman. Spencer, we saw UCLA play yesterday, and we are really excited for this game. What are your thoughts going into the next match as they approach UCSB?
Well, UCLA definitely put up a good fight yesterday. The match was extremely close, if I remember correctly. It was versus UC Santa Cruz, right? And both teams opted to go with this Tracer and Wrecking Ball centered dive composition. It ended up being really exciting. There were a lot of backline duels, a lot of huge skirmishes all around the map. And unfortunately, UCLA just couldn't quite contend. But this style is extremely good against other teams that aren't quite expecting. Against teams that might run something a little bit more traditional, like with snipers in a backline, I feel like they can find a lot more success. So versus UCSB, they might be able to pick it up today.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just taking a look at my notes right here, but we were just kind of reading through earlier and, looking at how some of these players and these teams kind of interact on the inside. They gave us a little bit of an insight on what they think about themselves. And so going forward, we're going to be taking a look at, for you in the audience, an extra special attention to players Lou and XD, spelled out in the Twitch Mimi way. So those are some players we're going to keep an eye out for here. I did notice that it's kind of like, they kind of mentioned that they have that kind of two-player, team captain sort of thing that we kind of saw yesterday with, I believe, UC Santa Cruz and UCLA as well. And so we might see the same sort of thought processes come along here where you see two different styles of play within the team depending on who's calling the shots in the moment. And I think that'll be really interesting, especially as we see UCLA, which has been a very grounded team, come across that and see how they kind of approach that sort of play style here.
Right, yeah. When you have your shot calling split up between two people, I've mentioned this yesterday, it gets a little bit confusing, especially in cases where the two shot callers might differ in opinions. So as long as UCSB, as long as their entire team is on the same page, they know what they have to do, I think it could work out because as everybody knows, two heads are better than one. But it remains to be seen how they are going to respond to a composition like what UCLA has played in the past. This dive composition requires a lot of coordination to stand up against. You have to single out which targets you're trying to focus down in order to protect your backline and make sure that everybody's safe and still moving forward. So the ability to call targets and make fast decisions will be critical for UCSB's success today.
I have to agree with you, especially since we saw UCLA running that Hammond. Your boy Johnny, or it's your boy Johnny, either way, your boy Johnny was hopping on the Hammond yesterday, and we saw that they lost a lot of time in terms of having to position themselves before they could even fight. And that's kind of like the downfall of the way or the specific comp that they're really playing. There's so much displacement potential, but to even get to the, get yourself the opportunity to use it, you have to spend a lot of time looking at what the other team does, moving around the map, trying to get yourself in a good place to really be in, to really be there and take advantage of any mistakes that your team makes. Oh, also, I did want to highlight, we did see some crazy tracer play from Grantissimo on the side of UCLA yesterday. So I am really stoked to see that. How do you think UCLA approaches today, given Grantissimo's good day yesterday?
I think that they're going to try something similar. Grantissimo had a lot of success on the Tracer. I really liked it when Employee was playing Ash, and he also had some good games on the Echo as well, I believe. So looking forward to seeing how they're going to manage the distraction aspect where, you have the Tracer flanking from around the side and then Employees going from another angle completely differently and just trying to split up UCSB's attention to try to get the drop on him there and try to find a good opening for their tanks to move in. That's wholly what I expect to see today. They've shown that they're adept at playing this style. So I'm just wondering how UCSB is going to respond because, again, we haven't seen this team play yet so far on stream. These guys are wild cards. I'm excited to see how it's going to be.
Yeah, especially since they, I believe they did face UCLA, or at least they participated in the recent UCLA Overwatch tournament. And UC Santa Barbara placed 6th place in there. So we know that they can compete up there. I mean, it's not like they're scrubs or whatever. So we just haven't, had the opportunity to really analyze how this game is going to go yet. And so I'm really excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, right. It's just a matter of time before we hit Lijiang Towers and get right on into the game. I'm very excited to see how this is going to go. Excuse me. And now on Lijiang Tower, this is again another map that heavily favors environmental kills. We saw this a lot yesterday when we played Ilios. Almost every first game, I think, a lot of Lucio being played. Wrecking Ball was invaluable, trying to knock people into the pit, just get some nice cheesy free kills. So a lot of the same will be happening on Lijiang, at least for some of the maps.
And I'm super anticipating, or I don't even know if that makes sense, but I am anticipating your boy Johnny to try and go for a lot of those displacement plays on the bridge. And so it comes out, UCLA will know that with their comp that they can come out aggressive early on the bridge side of this map. And that might have to change the way you see Santa Barbara really approaches. But as we said, we haven't really seen them play. I might expect a pharmacy to come out early from UC Santa Barbara, especially if they did their research last night, which I'm pretty sure they did. These teams are definitely studying each other, watching the previous games that every team has played. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a very aerial-esque sort of comp come in here. Maybe even an Echo Mercy that we saw yesterday from UC Santa Cruz, and that worked extremely well against this team.
Yeah, it feels like Echo is starting to become more popular in terms of being just like flavor of the month for Overwatch right now. We're seeing less and less of the Pharah in favor of the Echo because I think people really appreciate the ability to steal a tank ultimate and turn around the game in a huge way. Being able to copy a Gravitic Flux or an Earth Shatter is absolutely game changing in a lot of situations. So having that extra utility gives Echo an edge over Pharah when it comes time for your ultimate combos. But in terms of raw damage output, I still think Pharah's got it on lock. I personally am a big fan of the Pharah just because of the consistent damage that she can put out compared to Echo. So honestly, either's good. I want to see the Pharah though.
You're a big fan of what are they called? Air shots, I believe.
Oh yeah, I used to play Soldier in TF2, so
Oh.
that's why I like to play Pharah still these days. You know, I put so many hours into playing that game, and I'm glad that the spirit can live on.
At least in the form of Echo, but yeah, we'll get to see this. We can see we're now heading into map where at least we've been there for at least 20 seconds. Both teams about to leave spawn. Spencer, how do you feel about these comps? We are seeing a Reinhardt come out of UC Santa Barbara.
Yeah, I like the Reinhardt here. I think that the Torbjorn is very strange. This is something that we definitely don't see often, and you know, it's got me pumped. If a team's confident enough to pull out the Torbjorn, and you know that they believe in themselves, they're ready to show what they've got. And I want to see Lou just getting up in some people's faces, slapping them with the hammer, getting all that good Torbjorn junk going.
Definitely, and you can see that early engagement, not really quite an engagement, but early trash damage from both teams. Definitely getting a little bit of power towards the UC Santa Barbara. They are able to find that first elim, and they don't want the rest here. Especially you're getting the tweet today that Pharmacy is now out here, and we are on top of it. We are observing it in the moment. UC Santa Barbara holding the Bruins to the spawn a little bit, but yeah, what a nice, what a pretty clean engagement for them early.
It's really working out well. Cray on the Pharah opens up the ability for his team to move forward. UCSB takes advantage of the concussive shot and allows them to kind of get in and take some more space compared to what UCLA is choosing to do. Now Employee is on the Echo here, recent switch, trying to also compete in the air for some damage. Again, additionally supported by the Mercy. One pick going out now. They're starting to move on in.
Make it 2 and 3 while you were talking, Spencer. That was pretty quick. No UCLA right here. Your boy Johnny making very quick work on that line of Santa Barbara, and now we can see the Bruins showing the dominance, or at least that tempo that they brought out so well yesterday.
Yeah, look at that swing from Johnny there. Able to get right into Cray's face and just slap him straight on down to the ground. Your boy Johnny is very clearly a comfortable Hammond player, and it really shows. His ability to move around the battlefield and position exactly where he needs to be is so important and critical to UCLA's strategy here.
Yeah, now we're gonna get a disengagement from your boy. I think that we're gonna have that awkward lull repositioning, and now we have a Moira ult coming out from the side of Santa Barbara, trying to get that early damage and sustainability, but just not really quite a fight where they really wanted, and UCLA was able to take advantage of that missed position on the side of UC Santa Barbara. Now the mines are on point, and the picks are rolling through for the Bruins. They have a lot of map control and a lot of presence in the air, and it's going towards their momentum right now.
Yeah, there's just ults flying out left and right here. Absolute chaos on the point. UCLA managed to take it on back, but SB is not giving it up without a fight. 56% now on the clock for UCLA, and it seems like they're starting to stabilize, but your boy Johnny's got to get back in there. It's just been non-stop chaos here, and he's still swinging around.
And now UCS there with a great follow-up for the Bruins. Santa Barbara looks like they're falling apart at this fight.
A trance though.
All the Bruins in this moment of sustainability if they need right now. Pupper right here looking for the shot, but can't quite find the sight line, and the Bruins hold on to that point. Wow, Spencer, what well played by the Bruins.
Yeah, Pupper with the incredibly clutch transcendence there, making sure that his entire team is up and ready to keep on going. Able to support that huge push, and now look, UCLA is up to 98%. They've managed to hold on. They managed to stall it for so much time. Your boy Johnny's going to be dropped the minefield here, and it's up to UCSB to get onto the point right now. They're not having much time.
Well, they don't, and plus, look, your boy Swanee has such great position. He's just been in the back line of UC Santa Barbara all point, and it's really frustrated them, I can tell, because they're getting displaced on every fight. Now the Bruins have the opportunity to really bring this game home right here. They have control of the point. Overtime bar is now taking away, but carries and so much here in the back line that I don't think it's going to be enough Spencer. We have the solo kill on the Puffer. That's going to be huge in terms of ultimate ability later, and the Santa Barbara has taken point.
Santa Barbara managing to claw it on back from the brink of defeat. Overtime was ticking down, but luckily they overcame the huge ultimate usage from UCLA. Now, there's very little left in the war chest, only the Valkyrie available for them. Orange Juice has the Earth Shatter ready to go, and I feel like this could be SB's time to shine.
SB now engaging on them, saw that Shatter go down, but the Earth Strike was able to find someone early for Santa Barbara. The Bruins now have pretty much attacking angles from everywhere onto Santa Barbara, and they're going to really place out, and 40 putting on the pressure. Even though the lava is all over the place right now, I don't think that Santa Barbara has the ability to really defend against this aerial attack, and you can see the Transcend coming, keeping the whole team of UCLA up and ready for this fight. They take it very cleanly, 99% keeping away on the bar, and Santa Barbara, hold on.
They're still no. Here's a copy. Diva ready to drop the self-destruct and keep on zone. The Doomfist has come out just in time to touch one more time. But that's going to be all she wrote. Overtime will tick out, and it will be UCLA taking home round 1 of Lijiang Towers. Now, that game was very, very close. It was thrown back and forth between LA and SB over to the end, but I've got to give it out to Pupper for making sure that his team has the transcendence when they need it. They can support the push and have so much staying power in defending the point there. Pupper was critical to UCLA's success in holding on to that time period, making sure they could out-sustain SB, and it worked out in a big way.
I have to agree with you there, Spencer. And another thing I want to point out is kind of how Pupper was able to distract that Tracer for so long. I mean, we did see a solo kill come out from UC Santa Barbara onto the Zenyatta, but the amount of DPS that they lost in that whole, raid was kind of unfortunate. They're seeing a really early engagement here. Reinhardt just going right at each other, and the Bruins find the first pick in the form of Symmetra from Employee.
Yeah, now, this is a little bit of an unorthodox strategy. They chose to keep Employee on the Symmetra instead of just using it for the teleporter. Symmetra's actually pretty good on this map of Lijiang Towers, and it ends up working out really well because when the Reinhardts collide in that small little corridor, Symmetra has so much shield-breaking agency that UCLA is able to come out on top and get that initial pick.
Definitely, and the pressure you feel from having that Symmetra in the front line and those turrets in the back line can be pretty huge too. Although we saw names, yesterday worked super well, maybe we could see it work really good today. Now we have a more ult coming out from Santa Barbara, trying to get that early damage that we saw from the team earlier, but doesn't seem to be getting the value they quite wanted. There's a nice damage coming out from UC Santa Barbara, and it's something they got to be so close to them, but UCLA does respond very well with 3 kills of their own, and now the mid-fight can trap and get again the pressure from the front line of the Bruins and UC Santa Barbara is going to have to defend.
We saw Employee and Solidus pop off in that fight. Huge Gravitic Flux. The Symmetra ultimate also doing a lot of work as well. The Symmetra pick, I talked about it before, it's still working out. Look at the microwave entrance door right there, taking down the damage. One more pick, and now SB can't even move past their spawn.
This is going to be really tough for Santa Barbara. They are in that one kill point, although that Impact Titan does opportunity now. Oh, what are you shattered from UCLA? That's going to be big. In the meantime, that Graviton did respond to stop the push. What a great play. That's the counter right there, but look, we have to and it might be the damage that UCLA needs to really win the rest of this fight. Do as much as you can. Get all that damage out onto the front line of UCLA, and it's going to be working.
The hammer.
Of course, and the hammer always works.
The hammer kill, it wasn't a direct kill, but he eventually got killed by a guy with a hammer. So, when you got 2 hammer users, you really can't go wrong. There's proverbs, I don't really know. But UCSB finally getting their stake on the point. They've managed to come on back. Even riding out a huge shatter from your boy Johnny, they were able to overcome that. Now Orange Juice almost has a shatter of his own, and let's see how it plays out as LA rushes forward here.
And there's that coalescence coming up from Morris, starting things off early, and it looks like the Shatter came out, so again, so a lot of people got stunned out right there. You see Santa Barbara, though, is winning the damage and elimination trades, and that's going to be a clean fight for them.
Yeah, Kix has just been energized for so long. You can see the effects of this Zarya beam just tearing through UCLA like a hot knife through butter. Kix, because they're able to farm off charge from the Symmetra orbs and the Junkrat bombs, they're able to stay at a very consistently high charge and have a tremendous amount of DPS. It's working out well for UCSB.
Yes, UCLA right now, you're going to want to either end it quite quick or win this match. And UCSB only has 50% on the clock for around there. And you're going to see this W push now coming from the Bruins. The Ignition does seem to be getting those some ultra use early, and we might see a aggressive charge here though. Not quite. We do get a pick early for the Bruins. And now you see Santa Barbara have something to say about that. Luke right here on a nice little flank that hard to really handle here because he's got those right clicks from the Corbin. And this is going to be an extended fight, not in the favor of UCLA.
But here comes the Riptides. We'll be rolling through, trying to find somebody in the back line. Gonna get taken down though. Kix has still been super energized, but going to get slapped down by your boy Johnny, the sound barrier, allowing him to charge forward here. He's looking for even more as he continues forward, but the Fire Strike will take him down. This is UCSB's time to get back onto the point. The Coalescence used, supporting the push, and they have a Graviton in the back pocket.
It is somewhat do or die now for UCLA and UCSB Center. Overtime ball has now taken away. Both the Metros are really charged. It's who makes the first, who doesn't pick the right play here, and it doesn't seem like UCSB is going to be making that play. The Bruins now have found 3 picks early in this fight, but the response from the Gauchos may make it really tough for this mid-fight to really break out, Spencer. We are seeing some crazy plays from both teams, both tanks trying to get the space for each other, but your boy Johnny just has the better aim and has the better positioning. The pile drive is going to do it well, and that is going to be UCLA taking the first map. They will be up in 1-0 in this best-of-3 series.
UCLA really showed themselves as a team that has absolutely no breaks. You can see it over and over and over. Their number one strategy is to just press W and insert themselves onto that point. We're seeing a lot of hefty Reinhardt plays here. Shatter's back and forth. Orange Juice definitely had some good ones, as we're seeing right here. But your boy Johnny also had some as well. Honestly, the Reinhardts were big game changers when it comes to the ultimate usage. So I'm glad that we're seeing them so skilled on these heroes, able to make these sort of big plays and support their super aggressive play styles.
I totally have to agree with you, and honestly, it's kind of that Reinhardt mind game that we saw both of these teams playing, and Orange Juice definitely just winning the upper hand on that. A lot of the DPS from the Gaucho side were putting pressure so much on the back line that they had UCLA had to, reverse way. UCLA was putting so much pressure onto the back line at some points that the Gauchos had to really thin out their resources a little bit, or at least their focus, and it allowed them to at least get some space in there. However, the Reinhardt mind game did work out for Orange Juice in the long run, or at least overall, because he was able to land so much and get so much value from those shatters, and it was just really impressive to watch. Really, it's a great game out the gate for both teams.
Yeah, I think that UCLA ended up having a little bit more team synergy because the Symmetra was able to lower the power of Orange Juice's Reinhardt shield, opening up the opportunity to shatter for Johnny. Just this little interaction allows their combination to be a lot more potent and for Johnny to have an easier time in finding the big shatter. So it wasn't as difficult, and he didn't require as much precise analysis as Orange Juice did to really hit these game-changing ultimates. But it was just crazy that it was happening on both sides. Unfortunately, UCLA going to be the ones coming out on top. The Gauchos are in a little bit of a tough spot now, and they've got to bring it back on Kings Row. I think that they might be able to take advantage of the aggressive playstyle from UCLA and catch them out on the defense. UCLA, they're without a doubt, they're going to slam through it on offense. They just press W. They just go full force all the way through. But if UCSB is able to get a strong offensive push of themselves and maybe take advantage of the lack of defensive play from UCLA, they might be coming out on top.
And this goes back to yesterday when we saw UCLA as well as UCI play Berkeley, and how both teams were just so aggressive, and Berkeley had a tough time adjusting. So it comes back to how can UC Santa Barbara adjust to that in your face, throw in the first punch kind of play style that we see coming out from a team like UCLA and another team like UC Irvine. It's going to be tough. They have to either, make a tempo change on their half, or they have to figure out where UCLA is making mistakes. And I really think it's going to be that positioning, that lull that UCLA, even though they come out really fast, really early, they still have to set up. And if you don't let them set up, that's going to be the goal, right? That's going to be where you want to strike. But that's really tough. Not a huge window of opportunity.
Right. And we will be moving on to Kings Row here, good old London City. I'm happy to be back. It's always an exciting time here. We usually see some May, apropos for this time of the year. Who doesn't want a little bit of snow for the Christmas season? The walls have been particularly effective in splitting up teams as they pass through this first choke point here, and also very good for stalling out on time on the first point. So I would like to see some more May picked for the defensive team. I've seen it on the offensive team as well. Not sure how much I like that. I think it can cut off some escape routes, but more so I like it on the defense.
I have to agree with you again, Spencer. I think that an offensive May, especially in this meta, is just not mobile enough. And even if you have that sustainability or the durability of Ice Block and Ice Wall for all the tanking, it just doesn't quite make up for the amount of damage you can do with another here right now, like Ash or even Tracer. And we are getting a Tracer from Grandissimo. I believe this is something they ran yesterday. Yes, this is something they ran yesterday. And I'm excited to see how it plays out against this offensive comp that we're looking at. Because McCree Tracer, we haven't seen too much of.
Right. And I'd also like to point out the Mercy is something that I was a little bit skeptical about yesterday as well. I thought that a healer that would have more AoE healing would do better for UCLA, but they've proved that the Mercy was very useful in allowing Employee to land the one-shot Ash headshots. That was going on in a big way for him the other day, and I think that they're trying the same thing here. They want Employee to just start popping some heads and getting some early picks here.
Definitely, and we're going to be seeing, now that they come out the gate right here, some nice engagement, a lot of trash damage. We always see these awkward beginning of the fights, but this is the moment where you really want UCSB to strike and hit UCLA where they don't expect it, but I don't know if we're going to quite get that. We see Grandissimo in a really, really interesting position. I don't know if UCSB has really read this. Now Grandissimo on the back line, on to Cray. Widowmaker versus Tracer. 1v1 and Grandissimo wins it early. And that's going to be the momentum that the Bruins need to push onto this offensive push. That doesn't quite make sense, but we're seeing it happen right in front of our eyes. Employee able to get that kill from the Ash. And UCLA still looking to be in form all the way from yesterday, Spencer.
Yeah, SB, they've managed to plant themselves on the point, get 2 ticks up already. Grandissimo finally moved back to join the rest of his team and help defend this, but it's slightly too late. They got the pick onto the Widowmaker, but at what cost? 2 ticks of the points. So SB putting a big dent in this already, and they're still moving towards their ults. Luz almost got his. I think a few were used in that fight there. Meanwhile, 4 of them, almost 6 available on the side of LA.
Pretty much 6. Pretty much.
They're ready to go, ready for any situation, and I'm sure that they can defend it now.
Yeah, if you're UC Santa Barbara right there, you got to feel good about that. You got there quick and you reset fast, and now you have 2 ticks on point, but you're also not feeling so great because you're down 6-0 in the ult economy, and you've got to beat something out here. These next few fights, if they do happen, they have to be quick. And Grandissimo, getting that ult out early might not be what UC Santa Barbara wants here, because the stagger will eventually come in. Orange Juice now finding a good moment, or trying to find a good moment to really engage, but they haven't found it, and Bruins just wiped it clean.
Yeah, the positioning was a little bit questionable from the side of UCSB. They ended up getting pretty stuck after jumping down from the high ground. Cray on 1 HP. They're going to get slapped down by Grandissimo too. Tried to clutch it out, but unfortunately couldn't. And so UCSB went for the high ground flank-ish style play, but they just couldn't clear the gap there. Orange Juice got a little bit caught out and separated from the rest of his team. And then one by one, the backline began getting picked off. That's a very tough position to be in. You really can't allow something like that to happen, especially when you're running Reinhardt Sigma. You need your team to be grouped up, or else you're going to be at a huge disadvantage. You want to recreate that feeling of Deathball.
Ooh, the feeling of death ball. That's something you haven't. That's so philosophical, Spencer. I haven't given that much much thought lately.
I mean, can you really call it actual death ball if you have Torbjorn? Maybe, I don't really know, but kills start flying left and right. Let's see what's gonna go down.
Yeah, the big war chest for the Gauchos may be exactly what they need. They did get out and ult from that fight, so if you're UCSB, that's actually nice. But you only have 45 seconds left on the clock, and it's not always fun to do things in crunch time, but here we are, crunch time, 35 seconds, and we're gonna see what Gauchos really do with their ults here.
Yeah, Solidus with a quad in the last fight, excuse me, and they're all ready to go. We got Bob available in the war chest, but again, 5 ults on the side of SB. They're starting to pop them all. Let's go.
Everybody press Q. That's what everyone said, and now the fight is starting to begin. UCLA did get the advantage in terms of momentum at the earlier part of that, but now that we have a lot of sustainability coming out from the Gauchos in the mid-fight, this could be good. This could be exactly what they need, but the Bruins said, no, we're not going to give you what you want, buddy. We're going to take it all away from you right when you thought you had it. And the Bruins just pick apart the rest of this offensive push from the Gauchos, and they may not even get the first point. They actually do not, and round 1 is complete with just 82% for UC Santa Barbara.
UCLA with a fantastic defense, able to receive that enormous push with huge ultimate usage from UCSB. Obviously, the Bruins are adept at holding on to their iron defense, holding the line and not shrinking in the face of so many ults. The outmaneuvering was there. It ended up working out. The damage boost onto Employee also, again, doing a lot of work, helping to get the damage off in the backline. And of course, Pupper had the Transcendence to save the day once again. Now, looking at SB, what went wrong there? I think that the Torbjorn is definitely not working out in a situation like that. And when your defenders are all up on high ground, you're not able to take advantage of your close range damage, and your turret's going to get picked off pretty fast too. So the Molten Core not going to be providing the most value in terms of ultimates as well. I would like to see something else, but if they are big proponents of this pick, then maybe they can make it work on the defense here. Torbjorn is, of course, more suited to such a role. I'm interested to see how SB will respond to this on the defense themselves now.
I have to agree with you, and I really want to see, you know, man, is UCSB going to switch up the tempo? Are they going to switch something up? I think they adjusted extremely well, especially because they were able to get those first 2 picks, but when it came to the ult economy, they really lost that macro play, and that's what kind of lost them the fight overall, at least from my perspective. And now we're going to see UCLA coming out with a bastion.
Yeah,
we have not seen this yet, Spencer.
This is an incredible strategy, teleporting the Bastion up on top of the statue, giving him the high ground, the damage boost, and the Sigma Shield to allow the portable bunker. This is a strategy of enormous brain proportions. I love to see UCLA pulling this out, but unfortunately, the Gauchos are going to be showing him the family business. The res will come out. Boy, he's going to be jumping right back down.
Oh, it's such a good position from Employee right here. We put so much pressure on the opposite side of the choke point that the Bruins were pushing, and now you see Santa Barbara is going to have to readjust and reevaluate where they can really contest the Bruins. Although Employee has to back up here, we might get the fight that we were expecting. The boy Johnny now diving into the back line. Gets stunned out though. Can't quite find a displacement that the Bruins are looking for, but there it is. A nice loop onto the ride. Gives Francisco the ability to find that first pick, although Lou does respond, and this fight will become pretty quiet, actually.
Yeah, everything's starting to calm down. The positioning for UCSB is still largely compromised. They're stuck in this back corner. We see in the baffled Pupper trying to help his team push on in. Bob called in as well. Now, Cray's trying to land some shots, but the lamp's keeping everybody safe here. Damage boost not quite going to be working out as your boy Johnny rolls into everybody's face and drops the minefield.
That's such a smart play from your boy Johnny right there, because that just completely pulled the ass and the Mercy out of the fight. Now the Symmetric ult coming out, and Employee has his ult, and this is going to go ham. The Bruins are now on point, and that's a double kill, making a triple kill. A nice little highlight for Employee as the Bruins start to wrap up this map, and they're going to take this series and this map to 0.
Employee popping off. Look at that Bastion play. The Bastion pick warped the landscape of the game entirely. You now have to play around the Bastion, whether you're on offense or defense. for the play of the game, though. Solidus going to be having a massive flux, enabling his team here. Solidus, along with your boy Johnny, have been a tremendously effective tank line. Solidus, of course, being the more defensive styled one, enabling Johnny to dive into the back line. So, nice job to them. Big props and congratulations to UCLA for taking home this best of 3, shutting down the Gauchos, sending them riding on home.
And that just speaks to UCLA's mental throughout this entire tournament. Yesterday they went down, and they've actually still stayed in such a good form throughout every game. Even if they may lose the first push of a point or something, they come back like fighting really hard, and that was just really well played by them. They stayed calm, cool, and collected throughout the entire thing, and just GG's to both teams right there.
Yeah. Tremendously well played, I gotta say. All right, guys, we are going to be moving to a short break now. Please don't go anywhere. We have just another exciting match of Overwatch up in a little bit. So, see you then.
Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. I'll run, I'll hide. Darkness always clouds my mind. When I look behind, it's moving closer every time. I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, my old friend, you won't get me till that's the end. At the end. Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water. Ah, I can't pretend that I have a strong defense. 'Cause darkness, my old friend, you get me.
And welcome back to the UCEI Holiday Invitational presented by Xfinity. We're coming at you with some Overwatch, and we're back for the UCI versus UC Santa Cruz match. Spencer, we just watched a great match between UCLA and UC Santa Barbara. What are we expecting for now the winners bracket semifinals?
Well, UCSC had a composition very similar to UCLA yesterday. We saw that in their match. The Wrecking Ball and Tracer combo went head to head, and it was UC Santa Cruz that ended up coming out on top. Between Snozlar and EMF, it's a very fearsome combo to be reckoned with. Those two are definitely players to watch. We also saw Ionic having a lot of good games as a longer range DPS. So UCSC is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Now, on the other hand, UCI have been consistently bringing it up with a variety of different comps throughout the tournament. We've seen them pick up some unorthodox things like May, and it's really tough to say exactly what we might see out of them.
I'd have to agree. I keep saying that. I gotta find a new thing to say to respond to you, but I just agree with you. Make it known to the world that I agree with Spencer. But another thing that I want to point out is that UCI has been changing up the comps with their substitutions. Now we have Stadium in. Yesterday, Augo started, and we were telling everyone in the audience to check out Augo. But we know Stadium is a little bit different, more of a main tank, likes to play like Orisa. I mean, honestly, I think Stadium can play whatever. But, I remember Stadium's biggest highlights from last year were definitely on the Orisa when it was Orisa Hog meta. So I guess that was more meta. Right. And I would like to see how this PG1 Stadium frontline really comes up against this EMF Snozlar sort of duo right here, because we had, like we said, Ionic was just going crazy yesterday with the headshots, and then we had Snozlar in the back line 1v3ing everyone with Tracer. So let's see, I think it comes down to coordination, like you sort of touched upon yesterday during the UCA Santa Cruz and UCLA match.
Yeah, right. It will be hard to respond to, but I do have faith in UCI. They are accustomed to playing defensively. They've survived through a lot of different metas, and they're pretty seasoned as a team. I think that also, if we can get Fade onto a hit scan DPS, it's going to be... Huh? Widow? Yeah. If we can get him onto the Widow, then that will be great. A signature pick for Fade. On Lijiang Towers, too, not that bad of a pick on some of the maps. But I do think that some other DPS will be more accessible in terms of what we've seen earlier. Again, the aerial control units, whether it be Echo or Pharah, are highly effective on Lijiang Tower, and I want to see them come out yet again, see how they're used by these next two teams.
Yes, and I think that if Faye does play that Widow, though, Snozlar will definitely try and counter that as hard as they can with that Tracer that they were running yesterday. It would be super dope, though, to see a Fade Ionic hit scan battle. I think that's what I'm kind of looking out for. Maybe we'll get it, maybe we won't. Danichi also likes to flex onto those really support utility-based DPS like May. So I think we're going to get a really, really exciting match between the Anteaters and the Slug Squad.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very exciting nonetheless. These are teams that have advanced very far through the bracket, undefeated so far. So I am just excited to sit here, strap on in for this best of 5 and see what's going to happen. Now, any other predictions from you, Dekine?
That's a good question that I don't know the answer to, but I would have to say that
Okay.
I think both teams, seeing how aggressive they are, will win or lose fights pretty early on in terms of the way the fight progresses. I think whoever takes or loses that first elimination, especially if it's a tank or especially if it's a support, will pretty much win the fight, especially with how textbook these teams play. We see UCI able to clean up fights fairly quickly, and UC Santa Cruz like to you have, like I said, Ionic and Snozlar just kind of 1v3 to clean up the rest of those fights, and the different approaches to get the same result. I don't know which team will actually pull through in terms of when they come across those situations, but I really do think that it's going to be whoever gets that first elim will win the fight.
All right, let's jump on in. Heading into Lijiang Towers, going to see how this one plays out. We are starting on the more enclosed of the 3 maps so far. Going to be much harder to pull off some of the strategies listed earlier, like the aerial control or the Widowmaker in such close range here. But this is a perfect map for Danichi's Mei. So I want to see that coming on out, helping to control the area with the Mei wall, preventing the team of UCSC from backing up, escaping, cutting them off. I think it can be very effective in this situation.
Yes, and I totally wouldn't be surprised if Ionic came out with a McCree as well as an Ashe. We saw Ionic on hit scan all day yesterday, but oh man, I may be speaking a little wrong, a little early. It looks like both teams have definitely locked in the comps they're thinking about using right here. And you see Santa Cruz coming out with a Reinhardt Junkrat. That's new from them.
Yep.
That's definitely new from them.
Both teams are going to be looking identical at this point as we see PG1 switch onto Sigma. So in the mirror match, it's tough to play. You know that whichever team has better fundamentals, can execute the strategy better, will come out on top. They're just going to be slamming straight on into each other already off the bat. Look at that.
Wow, Stadium getting 2 picks with the Fire Strike. That's something we haven't seen in a long time. And now, like I said, the fight kind of breaks apart early. You see Santa Cruz opting to reset with the soft reset, and you can see Irvine take the point early.
Irvine already establishing themselves with an incredibly early capture. They're a tour de force, something to be reckoned with as they make their way onto the point now. EMF trying to go around the side here, and they're going to start colliding once again. Neither of these teams wants to really slow down.
I'm loving the death ball sort of feel that these teams are coming out with. As you mentioned earlier, it feels like death ball, so that's some familiarity that I really like to see both of these teams come out with, though. Now with the EMF on this flanker, on the side of the Anteater's defense, and the Anteater was forced to reposition here. Looks like Slugs definitely got a solid position, and the Junkrat tire could be pretty deadly for the team, but UCI gets their pick first, and like I said, that might be the end of this fight, although the response from the Slug is feasible and enough.
Back and forth, here comes the Flux. PG1 going to be hitting quite a few people here, opening this up for UCI to maybe try to retake. PG1 is not slowing down, still throwing those Stigma Spears, but there are so many Slugs left on the point here. I'm not sure if UCI is going to be able to start retaking this. We've seen before that the ultimate economy was essentially synchronized. For the first little bit there, Ionic and Danichi popping the Rip Tires at the same time. And the fact that they've been so in sync means that it's so hard for these teams to overcome each other. You have to play, you have to outbrain the other team. You have to, again, find your better positioning, find your picks, try to outsmart them. And it seems like UCSC is starting to make that happen.
And that's really tough for UCI looking at this ult economy. They were up so much. That's a great pick from Nate. And now that they're kind of down with the economy, it's not ideal, but let's see how they make it do. We have Fantasy here on a big flank looking to get a kill in the backside, but the pin comes in onto him. Fantasy finds 2 kills. Stadium now taking this front line, trying to keep the pressure up on the Slugs, although the Cementary are gotta be really annoying. Although the Junkrat and the Stigma are there to take them out. UC Irvine now kicks back point, just behind about 20%.
Very, very well played. Great use of the sound barrier from CapGod, and Stadium barely lived out of there with 80 HP thanks to Hell Judge and CapGod as well. Great job from UCI managing to find the tempo, find the flank. Fade's pick on the Ionic was critical into securing that capture. Here comes another Rip Tire.
This could be big. And he just gotta find a pick. Oh no. Destroyed right before it blows up, and Slugs now finds this opportunity to really engage. Anteaters hadn't really taken position throughout that entire tire.
Great sound barrier.
And the sound barrier, as you said, is coming out now for the Slugs, but the Anteaters just seem to keep getting killed. The positioning from them has been so great, pretty much denying all engage ability or effect or agency that the Slugs really have in close range. Fade is now here on a nice flank, trying to charge up the shield or the laser, but it can't quite find it. And UCI looks like they're definitely walking away from this fight and keeping the Slugs at bay.
UCI taking it up to 92%. They're just trying to play around the walls as much as they can while still contesting this. Stadium has to walk forward, and he's going to be just walking straight into everybody. They drop both FAP ults on either side, trying to just stall for as much time as possible. Ionic's got the Riptire, but he dies before he can use it.
And that's super unfortunate for Santa Cruz because this is the moment they really need to toss all their ults out, but Lindstrom makes up for it. There's a huge flux coming out for the Slug, and the Anteaters get kind of decimated right there. Although we're still finding out points, so we're playing for kicks. It's 99%, 67, 70-something, and now the Anteaters are forced to reset.
Ionic rolling the Riptire around, looking for somebody. It might just expire, but he finds PG1 at the last second. That's going to suck for UCI as they've got to wait just a little bit longer for the respawn. Wasting critical time for them. It's going to be almost 80% on the clock. UCI just needs to win one more fight to take this map home and secure the 1-0 lead on Lijiang Towers. They've got the Symmetra ult to start this off, but that's about it.
The thing about this, though, Spencer, is, look, you see Santa Cruz who basically have Shatter up right now, so you have to prioritize taking out that Brine. The mines are now out for the Anteaters and giving them the ability to zone in. Janet, she is so clutch with that tire. That's going to give the man advantage to the Anteaters, who decide to press W. This has to be engagement now. They have to get kills, and they have to take space before the Slugs can really reset.
Oh, but that Shatter!
A huge Shatter on the Slugs, although they aren't able to quite capitalize on the value from how many people were stunned out of that. Anteaters take point back. And now we're looking at a really long mid-fight.
Yeah, the tracking from Fade gonna have to be doing it. He's got to take down Snozlar before the DPS continues, but the Symmetra ult gets dropped. The Slugs are not giving this one up without a fight. Limpgrim takes down Hell Judge. Danichi is coming around, looking for the flank, trying to get somebody in the back line, and it's not quite working out. Just the sustain is too much. The Slugs are starting to secure more kills. It's looking a little bit grim for the Anteaters here as Danichi drops very, very low. Fade for the kill, but it's immediately traded back and forth. Stadium drops the Shatter and charges back into the middle of his team.
And now the fight is starting to get really intense, although Stadium finds himself in a bad position, and the Slugs can come out. Anteaters are not looking so good as this fight continues to go on. Just a lonely Danichi who gets taken down on point, and all that's going to be left, and that will be it for the first point here. UC Santa Cruz is up 1-0.
What a close and intense game. So close for the Anteaters to take that one home. 99%, but they just could not close it out. It's just a very difficult situation when you're matched up in a mirror team comp and you find yourself at a disadvantage. You have the exact same tools as the enemy team, and having yourself be at a loss of tempo means that you have not a huge differential to try to make that up. So UC Santa Cruz ultimately was able to play the comp better and found success at the end of the day.
Yeah, and now we're going to check out... Oh, we actually
check out pause.
We're going to be checking out the pause screen right here, but
yeah.
Let's take a look at these comps. It seems like they're kind of running the same thing, which is pretty funny, minus the Echo and the Symmetra for Fade.
Yeah, I fully expect CapGod to switch, for Fade to switch on to one of the aerial DPS, whether it be Echo or Pharah, because we're seeing CapGod on the Mercy. You don't usually want to have the Mercy unless you're running one of the aerial characters or the Ashe, like we saw UCLA running in the previous match. You want to take advantage of Mercy's air mobility and the damage boost, and honestly, Echo and Pharah are perfect for that. So hopefully Fade just sets up the TP, changes out the character, because I do not like Symmetra on the tower, little portion of Lijiang Towers.
Oh, that's really interesting. I would have said that, Fade might want to stick with that, but knowing that Fade is usually a hit scan player, I think I would have to tend to agree with you again. I really got to find a different way to say I agree with you, but yeah, yes. Yes to that.
Just say that I'm right, and it's music to my ears.
You're right, and it's music to my ears. Yeah, never again will I say that. That is the one and only time you're going to hear that from me.
All right, it's okay. It's okay. So, starting to come out of the pause right now, and we've got Snozlar on his famed Tracer, something we didn't quite get to see last game, but this time I'm excited to see how he's going to do. Both teams going to just start charging at each other, and this time it's Danichi on the Echo, actually.
And I'd really like to see the breadth that the DPS on both teams really have right here. You just see them playing these different DPSs, and not poorly. They're playing every DPS they play very well. Oh, now we have Fade. We know Fade is known for playing a good Tracer. Now on the backline with the 1v1 on the Zenyatta. This could be great. Fade gets that solo kill, and now the Anteaters are on, hunting for blood. They want to get another kill. They want to end things, but not so soon. Ionic says gets 3 kills along with the Sigma from the Slugs. UCI is looking like they're kind of struggling out the gate, Spencer.
Yeah, we saw it on the kill feed, didn't see it on the camera, but Snozlar pulled off the exact same play, was able to assassinate Hell Judge on the Zenyatta. Hell Judge has just changed onto the Brig to try to quell the threat of Snozlar's Tracer. The Shield Bash is going to be very, very helpful in slowing Tracer down, so hopefully they can help lock that down and not get terrorized again. Instead, Stadium's just going to be pushing straight on forward here.
Foul drive now coming in from the Hammond, and we see Snozlar in such a good position for him. UCEI has to fight this, and they're spending a lot of resources just trying to pressure Snozlar off of the backline. We can see Fade in the 1v1. Who wins the 1v1? It's Spence who has Blink left, and it seems like BB1 does manage to find that kill, though, on point. Now, if the Transcendences are out, it's going to be crazy mid-fight and kind of extended.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like the Anteaters are starting to get taken over here. 50% on the clock for the Slugs, and it's not looking too good. They tried their best on that push, didn't have enough ults to support it, unfortunately, and the Transcendence from forward ended up saving the day. We've seen so many game-changing Transcendences between this game and the last, and I hope that's a trend that we get to keep seeing. You know, it's so nice to see the healers have a very visceral impact on the game.
And you see Irvine now starting to contest point. They still haven't been able to quite find the engage that they really want. EMF, it's just been so killer all day. Finding that kill right there. Although that was following Dante's first 3 eliminations, UC Irvine should have the man advantage as this fight continues on. They have to be able to focus fire down this front line from the Slugs, and they seem to do so successfully. Now this is triple DPS, and the rest of the fight should be contested. As we know, both teams can definitely clean up fights without having to worry about it, but this Mercy Valkyrie could be a problem.
The Flux starting to pick people up. They don't want the overtime to tick down too much. Fade dropping very, very low, gets the recall off, and is going to be healed right back up. The tank line from SC has arrived back on the point, but they're getting summarily gunned down by Fade and the rest of the UCI squad. The Anteaters have begun to bring it back. Danichi came up in a big way, even though we did not see it, and it managed to help save the game. Now, 3 ultimates left in the bank for UCI means that they could probably keep on holding this, but holding it without giving it up for the rest of the match is going to be a tall order.
I have to agree with you. The macro play from UCI has to be almost immaculate. They have to maintain this ult economy and keep it up the value that they get from their abilities. You can see Snozlar already on point, pressuring that backline, but Danichi is still coming up so big. That's a double kill for the Anteaters early on. And even though Snozlar gets the pick, the Anteaters seem to have found their groove. They found their stride, and that's another team fight ended very quickly.
It is so hard to contest Danichi at this point. You have your own Echo, which can't quite be effective in air-to-air combat, and Snozlar's solely focused on taking out the backline. So when you have Danichi focusing down forward, EMF and Gosu, that's going to be very, very difficult to deal with. Now Fade starting to get caught, blinks out. UCI's trying to find a fight on the bridge.
Oh, and that's really unfortunate for the Slugs right there that Fade was able to deal enough damage to get that elimination early for the Anteaters. They're going to have to back off of this unless they really want to fight this. 1% on the clock. If you're UC Santa Cruz, you want to get and back off, but
they took the point again. Yeah, this is looking a little bit scary for UCI. They've given up the point. Now the overtime has triggered. They cannot afford to leave or miss a touch. They have to stay on this and keep on fighting it out.
Danichi does go down early for the Anteaters, and that's who's been carrying the past 2 team fights for them. Slugs have now decided this is the right time to engage. Those Stadium has a good timed ultimate with those mines, trying to keep them off until Danichi can get back in the fight. But it seems like the Slugs are playing this one so well. That's 3 eliminations for them. The Graviton Flux coming out for the Santa Cruz Slugs, and that's going to be it for this map. UC Santa Cruz takes up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, that is going to be rough to see if you are a UCI fan. Santa Cruz managed to find their momentum early on and hold onto it throughout almost the entire game. UCI very close to making the comeback on that second part there. Managed to take back the point, but unfortunately couldn't ride it out to the end. So Santa Cruz putting up a fantastic showing. We've seen Snozlar just absolutely tearing it up, supported by Ionic from the skies. I really like the dynamic that these guys have together, and it's hard to respond to. They've forced UCI to adapt. They presented their team comp, and we saw the healer switch. No more Zenyatta. This time it's a Brig to try to counter the team comp that they have. So you know that it's rough when you force the enemy team to try to adapt to you.
Yeah, I think UCI, you might see a substitution here, getting Ago back into that lineup. I could be wrong, but maybe UCI needs a different approach, a different shot caller in the game to help them out. I wouldn't say they played it poorly by any means, but they might switch it up here a little bit and throw UC Santa Cruz off their toes for at least one of these maps.
Yeah, very true. Things could be looking different on a different type of map. We are going on to Kings Row, just like we did earlier with UCLA. I think that UCI has a much better showing on an attack defense map like this. Danichi, we've talked about the May. This is the prime time to bring it out. Cutting off the enemy team as they approach through the initial choke point is a tremendously good strategy. You're able to secure easy kills a lot of the time, and it works. It just works.
Yes, and you know, kind of going back to yesterday, we saw Danichi pull out that super solid May, and man, I want to see how UC Santa Cruz really adjusts to this. Sorry, they switched teams in the menu, and I was really thrown off for a second. I was like, I didn't know UC Santa Cruz had Stadium on them. But yeah, I want to see how UC Santa Cruz really approaches maybe the next comp that UCI, pulls out. We know that UCI likes to play super aggressive as well, and it might just come down to, who runs it down mid first. This might be the map where that kind of happens. Kings Row is one of those maps where you either play super passive or you play super aggressive, and it rewards both of those styles.
Yeah, right. The all-out attack from UC Santa Cruz could end up busting open UCI. EMF and Snozlar are the two to watch out for. I cannot specify that enough. You have got to be able to counter their backline dive. So potentially something more bunker-esque if they choose to have the Sigma and set up on the high ground, keep some healers around, a long-range DPS. This is a great map for Fade to play a hit scan and try to shut down the forward push from UC Santa Cruz, because they're going to be split up if they choose to opt for the dive comp. If they can take advantage of having the weaker set of 4, then UCI might be able to come out on top.
I'd have to agree with you.
Don't say it.
And now we're heading into Kings Row, Spencer. Now, what are the odds that we see something really random, like a Bastion TP, like we saw earlier? Do you think either of these teams would pull that off right now, so early in the series?
Well, Dekine, in situations like this, I always say that it's a 50-50. You either see it or you don't. So I'm calling it a dead coin flip. If somebody in Twitch chat wants to help call it, I'd appreciate that. Otherwise, in a realistic sense, I don't think we're going to be seeing anything cheesy so far. It is only the second match. The teams have a little bit of leeway because it's a best of 5, but you definitely don't want to be trying to throw away your chances with a cheese strategy. Especially UCI, they need a win to get themselves back up to an even scoreline. So they're going to be sticking with something classic, something tried and true. And that's what I'm seeing right now. Stadium on the Winston. This is a pretty signature pick for him. Going to help him get in the back line here and terrorize them, along with some long-range assistance from Fade. Like to see the hit scan.
I'm really excited that we got the this view right here, this observer view. I feel so professional with it. I think it's coming down to just seeing what these teams really do here. I would really like to see how the Zenyatta versus Baptiste really plays out, because you have a lot of different utility coming from Zenyatta Mercy than you do from Baptiste Lucio, and I think the Lucio will help UCI play really fast here.
Look at this. UCI is going to be teleporting right in. going for the high ground. They have the Lucio Cap God helping him get onto the high ground here, and they make the jump this time, unlike the teams previously. They are going to be going for the all-out flank. Stadium's charging on in.
That was a nice aggressive play from Stadium, pretty much backing up the entirety of the Slugs defense. And now they're super split. So Mercy just kind of pocketing a stinger by himself by Spawn. That call has definitely got to come out from UCI right there. And they do manage to get the kill, although it is onto the Hammond. Here we go, Snozlar doing Snozlar things in the backline of UCI. And it feels like UC Santa Cruz is now on the offensive. UCI is defending. This fight has become very awkward and fast. Snozlar, you are crazy. Oh my goodness, the flames coming out from CTS have literally been insane.
But look at Stadium, he's able to help keep defending his team even in the face of Snozlar's oppressive Tracer gameplay. Snozlar finally gets taken down, and UCI is still almost winning this point. They only have just a little bit more to go in terms of percentage. Mercy has flown in all by herself, only to get taken down, and UCI has taken the point incredibly quickly. Look at the maneuvering. They set it up in such a way that they became the point defenders. I liken that strategy to chess. If you don't have something to respond to it immediately, you will get checkmated, you will be at a disadvantage, and you will be losing out. UCI, big props for making that happen.
Going to 8-7, am I right? Spencer, UCI definitely playing the big brain games right there, looking for a solid end game. And honestly, despite Snozlar's literally insane run right there with like 4 eliminations, it just wasn't enough to stop UCI. And now this is such a huge stagger, or in terms of positioning that Snozlar has from his team. And the question is, can Snozlar really affect much of the game? There's already 2 eliminations early for UCI, and we're looking at them just kind of pressing W's. The war chest is completely full. We should see everybody pressing Q if needed still, but I guess they don't even need it. We just have Fade right and left clicking all over the place.
Yeah, Fade's got the Deadeye. He's not going to quite drop it yet. He knows that he just needs to buy space for his team. It's only when the cart will reach the next checkpoint that he really needs to bust around this corner. So, fantastic job holding that. Don't want to get too greedy. UCI instead creating a lot of space so that they can just move up the cart very, very safely. And now Santa Cruz wants to contest this.
This is definitely the place where you want to contest the type before the checkpoint, trying to get your ult out and stopping the entirety of what UCI has. That Deadeye was really nice for the Anteaters early on, and it seems like the eliminations keep rolling in.
Look at Danity go! 3 headshots in a row!
Oh my goodness, and we saw this yesterday. Danity's May on Kingsville is nuts, man. It's just nuts.
That has gotta feel good. We didn't get to see it, but Danichi headshot Snozlar on the Tracer before proceeding to headshot down 2 additional members of the Slugs. That is just incredible. Phenomenal gameplay from UCI, managing to make their own combinations work, and they've still got an Earth Shatter in the back pocket to help close out this map. Lots of tank changes on the side of Santa Cruz, and also Snozlar's on the Ash this time. They're starting to get desperate. They've got to hold out.
Yes, this fight is, ooh, that's not what you want to see if you're a Slug right now. That early just death from your team. Oh, and it seems like UCI is just going to walk right in on the point right now. Everyone went down in 4 minutes on the clock for the Anteaters. That's a solid round for them, especially considering that they dropped the first map. They're looking to close the point out, and they smell blood.
That was one of the most incredible games of Overwatch. One of the best offensive phases I've ever seen. UCI taking the momentum, pushing it to its limits, and the execution was near flawless. 4 minutes left on the clock. Is a tremendous amount of time, and it's going to be very, very difficult for the Slugs to respond to this. At best, they end up with a similar time bank, and then UCI makes another miracle run immediately afterwards. So, tough to come back from. The mental's got to be a little bit shaken.
Yes, and so you see Santa Cruz probably going to switch things up here a little bit. We do know, though, that EMF is pretty much the game changer right now in terms of the way these teams both play out. We see EMF giving Snozlar the ability to just go out and get frags. And unfortunately, UCI noticed that, right? And we saw when they started pushing payload, EMF and Snozlar got caught out so far from their team that Irvine just played a 4v6, and so that really did not pay them dividends, and we might see an adjustment here. Now, having Snozlar on the Widow early could do them well, but again, you have to have that synergy between EMF and Snozlar for the Slugs to really get their momentum going again, like we saw on the first map.
Yeah, I fully expect Snozlar to be changing after the early intelligence here. They're right there, and so Snozlar's going to be back on the Tracer. Ionic again on the Echo, this time going to be looking for some damage from the skies. And UCI has opted not to take the high ground this time. They don't want a similar play like what happened to them. They want to be able to respond to an aggressive push from Santa Cruz. Seems like that's exactly what's going on.
And it's good for UCI to run this Baptiste McCree into that Echo because you want to really deny the aerial agency that you have as Echo Mercy. Although Snozlar, if you don't keep track of Snozlar, things may not go good. Ionic having a great angle onto the front line of UCI. This could be bad for the Anteaters. They're not really quite sure which angles the Slugs are going to be attacking from. It seems like the Slugs are starting to attack from every single one. Ionic finds the first pick in this one, and the Anteaters have to readjust and find new position as this fight breaks out. The nice flash onto the ball going to stay too well for FaZe. Ionic though is popping off, managing to get so much damage from the Anteater defense, and it looks like the Slugs walked in on the point pretty much the same way the Anteaters did.
Yeah, Ionic is so hard to contest in the air. So much attention had been drawn to the side of Snozlar and EMF as they were trying to flank the tanks. And ultimately, there wasn't a whole lot that UCI could do in that situation. They were the ones getting outmaneuvered. So it's time for them to find their defensive footing. Otherwise, big props to the Slugs for making that play happen. Snozlar and Ionic, you two are popping off. Now, as the cart rounds the corner, let's see what UCI is going to do to respond. They've got the Deadeye, they've got the Blizzard. Let's see how it's going to go.
I think that you've got to hold this choke point right here, the very first one, as long as possible for UC Irvine, because you have so much time on the clock. You need to be able to burn each checkpoint and get as much value out of it as possible.
Oh, beautiful wall from Danishi, going to be starting to cut off the Sigma. Woo! Big pin as well, and UCI is starting to turn this one around. Driving back Santa Cruz to their base now. We're starting to see Danishi with the walls like we've seen previously, helping him get onto the high ground, trying to freeze out EMF. But unfortunately, Hash is going to be a little bit too slippery.
Exactly, Spencer. So you've seen UCI right here just spending a ton of time trying to get as much time wasted from the checkpoint, this very first choke point, excuse me, not checkpoint. And now we have the Anteaters fighting this forward so contested so heavily. Although, look at the war chest. We have 3 ults to 2, and the Sigma grab is now coming out. Will it be enough, though, for the Anteaters to get up kicking, get the momentum rolling? I saw top one up in the air, but now we have Ionic downplaying the Baptiste. What an interesting switch on the support. The picks come in for UC Santa Cruz, and the Anteaters are forced to back off.
Yeah, Nano Boost went to a little bit of a waste on EMF, but it doesn't even matter. Instead, the Echo Ultimate going to be hugely impactful, taking away the Baptiste booster for themselves, just shooting a hell of a lot of shots through it and making short work of UCI. So UCI put up a great defense though. They were able to stall for a long time, give themselves a nice little cushion here, and no matter what happens in the rest of the map, Santa Cruz is going to be slower than UCI.
Definitely, especially with that Shatter Stadium lands it on the 2 Slugs. And that's going to be, as I said, Spencer, these fights are ending really quick between both teams. That's going to be it for that one.
Yeah, Stadium opting to go for the short value usage of the Earth Shatter there. He doesn't need to find the massive 6-man ultimate. He just needs to find 1 kill to allow his team to retake the momentum. With their tank down, there's no way that Santa Cruz wants to support a push and being at a man disadvantage. So a smart play from Stadium there. And he's ready to just still stay on this cart, support his team. Fade has got the Deadeye still. He got taken out a little bit too earlier in the previous fight to use it, but it's going to be on the menu this time.
And it's really interesting to see how these DPS are choosing to use their ultimate. It really feels like they're being patient, but they're also super impressive as well. We see this early damage trade coming out from both teams. Now, the winner of this damage trade could be the decider of the rest of this fight. EMF looking for the good route onto the Anteater backline, but they've already rotated Spencer. They know he's here, and even though they didn't quite get the shield up in time to defend from it, EMF has to back off and reposition. That's such good positioning from Irvine. Pioneer now comes out along with Sigma ult and Sound Barrier. The ult, everyone is pressing Q from both teams, and Irvine finds 2 eliminations early, though it is matched by the Slugs.
Yeah, it's so hard to contest Ionic with the Deadeye being down. It's opened up so much for Santa Cruz, and Ionic is just on an absolute warpath with the Reinhardt form. He's ready to keep on going, and they've cleared out UCI from the point, finally achieving that second tick and pushing the cart even further forward. Now, they only have one more ult left, about to have 3. UCI with no tank ults could find themselves in dire straits here. They need to hold this corner. This is the critical spot, one of the most difficult spots for the offense to push past. Helljudge trying his best to keep PG1 alive, and he is going to be succeeding.
And I think Stadium can really farm this ult up long enough, and this is such a great read from Snozlar. And look, the mind from UC Santa Cruz in doing that well dividends. They knew that Danishi was going to toss out that wall and played so well against it. The Slugs now pushing in, getting those early elims and winning this fight early. At least UCI is going to have to back off and just reset as fast as possible.
Yeah, UCI, they probably have about one more defense here. With Danishi's Blizzard, they might be able to hold on, but it is going to be close. Stadium also almost has the Earth Shatter as well. Now, EMF is going to have a little bit of a tougher time getting in there. You can't flank anymore when the enemy's all the way at their spawn. They have to meet head on, but it's UCI choosing to flank.
Oh, and that Shatter comes down to start the fight off. Danishi really has this Blizzard, and this Blizzard will probably be the difference between who takes point and who doesn't. Remember, it's 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. UCI is looking to burn the time as much as possible, and they're able to get those early picks. Although 4 down the Ana might prove to be a little bit difficult, especially with those anti-nades, but UCI staves off another push from Santa Cruz.
Yeah, in situations like that where Danichi goes down, but at the cost, but taking another member of Santa Cruz with them, UCI will always come out on top. Defenders will definitively have the respawn advantage, and even trading 1-for-1 buys more time for UCI because, again, UC Santa Cruz doesn't want to push with that man disadvantage. Snozlar, though, he's on the side. He's looking for a big pulse bomb play to blow this game wide open.
And that would be huge if Snozlar can find one. UCI, knowing he's there, though, will probably readjust for that. And there comes the fluxes from both sides. Who gets caught first? No one quite gets, so Danishi is sitting on the Blizzard. Now comes down now. UC Irvine looking to poise to go on to point and attack everybody. The Moira coalescence is going to be huge for the Anteaters, and the Slugs offense is slowly falling apart. EMF now just left getting pocketed by Gosu, although might not be enough, and the Slugs again are forced to back off with just one more push left.
20 seconds left on the clock. The Slugs have barely one more push left if they are allowed to get near the cart. CapGod, he's the only one with an ultimate left in the game. UC Santa Cruz has completely changed up their team comp as a last-ditch effort. They've got the Symmetra. They're trying for a cheesy high ground play, and they're going to be teleporting on up there. Let's see how this is going to play out.
And this is all about mid-fight adjustments. Spencer, UCI has to be able to be flexible with their approach to this fight. We saw Stadium go down scarily, almost got stunned out of everything, but now we have the Shatter coming down. It looks to be big for UCI. That's 3 kills for the Anteaters, and everything is going toward the Anteaters' way as the overtime bar ticks away, and UCI takes Kings Row, tying up the series 1-1 in this best of 5.
UCI finding the salt for the Slugs. They're able to turn that game around even when things seemed a little grim. The momentum from Santa Cruz was enormous in the first half of that game, but UCI, with their backs up against the wall, were able to turn it around. EMF and Snozlar, again, still making enormous flank plays, being able to consistently find positional advantages on the UCI squad, and it's so hard to do. It's so hard to deal with. It's only when UCI is finally with nowhere left to go behind them to get out positioned that they're able to find a leg to stand up on. And that's why we saw the team comp completely change at the end. You have to realize that it's not going to quite work out. You need to try a different approach, and it only came out just a little bit too late. So maybe if we had seen something like that earlier, it could have been a different ending to that game. But big props to UCI for making it happen.
Definitely, and it makes for an exciting series. Remember, folks, this is a best of 5, tied at 1-1. First to 3 does win the series. And, outside of that, I just wanted to talk about, let's talk about the flex tanks, right? We see PG1 just making so many great plays for UCI, and it's in terms of just those accretions being landed, when are you soaking up all of that damage from the other team? What abilities are you denying as Sigma? And PG1 has definitely been there for UCI. We saw yesterday the aggression on the flanks that PG1 is able to read the way the team is moving and just go around them and put a lot of pressure from the side is just really good. And I think that's what the difference maker was for UCI in that entire map right there. You had the tanks working in such good cohesion that it made it really hard for UC Santa Cruz to counter anything that was coming out from them.
Right. Yeah. It's going to be difficult to distract everybody after a while. Eventually, UCI got the comms under control. They were able to find their target focus a lot better than previously. And in doing so, helped manage the kind of diversional tactics that UC Santa Cruz was presenting them with. Also, having Danishi as an additional defensive screen to protect the rest of the team was enormous. So the May pick ended up being very, very good for helping UCI out and contending with the aggression from Santa Cruz. I like that they are not afraid to kind of experiment and still play with their own style at the same time. So UCI standing up strong. Now on the next map, it's going to be Dorado, I believe, which is again a very similar one. UCI have proven themselves on the defense. I wonder if it's just going to be the same story as we move into the next one.
Yeah, and UC Santa Cruz definitely showing that they have the more explosive offense between the two teams playing here today. I think that a map like Dorado will benefit someone like UC Santa Cruz, especially if you can get through that first choke point and that first, capture point very early. It would allow them to really have agency with how they want to play out the rest of the game. As we said, though, we have to see what comp these teams bring out because they've been showing so much breadth in the way that they can play this game and the different styles that these comps bring out for each team. I am wondering though if UCI will ever make the change to have Ago in the game. We do see a tank slot empty. We might see that moving forward. Ago coming in, maybe playing a little bit of Diva.
Ren in there. Instead, it's gonna be Ren himself. I don't know if you guys
Ren
can
in the game.
I don't think they can see the lobby
No, they
screen, but
can't. It just
we put our UCI has put the coach in. He's ready to go, ready to fight. But unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be seeing the esteemed Ren
That'd be
join us on
hilarious.
the battlefield today.
Put the
Yeah,
coaches in.
potentially a tank swap here would be interesting to see. Although I do think that the lineup of Stadium and PG1 has been working with no problems. Instead, Ago has entered the battlefield, a fan favorite tank player going to be stepping on in here, helping UCI to try to secure victory once more versus the Slugs. I want to see how this is going to play out now that UCI has changed up the lineup a little bit. Are they going to be more aggressive? Are they going to find more success versus the dive comp from UC Santa Cruz? Find out next time on UCI versus UCSC, which will be commencing very, very shortly. We're not going to break, but
I was smiling at the camera. I was like,
no.
Time to break. I think what we'll see is UCI coming out with maybe different, more disciplined rotations that we usually see when Ago comes out. We know that Ago takes a lot of control when it comes to the game, and the team plays a lot differently. It's more of like that super intuitive style versus that super disciplined, like let's be really smart about this sort of style. So we might see UCI maybe not play more passive, but play more methodically than they have. And I think UC Santa Cruz definitely will handle that very well. As we said, it's got to be between EMFs synergizing with his DPS or their DPS because it's going to be super important for UC Santa Cruz to be on the same page, especially with cooldowns having to be on a better rotation.
Yeah, going to be, again, a little bit more difficult to deal with. Now that they've got Ago in, it makes me wonder, they be at a disadvantage because Ago is not quite used to playing versus UC Santa Cruz and their very aggressive style? Is it going to be harder to communicate with him and get him on board to the target selection, the focus that UCI needs to have in order to find success? That's could be a real problem. Something that is something that's not really considered very often is the team synergy as the players move in. Are they going to be able to communicate effectively still moving forward into this game?
And also, it's not always the most ideal for a team to make a substitution right in the middle of the series, especially if you're, not quite up as much. So this could be a big risk for UCI as well. The team was getting really comfortable with who they were having and, who was doing what at what times. And so now having Ago in the game, that could really throw things, maybe off kilter for them. We'll see how they adjust. We'll see how UC Santa Cruz adjusts. I'm predicting that this will be a lot different than the two maps we've seen already. And that's just because I think both teams are going to come out with a different play style, not just because of Dorado, but because of the substitution for Ago.
Yeah, could be potentially changing the landscape for UCI. I don't necessarily see UC Santa Cruz, their playstyle changing up a whole lot. I'm fully expecting them to have a similar team composition with Ionic on the Echo. Limgrim still keeping it up on the Sigma here. It has worked out relatively well. They might just find a different form of positioning advantage, given that it's a different map here. But really, that's what they're aiming to do. They don't want to change up the team comp too much, unless it's a last-ditch effort like the end of last game. But rather, they're going to be trying to adapt their playstyles and find some more incremental advantages. On the defensive side, however, we are seeing Danichi on the Tracer. This is a potential Tracer duel, just like we saw in Lijiang Towers. It did end up working out in the favor of Snozlar, I'd say. So it's a bold choice from UCI to attempt this again.
Yeah, excuse me, I took on some water. That Tracer 1v1 might seal the deal on how some of these team fights play out, especially with looking at UCI going kind of around the backside right here. This is going to be,
EMF just going to be charging on forward under the bridge, trying to sneak past UCI's lines and find a good flank from the backside. Ionic getting a nice little chunk of damage onto Danichi, but the long-range healing from Helljudge is going to be working out.
Definitely one of the less scrappy, or I guess less aggressive fights we've seen these two teams first take today. See, both teams are waiting for a mistake, and Danichi does find that early pick onto EMF, which is kind of the bread and butter of UC Santa Cruz's lead offense.
Yeah,
but it's a slug push.
It's as the card reaches this point that the game becomes a lot more dangerous for the offense. You can't afford to get stalled out here, or else you risk being full health for the rest of the game. Look at Fade here. So clean. And now that the cart is in position, UCI has the game in their hands.
That was such a huge play from Fade. That was, what, 3 eliminations just back to back to back? And that's so hard to play against when you have someone like Fade just kind of not missing shots. It just makes it so difficult to push.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to contend with. And now the worst part for UC Santa Cruz is that they have to walk up completely undefended to this tight little choke point where they have to maneuver around and get the cart moving. Snozlar opts to go all the way around, though.
I don't know if UCI has read this quite yet. Snozlar did drop a little bit of damage. Pulse Bomb now out. Unfortunately, doesn't find anybody but the Echo in form of Ionic was able to find an elimination for the Slug. Gravitic Flux coming out now for the Anteaters. Maintains the side of the fight, but I don't really think so. Snozlar is just in such a good position. So Helljudge does able to get a response elimination. I just can't imagine Snozlar being stopped anytime soon. Besides the mine, the revive coming in for UCI maintains control of this, though. Ago does get that kill. That's pretty big for the Anteaters, although the mid-fight does get really scrappy against Center and very elongated.
Yeah, Ionic changing into the hamster ball form. We're gunning down Helljudge and dropping the mines onto the cart, making a defense very, very unappealing for UCI, but they have not given up yet. The cart is being contested. Fades found his way back onto the battlefield, and he's got a Deadeye ready to go once again. Kafka drops the rally. UCI is still fighting this with everything they've got.
And this is really important for them because this fight may determine whether they win or lose the map right here on this point. And the Slugs are doing so well. They have been able to find elimination after elimination, but Ago is just a pest on this point with the Wrecking Ball, just displacing everybody and living a lot longer than you would like him to.
Yeah, they stalled for a lot of time there. Only 3 minutes left on the clock for the Slugs now as they move forward. They are going to only have one ult on Ionic for the next immediate team fight, but it is going to be most likely the most impactful one. An Echo ult can be anything. That's really the best part about it. So if it's a free hamster ball minefield, then that's pretty good.
Yeah, that would be really crazy to see something like that, but I totally agree with you. Echo has completely changed the way the game is played in a fundamental way, not just like a minute way. It's just, oh, you have to respect the Echo as basically every single hero, and that makes it so tough. Taking a nice early pick and smash in the face by the Sludge, and now UC Irvine is finding himself in an awkward defensive position. If Fade can get this pick though on Spalva, that would be great.
Oh, that's really rough to see. Fade charging the Deadeye, ended up getting blocked off and now shut down. The ult going to be found nowhere. Helljudge has the chance to help himself get away, and UCI is now in a very, very bad spot. They're starting to get out positioned here. Ionic's been oppressive from the skies, and Santa Cruz is just starting to take over this game. They have to find another choke point to hold it here, most likely this next corner, but here comes the turnaround.
Oh, PG1 finding a double kill, and man, that work PG1 just did to stop the Slugs from really advancing is huge. That Flux completely picked apart that push and what was left of UC Santa Cruz, and now UCI can burn another 20 to 30 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, UCI has the time to reset and realign themselves, get the positioning advantage that they need. They probably want to hold this high ground versus the Echo, but actually Ionic's just changed out to Ashe, so if they haven't noticed that yet, then it could be a little bit difficult for them. UCI going to be caught up on the high ground though as they get outmaneuvered by EMF, starting to just roll around here, trying to find something to shoot at.
That bobble will be huge for UC Santa Cruz, especially if we're able to just use it to cap point and push the back line. The EMF has been so aggressive on this Hammond and Ionic. I don't think Ionic's going to have it up in time. 51% in less than a minute. The Anteaters got to feel good in this position right here. Although, look at the war chest for UC Santa Cruz. They have 3 ults and they are about to have 4. I mean,
yeah,
5.
Starting to get pretty sizable. UCI just approaching 3 with a little bit more damage from Danichi and Fade. This is going to be an explosive team fight here. It's going to be hard to contend with both tank ults from EMF and Limprim, but UCI seems to have been pretty good at receiving it so far. 30 seconds left on the clock, and now UC Santa Cruz has to make something happen here or they risk losing out on the map.
I think UC Santa Cruz feels good about what they have right now. Oh, and Helljudge goes down. That's going to be the engage that the Slugs need. Everyone's going to start pressing Q. Gravitic Flux comes out now, and Ionic is looking for that killing blow, that death blow. Unable to find it, unfortunately, as PG1 continues to carry this fight. A nice flick by Fade. This is starting to go in the way of UC Irvine. The Anteaters are trying to navigate to find elimination as fast as possible, but that res for the Slugs will do it for them. They have been able to find their way back, find some footing in this fight, and Danichi blinking around in the 1v1 versus Snozlar, unable to find it from UC Santa Cruz.
Yeah, Tracers are just everywhere on the battlefield, but Helljudge with the headshot on a Snozlar will close that map out. Whew! What a shot! Clearing out the Slugs from the cart, and UC Santa Cruz is going to be getting shut down just mere inches from the second tick there. UCI doing a tremendously good job managing the initiations from Santa Cruz. They saw each and every ultimate being used and were able to find a different positioning to try to counter that. So UCI playing very smartly, managing their high ground positioning and ultimately coming out on top.
Couldn't say it better myself, Spencer. See, I found another way to agree with you.
Yeah.
But I think those fights were just characteristically who won the mid fight. And, you know, even though UCI was down sometimes in terms of members, you know, they were able to keep Augo alive, and Augo staying alive and actually just pressuring the entire, all the resources that the Slugs had left was so huge for them. And it goes the same way for UC Santa Cruz. In some of those fights, it was only EMF and Snozlar left on the field, and they were able to just blow through the rest of the Anteaters on top that were left. And now you have, the differences in these fights being a lot later. And that's what I was talking about. The change in play style is definitely imminent, and you can just see it in the way that that last entire round was played out.
Yeah, I feel like the last round really hinged on Fade. The fact that he was dying without getting his dead eyes off or not really getting a lot of value out of them was hugely detrimental to UCI. But as soon as he was able to find a good pick with it, it ended up working out for UCI. So got to keep your eye on Fade. He's got to keep on chugging forward with his free pick. EMF just diving on into the back line.
That's a solid power drive. Luckily able to get away right there. UCI did not turn around in time, but like right onto the Zenyatta, and that's not anything fun to see if you're a slug right now. There's support, CPS going down, and now the Anteaters have decided to engage onto the rest of UC Santa Cruz. Danishee needs to find a pick here, and he does! That's so solid for them, and this is going to make quick work for the team. This textbook Overwatch being played by the Anteaters as they push the payload forward.
Yeah, make sure to clear out each and every slug here. You don't want to risk getting the cart stuck in the dreaded underbridge position. You want to get as many staggers as possible, so taking your time to really just clear them out before you push the cart in is going to be very useful. Also eliminates the possibility for a touch to deny even more time. And UCI is rolling on towards the second point with 5 minutes in the clock. Very sizable. Ago almost has the minefield. We got Danishee with a pulse bomb. They could be able to make this happen on the next push. If they're not smart, Danishee's got a big kill.
Wow, that was that's like a flash play from a Morgana in League of Legends right there. Such a solid play from Danishee, able to land that and just back off, even with a little wave. And something like that doesn't seem like much, but it causes another 20 meters or 30 meters to be uncontested by the slug.
Yeah, not to mention Danishee is very good at building the ult back up quickly. He's got big meat shields to hit, and maybe a little bit of a smaller one as well as Snozlar falls down and UCI continues finding some more kills.
This is definitely characteristic of UCI to just kind of play a lot of isolation Overwatch and then eventually come together. Now we see this big one coming out from Santa Cruz, which could have spelled the end of Fame, but he has so much skill from the team. Oh, what a great shield there from CP1. Now Danishee on the bottom side looking for a fight, looking for opportunity to hit someone again with another pulse bomb. All those mines are so well timed, and he gets another shot! Oh, Danishee, you are so crazy at this game. You see Santa Cruz unsure what to work, but Danishee does go down, and now Irvine has to back off, but wow, what a good show of what a flash of brilliance of Danishee right there.
Yeah, Danishee really had a great chance to pop off and shine, but it is going to be Santa Cruz coming out on top in the end of that fight, despite the huge ultimate usage from UCI. UCI, they are coming back with 3 of them in the bank though, and they are extremely close to closing out this map. They're opting to go for the high ground flank route instead of running straight through the front door. So let's see if this pays off as they dive on a limp grimp here.
Yeah, that was super well coordinated, especially you saw the Tracer was in there basically when the power drive was at its peak. And now we have UC Santa Cruz being forced into an awkward position here, allowing UCI to deny the farming of ults. So UCI hasn't quite engaged this yet, and we're waiting for the first pick to roll in from whichever team.
Yeah, now we have to charged up, but it's not going to be going in, and Bob gets called in as well. UC Santa Cruz wants to put the nails in the coffins, but Danishee wins the Tracer 1v1, escapes with 4 HP. Going to be going for the health pack and just barely lives out of there.
Yeah, that's actually really weird. UCI didn't quite go in right when they forced him into another position, but oh, the picks are rolling in. Hell Judge finds the Ash early. Father almost was hit by the retreation. That would have been pretty bad if that did happen though. And now UCI is defending the payload. They're basically forcing the fight onto them right now. You can't do right now. That's exactly what's going on. You have a profile. You have the ability to change the fight. Transcendence is right for Dancing in such an exciting position. Unfortunately, unable to convert that ultimate into a kill. But the Anteaters nonetheless have the positional advantage, even though they are starting to take a lot of damage from the front line of the club.
EMF going to be laying down the minefield with his dying breath, trying to hold this one on for Santa Cruz. Fade's just charging this Deadeye, waiting for somebody to show their face. Just the zoning will be enough. Nobody wanted to try to contest the Cowboy as he awaits his next challenger. UCI going to be taking this map home. What a great showing from the UCI squad. The DPS really got their chance to shine, as well as the third one, Hell Judge. We can't forget those Zenyatta headshots. This guy is absolutely crazy on this pick, and it's definitely his most famous one.
Definitely, and I think it's Zenyatta's zoning ability and assist kind of go unheard of or unsung. But look at this, Hell Judge, 21 defensive assists, kind of just me going back to the fact that a lot of that zoning ability or a lot of those first hits from that Zenyatta can do so much later on in the fight. If you're able to land, a few of those crystals onto another person, it just allows your team to completely snowball. And we pretty much saw that entire thing right, back there. I did want to talk about, the way these teams played, Spencer. How did you think that both teams adjusted, especially after that substitution with Ago?
Well, it seems like UCI ended up getting a lot more aggressive after that. With Danishi on the Tracer, they were able to kind of set up these aggressive positionings where they were held the high ground, pushed in forward, and made it difficult for UC Santa Cruz to kind of maneuver around. They forced Santa Cruz into some weird routes around the map, and it ended up working out really well. Overwatch is going to be a game of positioning, right? And so UCI was able to outmaneuver Santa Cruz at the end of the day. Santa Cruz, no slumps though. They're still in this, even though UCI is ahead 2-1. It's going to be an exciting fourth match coming on up. But until then, we will be going to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe when you're drowning underwater. There's so much water.
Welcome back from that quick bathroom break, back to the UCEI Holiday Invitational presented by Xfinity. We just watched UCI and UC Santa Cruz duke it out for 3 games in this best of 5. UCI up 2-1. Now, Spencer, what do you kind of expand on those last thoughts you had about, the teams changing as Ago got substituted?
Well, I agree in that it got a lot more methodical in terms of gameplay for UCI. They focused more on outmaneuvering UC Santa Cruz and finding positional advantages, like I was saying before the break. being able to secure the high ground and force Santa Cruz into some more awkward positionings where they are far more spread out between EMF and Snozlar being separated from the rest of the squad, and even more as they just kind of completely fanned out to kind of surround UCI from the high ground, and ended up working out for UCI. They were able to have a very clean defense and really position well to receive the push from UC Santa Cruz. Ended up working out tremendously well, enabled Fade to find some good shots on the McCree. And I think that that kind of gameplay where it's more strategic is going to work out for UCI in the end.
That entire time you were talking, I was waiting for a chess reference, but I never got one. But that's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll get you next one. All right.
Next time. But I totally have to agree with you. And UC Santa Cruz adjusted so well, in my opinion. They were able to match that, strategic mindset, that strategic difference. And I think it kind of goes to show that UC Santa Cruz is very receptive to the changes that UCI is making in their play by play. And when we come to this next map, I think we're going to be on Busan. We're going to see that, especially if it's in on that first open point where you have to be able to rotate and adjust based on the positions of each team.
Yeah, Busan is definitely one of those maps where you have a lot of flank routes available. One of the more open maps, and sometimes it's very difficult to manage where your team is going to go, where they're going to come from, and ultimately it's going to open up a lot for the flankers from UC Santa Cruz. I think they have a lot more agency to maneuver around the map and get in and find a drop onto UCI. So I think that this map choice from them will end up working out in their favor.
Ready for battle.
Yeah, and regardless, we are going to start seeing some team comps roll out. This time we've got Fade on the Doomfist. I hope he stays on that because I do love to see a Doomfist on Busan. So much room to work around with. You have a lot of corners to duck behind after you all in with your punches. Of course, he's going to be changing over to the McCree, though. An old classic franchise. Who doesn't love everybody's favorite cowboy? We can listen to the dulcet tones of Matt Mercer as they roll out of spawn and get going. UCI going to be moving on forward here. Countered completely as the Santa Cruz squad goes across the other side. Let's see how it works. UCI just going to be moving very, very aggressively here, trying to get a good positioning in. Ago takes one down with the Fire Strike. Fade finds another one, make it two. And now UCI starting to completely overwhelm Santa Cruz. They are just completely shutting them down here, capping the point very early and starting to assert their dominance. Fade is just on fire right now. Look at this guy go. He was enabled by Ago, who pushed forward, held the shield up, let him walk in and find the shots that he needed to take down the squad. So Ago being brought in by UCI, it looks like it was the correct move. Now it's going to be Snozlar, who's going to be annoying on the point. Has to blink out of there, a little bit low on HP. Trying to find a better positioning now. Flanking around the backside of UCI. Let's see if he's able to one clip somebody here. It's going to be Fade, who drops down, but Danichi finds Limp Grip. And UCI still is not deterred by the force from UC Santa Cruz. Snozlar can't do enough to draw their attention. Instead, UCI continues collapsing down onto the slugs like an avalanche. EMF has rolled around trying to find something else, but he cannot. Instead, he's got to group back up with his team. With a man disadvantage, especially being down a healer, it's going to be hard for Santa Cruz to kind of get in here and have a full push supported. So they've got to regroup, they've got to take it easier and just put a little hold on the horses here. We do have almost five ult in the bank for UCI. Hellgel is going to be popping the damage booster, trying to prevent UC Santa Cruz from even leaving the spawn now. It's going to be very difficult. Here comes the pulse bomb. It's going to be poking each other back and forth. PG1 drops the gravitic flux, but forward counters with the transcendence. PG1 trying his best to lay down the damage. The Fade can't quite get the kill with the Deadeye onto Snozlar. He's going to be dropping very low, dropping on the point. 92% on the clock. for UCI, and they've just got to hold on a little bit longer. Fade with a last breath flashbang kill onto EMF. That's incredible. Danichi holding strong onto the point, and Santa Cruz cannot touch it in time. UCI with a full hold, 100-0. I'm going to try rejoining the call. One sec.
We should be good to go now. We're having some audio issues. Maybe you can hear me, maybe you can't. If you can, awesome. If you can't, then I look dumb. Now we're coming back into this though. UCI up 1-0 in terms of points. Didn't quite catch much of last fight, but we did see a sort of a dominant kind of presence from the team. I was catching towards the end of that fight, and Santa Cruz holding their best, holding on to it as best as they can. But it's really tough when one team finds such a good position coming into these matches. Now we have Algo kind of going on the offensive, as he's been pretty much all game pushing W and really working around the other team, trying to find the right angle to attack from. And I think that really plays well to the way that EMF goes around and playing super aggressively. Algo was able to kind of just try and mimic or deny that. And you can see EMF goes down early. UCI finding some early kills, feeling good and in form now that they took the first point on the last part of this map. Although Iconic is the honest echo, I think that we might see some interesting play coming out from here. Spencer, I see you're back on the call. I can hear you kind of. This match is getting a little crazy. I'm going to go ahead and take the reins for this one. Snozlar finding a pick early, and things are starting to get a little dicey. That's 2 kills for Snozlar. He's finding the tracking right now. Can he get the kill onto Ago? Ago does not let it happen. Fang takes him out, and UCI manages to stay on top of things as this game is going on. Now we have some of a small lull in the fight, as my co-caster now has rejoined the call. Spencer, go ahead and get a mic test for me. Yes, I can hear your beautiful voice. Yeah, thank you for bearing with us through our audio issues, folks. We're trying to give this match its due diligence. Such a solid play from Danichi, getting the double kill to DPS for the Anteaters, starting to show their stuff off as this match goes on. The Bloods trying to find their footing, have not quite found it yet.
Yeah, it seems like it's just so difficult for them to contend with UCI really at all now. It's like a switch has been flipped, and Fade has been he's been absolutely popping off. It's amazing to see, and you really love to see it as an Anteater fan. Ago instead going to be finding some trouble in the backline. He's going down.
Yeah, not quite the path that you want to take if you're the tank. Though we have UCI 99% to 0%. They are feeling comfortable with their position in the game right now. What a great accretion coming out from PG1, denying a lot of space to be taken from the Slugs. Transcendence is now at a flux that captures one in it, and you're starting to trade kills, and UC Santa Cruz unable to touch the point. The Anteater will take the semifinal series 3-1 in a 2-0 last map.
That is going to be all she wrote. Fade finding his stride in that game, and the play of the game couldn't be any more fitting. The death ball-like composition from UCI ended up being too much to overcome, and Fade just hit almost every shot there. He played tremendously well, and ultimately UCI found their momentum at the beginning and were able to carry that to the end on both rounds of Busan, whether it be finding their first fight, finding some flanking in their positioning to get a good drop, and then holding the rest of the map for the remainder of the time. They managed to completely outmaneuver Santa Cruz in that round, and man, did it show.
I concur, Spencer. I concur. And honestly, such a well-played game by both teams. You see Santa Cruz, man, they've had some amazing moments throughout this entire series. And going back into the way that things totally changed as this match went on, it was just really, really good to really cool to see how dynamic both teams are, how much breadth that their DPS really can show, and how, you know, such a small difference between one player or one pick has completely changed the way that these teams approach these matches. Overall, in the end, UCI came out on top, able to win those positions strategically and close out the game like textbook Overwatch should be played.
Right, yeah. Very, very clean games today. Big props to both sides. I would like to offer my GGs all around. So well played, everybody. You should definitely be proud of yourselves. That will be wrapping it up for us today. We hope you guys have enjoyed the Hive series of games that we've been privileged to cast. This has been Spencer Ultravox Cameron with Poe, Kella, Dekai, and Moana, and we will catch you guys next time.
Can you feel it wrapped around your soul with no control? You can't breathe.